There's a certain kind of quiet strength that doesn't always raise its voice, my tired friends, but it still changes the direction of things over time. So I'm glad you're here to sit with us tonight. Just to let you know, as I said I would do occasionally, this is a curated sleep experience, carefully researched and gently shaped to be as accurate as possible, while still helping you unwind. By the steady warmth of the fire, we're easing into the 1913 Woman Suffrage Procession, not just as a single event, but as part of a larger shift in voices being heard. And going forward, we'll be spending more time with stories like this, focusing on women's lives and moments in history, since so many of you have been asking for it. So if this calm, slightly boring reflection helps you unwind, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now draw a little closer to the warmth, get cozy with that blanket, and let's begin. On a cold March afternoon in 1913, thousands of women gathered in Washington for a parade that would change American history. The procession they were about to begin would face unexpected chaos, violent opposition, and national scandal. Tonight, you will walk beside them through every moment of that remarkable day. You find yourself in a cramped office in Washington during the winter of 1912. The room smells of ink and paper and old wood. Stacks of letters cover every available surface. Some have spilled onto the floor, creating paper drifts in the corners. A young woman named Alice Paul sits at a desk covered with maps of the capital city. She is 28 years old. Her dark hair is pulled back severely from her face, in a style that suggests she has no time for vanity. The winter light coming through the window is weak and grey. It barely illuminates the cluttered space, but Alice does not seem to notice the dimness. She has just returned from England, where she learned protest tactics from British suffragettes. She watched women chain themselves to railings outside Parliament. She saw hunger strikes and force-feeding in prisons. She participated in window-smashing campaigns. The British movement taught her that polite requests achieve nothing. Only dramatic action forces change. Now she wants to bring that energy to America. But American suffragists tend toward genteel tactics. They hold tea parties and organise petition drives. They speak at gatherings of people who already agree with them. Alice finds this approach insufficient. The National American Woman Suffrage Association has given her a small budget and a large mandate. She must organise something spectacular for the day before Woodrow Wilson's presidential inauguration. They want visibility. They want attention. Alice intends to deliver both. The timing is no accident. When a new president arrives in Washington, the city fills with visitors and journalists. Every hotel room gets booked months in advance. Every newspaper sends reporters to cover the festivities. The inauguration dominates national conversation for weeks. Alice intends to use that attention for her cause. She wants suffragists inserted into every newspaper story about the inauguration. She wants their presence impossible to ignore. She spreads a map across her desk and traces Pennsylvania Avenue with one finger. The route runs from the Capitol to the White House. It measures exactly 1.5 miles of ceremonial importance. This avenue represents the heart of American government. Presidents travel it during inaugurations. Foreign dignitaries parade down it during state visits. Victory celebrations happen here. The idea forming in her mind is audacious. She wants to stage the largest parade for women's rights that America has ever seen. She wants it on Pennsylvania Avenue on the day before Wilson takes office. Most suffrage events happen in small halls or church basements. They attract polite audiences who already support the cause. Perhaps 200 people attend. The events receive brief mentions in local newspapers if they receive coverage at all. Alice wants something completely different. She wants spectacle that demands attention. She wants to force people who disagree with suffrage to stop and watch. She wants an event so large that newspapers cannot ignore it. Her colleague Lucy Burns arrives carrying a stack of financial documents. Lucy has red hair and a sharp mind for logistics. She also spent time with the British suffragettes. Lucy brings bad news about the budget. They have almost no money. The national organisation has given them exactly $10 to start with. $10 to organise a parade that Alice envisions, including thousands of participants. Alice just smiles. She has already begun writing letters to wealthy supporters. She knows how to ask for donations. More importantly, she knows how to make people feel that history is happening, and they must be part of it. She learned this skill from British suffragette leader Emmeline Pankhurst. Emmeline could convince wealthy women to fund radical actions by making them feel personally invested in the outcome. Alice applies the same psychology. Her fundraising letters paint vivid pictures of what the parade could accomplish. They make donors feel like heroes supporting a noble cause. The office grows dark as afternoon turns to evening. Washington winters bring early darkness. Alice lights a kerosene lamp and continues working. The lamp casts dancing shadows on the walls. She writes the word procession at the top of a fresh page. Not march, not demonstration. Procession sounds dignified and unstoppable. It suggests something ceremonial and important. Language matters in political movements. The right word can change how people perceive an event. You watch her sketch out sections for the parade. Her handwriting is precise and efficient, every letter formed with purpose. Floats will carry living tableaux depicting famous women from history. Different professions will march in separate groups to show that women work in every field. This visual argument matters enormously. One common objection to women's suffrage claims that women do not participate in public life. They stay home caring for children. They have no stake in political decisions. Alice wants the parade to demolish this argument visually. Every marching section will prove that women already contribute to society in countless ways. College students will march together wearing their academic robes. The sight of educated women pursuing degrees will contradict claims about female intellectual inferiority. Working women will march in their everyday clothes. Factory workers and shop clerks will demonstrate that women support themselves financially. They deserve political representation just as male workers do. There will be foreign delegations showing international support. There will be state delegations demonstrating the geographic breadth of the movement. Alice calculates that she needs at least 8,000 women to make the visual impact she wants. 8,000 marchers will fill Pennsylvania Avenue. They will create an image impossible to dismiss. Her friends think she's dreaming. The largest suffrage parade in American history attracted only 3,000 participants. That happened in New York City, which has a much larger population of activists than Washington. How can Alice possibly convince 8,000 women to travel to Washington in March? Alice remains undeterred. She believes the inauguration timing will draw women from across the country. Women want to be part of history. They want to witness the moment when suffrage becomes impossible to ignore. She also believes that men will try to disrupt the parade. She has seen how crowds react when women claim public space for political purposes. Men feel threatened. They respond with mockery and sometimes violence. This is why she wants the procession to look beautiful and dignified. Every detail must project respectability. Every marcher must appear calm and purposeful. The visual contrast between dignified women and hostile opposition will work in the suffragists' favour. The opposition will expect wild women making scenes. Alice plans to give them something they cannot dismiss or ridicule. She wants the parade to look like a religious procession or a military review, something serious and organised. She works late into the night designing the parade's visual language. White dresses for the main marchers. The white symbolises purity of purpose. Purple and gold sashes add colour and identify participants as suffragists. Banners must be large enough to read from a distance. Every aesthetic choice serves strategic purpose. By morning she has filled 20 pages with notes and sketches. The vision is complete in her mind. Now comes the hard work of making it real. The real work is about to begin. January arrives with freezing rain that turns Washington streets to rivers of slush. You stand with Alice outside a vacant building on F Street. The landlord has agreed to let the suffrage organisation use it as headquarters. The space is enormous and completely empty. Dust covers the floorboards in thick layers. Broken windows let in cold air that makes your breath visible. Water stains mark the ceiling where the roof leaks. Most people would look at this space and see only problems. Alice looks around the room with satisfaction. She sees potential where others see decay. She walks through the empty rooms, planning how to use each space. This room will hold the clerical staff. That room will store costumes and banners. The largest room will serve as a general assembly area. Within days, the empty building transforms into a bustling campaign headquarters. Volunteers arrive carrying borrowed furniture dragged from attics and basements. Someone donates a dozen typewriters that clatter constantly throughout the day. Another supporter provides a telephone line that rings incessantly. The walls soon fill with charts tracking parade preparations. One massive chart lists every state in the Union. Beside each state name, volunteers mark the number of expected marchers. The numbers start small but grow steadily. Another chart tracks the recruitment of marchers from different professions: doctors, lawyers, teachers, nurses, social workers, artists. Each profession needs its own banner and section leader. Alice divides the work into departments like a military campaign. One team handles publicity and media relations. Another manages logistics and transportation. A third coordinates with local police and city officials. The publicity team proves particularly creative. They design posters showing a young woman in classical robes carrying a torch of liberty. The image appears on everything from postcards to pennants to lapel buttons. One volunteer suggests creating small purple and gold ribbons that supporters can wear. The ribbons cost almost nothing to produce but spread visual awareness of the movement. Soon these ribbons appear on coat lapels throughout Washington. Even people who cannot attend the parade can show support by wearing the colours. Fundraising happens constantly and everywhere. Alice writes dozens of letters each day requesting donations. She tailors each letter to its recipient. Wealthy women hear about the historic importance of the parade. Working women hear about solidarity and mutual support. Small amounts arrive from women who save pennies from household budgets. One letter includes 50 cents wrapped in newspaper with a note saying the sender wishes she could give more. Large checks come from wealthy supporters who can afford substantial contributions. Alice thanks every donor personally, regardless of the amount. The budget grows slowly but steadily. By late January, enough money exists to rent costumes and begin building parade floats. The headquarters now employs a small staff who work 12-hour days. The building never closes. Volunteers arrive before dawn and leave after midnight. The constant activity gives the place an electric feeling. You notice how Alice manages people. She gives clear instructions and expects them to be followed without question. She rarely raises her voice, but somehow everyone knows when she's displeased. Her standards are impossibly high. She expects perfection in every detail. A banner with crooked stitching gets remade. A flyer with a spelling error goes in the trash. Some volunteers find her difficult to work with. They complain that she demands too much. They resent her refusal to accept excuses. Other volunteers admire her intensity. They recognise that building something this ambitious requires someone willing to push boundaries and enforce discipline. Alice does not care whether people like her. She cares whether they complete their assignments correctly and on time. The parade route requires official approval from the city government. This process involves multiple meetings with bureaucrats who seem uninterested in helping. Alice meets with the superintendent of police multiple times to discuss logistics and security. The superintendent is a tired-looking man named Richard Sylvester. He clearly wishes the suffrage procession would happen somewhere else or not at all. He worries about crowd control. He worries about traffic disruption. He worries about his department's reputation if anything goes wrong. He suggests that the women march on a side street instead of Pennsylvania Avenue. Perhaps a route through residential neighbourhoods where fewer people will notice them. Alice refuses immediately. Pennsylvania Avenue is the main ceremonial route through Washington. Presidents use it during inaugurations. That symbolic importance matters enormously to the suffrage cause. She points out that other groups receive permits for Pennsylvania Avenue regularly. Military parades happen there. Civic celebrations happen there. Denying the suffrage procession this route would be obvious discrimination. The superintendent eventually grants the permit but warns that his department cannot guarantee adequate protection. He says the city will be too crowded. He claims his officers will be stretched thin managing inauguration festivities. Alice notes his words carefully in her leather-bound notebook. She suspects he's creating an excuse for what might happen. If violence occurs, he wants to say he warned everyone in advance. She leaves the meeting feeling uneasy but determined. The parade will happen on Pennsylvania Avenue regardless of what the police department does or does not do. Meanwhile, recruitment continues across the country. Letters go out to suffrage organisations in every state. The message emphasises the historic nature of this moment. This parade will be the largest demonstration for women's rights in American history. Every woman who participates becomes part of that history. Women's groups in New York decide to send a large delegation. They organise fundraising events to pay for train tickets. They design matching sashes identifying them as New York suffragists. California plans to send representatives despite the enormous distance. California women already have voting rights. They want to march in Washington to show other states what political equality looks like. Even small towns in rural areas begin organising groups. A letter arrives from Nebraska reporting that 12 women plan to make the journey. Another letter from Vermont mentions 8 participants. The parade starts taking shape in Alice's mind as a massive demonstration of women's organisational capacity. Every marcher represents hours of local coordination and fundraising. Every delegation demonstrates that suffrage support extends far beyond big cities and elite circles. Some women will travel for days to reach Washington. They will sleep in boarding houses or with supportive families willing to host suffragists. They will spend money they can barely afford on train tickets and accommodations. Alice feels the weight of their faith in her vision. These women trust that the parade will be worth their sacrifice. She cannot let them down. The headquarters receives hundreds of letters from women asking practical questions. What should we wear? Where should we meet? Will there be food available? Can we bring children? The staff develops detailed instruction sheets answering common questions. Every participant receives a packet explaining logistics. Nothing can be left to chance or confusion. One major concern involves the physical demands of marching. The route covers 1.5 miles. Some elderly women worry they cannot walk that far. Others have health conditions that limit their endurance. Alice arranges for automobiles to carry women who cannot march the full distance. This also adds visual variety to the procession. Not just marchers on foot, but decorated vehicles creating moving pageantry. She recruits women who own cars and asks them to decorate their vehicles with suffrage colours. The result will be a fleet of purple and gold automobiles carrying riders waving banners. The headquarters buzzes with activity every day. Seamstresses work in one corner altering costumes to fit different body types. Artists paint banners in another area using bold letters visible from blocks away. One room becomes a costume workshop. Volunteers sew white dresses for marchers who cannot afford to provide their own. Other volunteers create elaborate allegorical costumes for the floats. Someone has the idea to include a herald on horseback at the front of the procession. Alice immediately sees the dramatic potential. A woman on horseback will capture attention and look magnificent in photographs. The herald will ride ahead of the main procession wearing a flowing cape. She will carry a trumpet to announce the parade's approach. Her appearance will signal that something significant is about to happen. Finding the right person for this role takes several interviews. The woman must ride exceptionally well. She must look comfortable in costume. She must also believe deeply enough in suffrage to accept the attention and potential ridicule. A lawyer named Inez Milholland volunteers for the position. She rides expertly and possesses striking looks that photograph beautifully. She is tall and graceful with dark hair that flows dramatically. Alice approves immediately. Inez will make the perfect herald. Her appearance will give the parade a mythological quality. The pieces slowly come together like a complex puzzle. Each element must fit precisely with all the others. By late February, the parade has expanded beyond Alice's initial vision. More women want to participate than she expected. The final count looks like it will exceed 9,000 marchers. The logistics grow increasingly complex with each new participant. More sections mean more coordination. More marchers mean more potential for confusion. But Alice never considers scaling back. Bigger means better in this case. Bigger means impossible to ignore. Bigger means historic. She works through every night now. Sleep becomes a luxury she cannot afford. There is always another letter to write, another detail to finalise, another problem to solve. Her staff worries about her health. She looks gaunt and exhausted. But she refuses to slow down. Everything must be perfect for March 3rd. You arrive in Washington on March 1st. The city already feels crowded with inauguration visitors. Trains keep bringing more people throughout the day and night. The platform at Union Station teems with travellers carrying luggage. Hotel porters shout for attention. Cab drivers compete for fares. The noise is overwhelming after the quiet of your train journey. Hotels display signs saying they have no vacancies. Every room in the city has been booked for weeks. Restaurants serve meals to waiting customers standing in lines that stretch down sidewalks and around corners. You find the boarding house where suffragists have arranged accommodations. The narrow building stands on a residential street several blocks from downtown. A purple and gold banner hangs from the second-floor window. Inside, women occupy every available space. Some sleep 2 or 3 to a bed. Others make do with pallets on the floor. Everyone shares the single bathroom in shifts. The atmosphere mixes excitement with nervousness. Women from different states introduce themselves and exchange stories about their journeys. Some travelled for 3 days to reach Washington. Others came from nearby states but still made significant sacrifices to participate. A teacher from Ohio explains that she used her entire winter's savings for the train ticket. A factory worker from Massachusetts took unpaid leave from her job. An elderly woman from Pennsylvania brought her granddaughter to witness history. Each story reinforces the importance of what will happen tomorrow. The suffrage headquarters operates at maximum capacity. You visit on March 2nd to receive your final instructions. Volunteers work around the clock preparing last-minute details. The building smells of fresh paint and coffee and nervous energy. Alice has barely slept in weeks. Dark circles show under her eyes like bruises. Her hands shake slightly when she holds papers, but her voice remains steady and her energy never flags. She moves through the headquarters giving directions and solving problems. Someone lost their banner. Someone else needs a costume adjusted. A group from Virginia arrived without their assigned section leader. Alice handles every crisis calmly and efficiently. She seems to hold the entire parade structure in her mind simultaneously. She knows where every section should be and when every group should arrive. The parade's order of march has been finalised and printed on cards distributed to all participants. Each section knows its position. Each group knows when to arrive at the staging area and where to line up. The procession will begin with Inez Milholland as herald on horseback. Then comes a large float carrying a woman dressed as Columbia, the female personification of America. She will wear flowing robes and a crown of stars. Bands will provide music throughout the parade. Alice has recruited military bands, college bands, and community bands. Music will keep marchers in step and lift spirits. After the floats come the marchers organised by profession. This arrangement serves strategic purpose. It demonstrates visually that women work in every field of American life. Doctors will march together wearing white medical coats. Their banner reads, "Women Physicians for Equal Rights." Lawyers march in another section. Teachers form one of the largest professional groups. Nurses arrive in their distinctive uniforms. Artists and writers form their own contingent. Factory workers march to represent women in manufacturing. Social workers demonstrate the reform movements that women lead. College students march wearing their academic robes. These young women represent the future of the movement. Many attend schools that did not even admit women a generation earlier. Their presence proves that women can pursue higher education successfully. Behind the professional sections come delegations organised by state. Each state carries its own banner showing its name in large letters. The number of marchers from each state varies wildly based on distance and local organisation strength. New York sends hundreds of women. The city has a large and active suffrage movement. California sends a smaller but symbolically important delegation. Wyoming sends a group that carries special pride as the first state to grant women full voting rights back in 1869. Southern states send smaller delegations. Suffrage faces more resistance in the South, where traditional gender roles remain more rigid. At the very end march male supporters. Alice debated whether to include men. Some suffragists worry that male participation undermines the message that women can organise and lead their own movement. She decides to allow it because she wants to demonstrate that suffrage has support across society. But the men march last to make absolutely clear this is fundamentally a women's movement. The men come as allies and supporters, not leaders. The staging area will be at the Capitol. This location offers both symbolic power and practical space. The Capitol grounds can accommodate thousands of marchers assembling in sections. Marchers will begin gathering at noon. The procession starts at 3 in the afternoon. The timing has been calculated carefully. Woodrow Wilson arrives in Washington at 3:30. His train from New Jersey is scheduled to reach Union Station half an hour after the parade begins. Alice hopes the city's attention will be focused entirely on the suffrage procession when the president-elect arrives. She wants him to step off his train and find the Capitol consumed by demands for women's rights. She wants suffrage to be the story of Inauguration Weekend, not just a footnote. On March 2nd, the headquarters receives troubling news. The police department has assigned only about 100 officers to manage the parade route. This number seems wildly insufficient for a parade expected to draw massive crowds. Alice immediately recognises the problem. Pennsylvania Avenue on Inauguration Weekend will be packed with visitors. 100 officers cannot control crowds along a mile-and-a-half route. She meets again with Superintendent Sylvester and requests more officers. He claims no additional staff can be spared. The department needs officers at the train station, at the hotels, at the capital. Every officer is assigned somewhere. Alice takes detailed notes of the conversation in her leather notebook. She wants a precise record of what was promised and what was denied. She has learned to document everything when dealing with officials who might later deny their own statements. She leaves the meeting convinced that the police department either does not care about protecting the marchers or actively hopes something goes wrong. That evening, Alice speaks at a rally to boost morale. Hundreds of women attending the procession gather at a church to hear her. The pews fill completely. Women stand along the walls and crowd the doorway. Alice keeps her remarks brief and practical. She explains the parade route in detail. She reminds everyone to remain calm regardless of what happens. She emphasises maintaining dignity at all costs. She does not mention her concerns about police protection. No need to increase everyone's anxiety. Her voice carries absolute confidence. She makes the success of tomorrow sound inevitable. The women in the audience sit up straighter. They feel their nervousness transforming into determination. After the rally, volunteers return to headquarters to prepare materials for distribution tomorrow. Thousands of leaflets explaining the suffrage cause have been printed on cream-coloured paper. The plan involves handing these to spectators along the route. Alice wants every person who watches to receive information about why women deserve the vote. Even hostile spectators might read a leaflet later and reconsider their views. The leaflets summarise key arguments for suffrage in simple language. Women pay taxes but cannot vote on how that money is spent. Women must obey laws but cannot vote on what those laws should be. Women work in factories and offices but cannot vote on labour regulations. The arguments are logical and difficult to refute. You help load boxes of leaflets into automobiles. The papers smell of fresh ink. Your hands turn slightly grey from handling them. The March night air feels cold, but not unbearably so. Weather reports predict partly cloudy skies for tomorrow with temperatures in the 40s. Not ideal parade weather, but not terrible either. At least it should not rain. Rain would ruin costumes and dampen spirits. Alice is worried constantly about weather. She cannot control it, but she checks forecasts obsessively anyway. Back at the boarding house, women prepare their outfits for tomorrow. White dresses get pressed carefully. Purple and gold sashes get folded and packed. Comfortable walking shoes get polished, even though they will become dusty during the march. Everyone tries to sleep, but excitement makes rest difficult. You lie awake listening to whispered conversations in the darkness. Someone asks if anyone else feels frightened. Another voice answers that being frightened is normal, but they should do it anyway. The conversation continues softly for a while, before gradually trailing off into silence. You finally drift to sleep thinking about tomorrow. Everything has been building toward March 3rd. All the planning and organising and fundraising comes down to a few hours on Pennsylvania Avenue. Either the parade will succeed spectacularly or fail embarrassingly. There seems to be no middle ground. Tomorrow will reveal which possibility becomes reality. You wake early on March 3rd. Weak dawnlight filters through thin curtains. The city already sounds busy even though the hour is barely past 6. Voices carry through the boarding house walls. Footsteps cross the floor above you. Doors slam as people leave for the inauguration festivities that will fill this day. You lie still for a moment listening to the sounds of the city waking. Your heart beats faster than normal. Today matters in ways that feel both personal and historic. Breakfast happens quickly in the crowded boarding house dining room. You eat bread with butter and drink coffee that tastes bitter and strong. The coffee helps push away the last fog of sleep. Other women at your table are also marching today. Everyone reviews assignments while eating. You will march with the writers and artists section. Your group will assemble near the Capitol at 1 in the afternoon. Conversation flows nervously around the table. Someone jokes about getting arrested. Someone else worries about hostile crowds. An older woman reminds everyone that their cause is just, and therefore success is certain. The morning passes in a blur of nervous preparation. You check your white dress for wrinkles and find a small stain near the hem. You try to clean it with a damp cloth, but the stain remains visible. You decide it does not matter. No one will notice a small stain among thousands of marchers. You practice holding your section's banner at the correct angle. The banner is heavier than you expected. Your arms will ache by the end of the parade. Other women in the boarding house help each other with costume adjustments and hair arrangements. Someone has brought extra safety pins which get passed around. Another woman shares ribbons for tying back hair. The atmosphere feels like preparing for battle. Everyone helps everyone else. No one wants to arrive at the capital unprepared. Shortly after noon, you leave for the staging area. The streets grow more crowded with every block you walk. Washington has transformed into a carnival. Men in suits walk purposefully toward downtown. Families stroll together looking for good viewing spots for the inauguration parade tomorrow. Children dart between adults chasing each other and shrieking with laughter. Street vendors sell flags and souvenirs from wooden carts. Someone offers roasted chestnuts for 5 cents a bag. The smell of cooking meat drifts from a restaurant. The mood feels festive throughout the city. Washington loves inaugurations. The peaceful transfer of power between presidents gets celebrated with parades and parties and general revelry. Most people on the street seem unaware that another procession is about to happen. They have come to Washington to celebrate Woodrow Wilson. The suffrage parade exists outside their awareness. This will change shortly. You reach the Capitol grounds and find organised chaos spread across acres of lawn and pavement. Thousands of women mill around trying to locate their assigned sections. Volunteers wearing purple armbands direct traffic. They carry clipboards and check off names on long lists. The logistics rival a military operation. Every detail has been planned, but reality always includes complications. The professional sections line up first according to the planned order of march. You watch doctors in white medical coats gather under their banner. They look dignified and serious. Several carry medical bags as props identifying their profession. Teachers form neat rows behind their banner. Many wear the simple dark dresses they wear to classrooms. Nurses arrive wearing their distinctive uniforms with white caps and aprons. Everyone looks determined and slightly nervous. This strange combination of emotions shows on every face. The college students create a splash of colour with their academic robes. The robes are black, but purple and gold sashes mark them clearly as suffragists. Their youth and energy project optimism that the older marchers sometimes lack. These young women have grown up hearing about suffrage. For them, voting rights feel inevitable rather than impossible. Their confidence is contagious. State delegations begin assembling in their designated areas. Women from states where voting is already legal carry special pride. They march to demonstrate what political equality looks like in practice. The New York delegation is enormous. They have brought their own band. Their banners are professionally painted and mounted on poles that gleam in the afternoon light. California's delegation is smaller, but no less proud. They wear yellow roses pinned to their dresses. The yellow rose has become a symbol of suffrage in California. Even states with tiny delegations assemble with dignity. Vermont sends only 6 women, but they march together under their state banner as if they represent an army. The atmosphere mixes excitement with tension. Everyone senses the importance of this moment. Years of organising and hoping and arguing come down to this afternoon. Near 2 o'clock, Inez Mulholland arrives on her horse. The horse is a magnificent grey animal with a long flowing mane. Inez wears a white cape that drapes dramatically over the saddle and trails almost to the ground. A golden crown sits on her dark hair, catching the sunlight. She looks like a figure from mythology, ready to lead an army into a legendary battle. The crowd of marchers cheers when they see her. The sound of thousands of voices raised together sends shivers down your spine. Inez smiles and waves. She controls the horse expertly with one hand while holding a long trumpet in the other. She has practiced riding with the trumpet for weeks to ensure she looks natural. Alice moves through the sections giving final instructions. She reminds everyone to maintain dignity regardless of what happens. She emphasises walking steadily and ignoring hecklers. She tells marchers to help each other if anyone stumbles or falls behind. Her composure helps calm nervous marchers. If Alice believes they will succeed, they can believe it too. The bands tune their instruments, creating a cacophony of random notes. Floats wait in position, with their elaborate decorations catching attention. Everything is ready. Photographers from newspapers position themselves to capture images. They have set up tripods and large cameras with black cloth hoods. Alice speaks briefly with the photographers. She wants to ensure they understand the importance of capturing good images. Photographs will determine how people remember this day. The minutes tick past slowly. Waiting feels harder than marching will be. Finally, at precisely 3 o'clock, Inez kicks her horse forward. The parade begins moving toward Pennsylvania Avenue. Music swells from the first band. Thousands of feet start stepping in unison. You feel your section beginning to move. The parade has begun. You step onto Pennsylvania Avenue with thousands of other women. The feeling defies easy description. Pride and fear mix together in your chest, making it difficult to breathe normally. The avenue stretches ahead wider than any street you have walked before. Buildings rise on both sides, creating a corridor that channels attention toward the marchers. The first blocks pass peacefully enough. Spectators line both sides of the street, but leave adequate room for the parade to proceed. The crowd is several people deep but orderly. Some people cheer when the marchers pass. Their clapping sounds thin in the open air, but encouraging nonetheless. You see women in the crowd waving handkerchiefs in support. Others watch silently with unreadable expressions. These silent watchers might be neutral, or they might be hostile. Their silence reveals nothing about their thoughts. A few men make dismissive comments that carry to your ears. Look at them trying to be important. They should be home where they belong. You try to ignore these voices, but they sting anyway. The bands play stirring marches. The music helps everyone keep pace and lift spirits. You recognize some of the tunes from military ceremonies. The familiar music makes the parade feel official and important. Inez rides ahead, carrying her cape dramatically in the wind. Photographers rush to capture her image. She understands the assignment perfectly and poses naturally while maintaining forward motion. Her horse prances beautifully. The combination of the grey horse, the white cape, and the golden crown creates an image that will appear in newspapers across the country. The float carrying Columbia follows next. The woman portraying her wears flowing white robes cinched with a gold belt. She holds aloft a staff topped with an eagle. Her other hand rests on a shield painted with stars and stripes. The float moves slowly, pulled by white horses. Flowers decorate every surface. The effect is both patriotic and mythological. Behind the floats, the professional women march in organised ranks. Their banners identify their occupations clearly: lawyer, physician, professor, social worker, librarian, journalist. This visual demonstration matters enormously for the cause. One common argument against suffrage claims women do not participate meaningfully in public life. The parade proves otherwise with every step. Women work, women contribute, women organise, women lead. The evidence marches down Pennsylvania Avenue, impossible to deny. You march with the writers and artists. Your section includes novelists, journalists, poets, and painters. The banner overhead reads "Literary and Art Workers for Equal Rights." The banner feels heavy in your hands. Your arms already ache from holding it at the correct angle. You will need to switch hands frequently to avoid exhaustion. Around you march women whose work you admire. A poet whose verses you memorized as a girl walks 3 rows ahead. A journalist who covered labour strikes marches beside you. An illustrator whose drawings appear in magazines carries the other side of the banner. You feel honoured to march with them. Their presence makes your own participation feel more legitimate. For several blocks, everything proceeds smoothly. The crowd remains manageable. Police officers stand at regular intervals watching the parade pass. The officers wear their dress uniforms with brass buttons polished to high shine. They stand with hands clasped behind their backs, looking official but uninvolved. Then you notice changes ahead. The spectators press closer to the marching line. They lean forward, trying to get better views. Their bodies encroach gradually into the space meant for marchers. Police officers seem fewer and less attentive than before. Gaps appear in crowd control. Whole sections of sidewalk have no officers visible at all. Men begin pushing forward from the sidewalks into the street. They do not move aggressively at first. Their encroachment feels almost accidental. They simply want better views and do not think about blocking the route. But the cumulative effect creates problems. The marchers maintain formation despite decreasing space. Everyone remembers Alice's instructions about dignity and persistence. But the crowd keeps pressing inward like water seeking the lowest level. Some men shout questions, attempting to engage the marchers in conversation. Where do you think you're going dressed like that? Why are you not home cooking dinner for your families? The comments try to provoke reactions and create confrontation. The marchers stay silent and focused. Responding to hecklers would accomplish nothing. The dignity of silence speaks louder than any retort. More spectators flood into the street. Most seem genuinely curious rather than hostile. They simply want a better view and do not realize they are blocking the parade route. Police officers make half-hearted attempts to push people back. They gesture with their hands and speak words you cannot hear. Their efforts prove insufficient and brief. The procession slows to accommodate the tighter conditions. Marchers bunch together. The organised lines begin breaking apart as women navigate around obstacles. You lose sight of the float ahead. The crowd has filled the space between sections. What should be a continuous parade has become fragmented. Music from the bands grows fainter. Too many bodies absorb the sound before it reaches your ears. You can no longer march to the beat of the drums. The situation continues deteriorating with each block. Men now completely block portions of the route ahead. They do not step aside when marchers approach. Instead, they stand firm, forcing the women to navigate around them like water flowing around rocks. Some spectators laugh at the difficulty the marchers face. They find humour in watching women struggle. Others look uncomfortable but do nothing to help. Their discomfort does not translate into action. You feel your heart racing but force yourself to keep walking. Stopping would make things worse. Forward motion is the only answer even when forward progress becomes difficult. The march has transformed from celebration into struggle. Every step forward requires intention and effort. Nothing comes easily now. The sun moves lower in the western sky. More than an hour has passed since the parade began. The marchers should be halfway to the White House by now. Instead, they have travelled perhaps a third of the distance. At this rate, the parade will take hours longer than planned. Some marchers will not finish before darkness falls. You adjust your grip on the banner and keep walking. Around you, other women do the same. Faces show determination mixed with anxiety. But no one turns back. The parade must continue. The crowd turns from obstacle to threat gradually and then suddenly. The transformation happens in stages that accelerate until control disappears completely. One moment, people merely stand in the way, creating inconvenience. The next moment, they actively push and shove, creating danger. Men grab at banners trying to pull them down. They catch fabric edges and yank hard. Some banners rip under the pressure. Others stay intact but tilt at wrong angles. They step on the hems of white dresses deliberately. You hear fabric tearing as women try to walk forward, while men stand on their skirts. The sound of ripping cloth becomes common. They jostle marchers with their elbows and shoulders. The jostling appears accidental but happens too frequently to be unintentional. Bodies slam into marchers from the side, knocking them off balance. The attacks seem random at first, individual troublemakers acting independently for their own amusement, young men showing off for their friends. Then you realise the harassment is widespread and coordinated. Groups have positioned themselves strategically along the route. They communicate with each other through gestures and shouts. This is organised opposition, not spontaneous disruption. Groups of young men position themselves to block the march completely. They link arms, forming human chains across the street. When marchers try to go around, these men move to block again. They treat the whole thing as sport. They laugh and call to each other, keeping score of how many women they can stop or trip. Insults fly constantly now. The language grows crude and threatening. Men question the femininity and morality of the marchers in terms that would never appear in newspapers. They call the women unfeminine and unattractive. They suggest no man would want to marry such creatures. They speculate loudly about the marchers' private lives using vulgar language. The insults aim to humiliate and silence. They reveal the depth of hostility that women's political demands inspire in some men. Some women begin crying but keep walking. Tears stream down their faces but their feet continue moving forward. The crying combines with determination in a way that seems uniquely human. Others link arms with their neighbours to push through the crowds. They form small protective units that move together. The locked arms provide both physical support and emotional solidarity. Police officers stand nearby watching everything. They make no effort to intervene. They observe the harassment with expressions ranging from amusement to indifference. The lack of protection feels deliberate rather than accidental. The officers have chosen to do nothing. They stand with their arms crossed or their hands in their pockets while women are attacked. You see a woman knocked to the ground when someone trips her intentionally. She falls hard onto the pavement. Her white dress splays around her. Her hat rolls away into the crowd. Her friends immediately help her stand. They brush dirt from her dress and retrieve her hat. Her white dress now shows dirty streaks and a torn hem. But she keeps marching. The float carrying Columbia gets stuck completely. The crowd presses so tightly around it that the horses cannot move forward. They pull against their harnesses but make no progress. The woman portraying Columbia climbs down from the float. She gathers her flowing robes and joins the marchers on foot. Her golden staff becomes a walking stick. Bands stop playing because they cannot maintain formation. Musicians carry their instruments and try to keep up with their sections. A trombone bangs against someone's back. A drum tilts sideways, threatening to fall. The organised procession has devolved into chaos. What was supposed to be a dignified march has become a desperate push through hostile territory. Marchers scatter across Pennsylvania Avenue trying to find paths forward. Some sections push ahead aggressively, while others fall behind struggling with obstacles. Communication becomes impossible. You cannot see more than a few people in any direction. The crowd of spectators has swallowed the parade whole. The sun sits lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the street. The shadows make the chaos look even more threatening. Several hours have passed since the parade began. Everyone feels exhausted. Walking requires constant vigilance and effort. There is no rhythm anymore, no steady pace. Only irregular progress measured in difficult yards, yet the marchers refuse to quit. Despite everything working against them, the women keep moving toward the White House. They help each other navigate obstacles. They share water from canteens. They offer words of encouragement. You witness extraordinary bravery in small moments that no one will record in newspapers. An elderly woman trips and nearly falls. 3 strangers immediately support her with their arms and help her continue without stopping. They become her temporary escort through the worst section of crowd. A young mother carrying a baby somehow maintains her place in line. The baby cries from all the noise. The mother rocks and walks simultaneously. Her face shows determination that borders on fierce. College students form protective circles around older marchers. The young women link arms, creating barriers that hostile men find harder to penetrate. They use their youth and strength to shield others. The violence escalates with each passing block. What began as harassment has progressed to assault. Men begin spitting at the marchers. They spit deliberately, aiming for faces and white dresses. The spitting is degrading in ways that physical blows are not. They throw lit cigarettes at the marchers. The cigarettes bounce off clothing, leaving burn marks. Someone's hat catches fire and must be quickly extinguished. Some men grab women's arms hard enough to leave bruises. They squeeze wrists and upper arms with deliberate force. The grabbing sometimes pulls marchers out of line completely. A few marchers fight back physically. They slap away hands that grab them. They push back when men block their path. Most maintain the dignity Alice demanded, but some have reached their limits. You see one suffragist slapped across the face by a stranger. The sound of the slap carries clearly. Her head snaps to the side from the impact. She touches her reddening cheek, but does not stop walking. The crowd's hostility reveals something ugly about American society that usually stays hidden beneath polite surfaces. These men cannot tolerate women claiming public space for political purposes. Their reaction goes beyond disagreement with suffrage. It expresses rage at women stepping outside prescribed roles. Women should be decorative or domestic. They should not march and demand and organise. The insults focus obsessively on appearance and sexuality. Men call the marchers ugly and unfeminine. They suggest no man would want to marry such women. They imply that demanding political rights makes women unnatural. The attempt to humiliate reveals desperation. If suffragists were truly ridiculous, they would not inspire such intense opposition. The hostility proves that the movement threatens established power structures. Finally, some police officers begin making arrests. They grab a few of the worst agitators and drag them away. But dozens more fill each gap immediately. The arrests seem token rather than serious. The police appear to be responding to pressure from somewhere rather than genuinely trying to restore order. The situation feels increasingly dangerous. Several women have been injured badly enough to need medical attention. One woman's nose bleeds from being hit in the face. Another limps badly after someone stomped on her foot. An ambulance arrives but cannot reach the victims because of crowd density. The ambulance sits blocks away, visible but useless. Boy Scouts appear from somewhere and form human chains trying to clear paths. The Scouts wear their distinctive uniforms which give them unofficial authority. People respond to the young boys in ways they do not respond to police. The Scouts successfully create narrow corridors allowing some marchers to pass. They stand shoulder to shoulder holding back the crowd with their linked arms. Their presence helps immensely, but cannot solve the fundamental problem. There are simply too many hostile spectators and too few protectors. The crowd outnumbers everyone trying to maintain order. You push forward whenever possible and wait when necessary. Your arms ache from holding the banner. Your feet hurt from walking on hard pavement. Your throat feels dry from breathing through your mouth. None of that matters compared to completing the route. You will finish this march if it takes all night. Hours pass this way, step by difficult step, block by chaotic block. The parade that should have taken 90 minutes has already consumed 4 hours with no end in sight. Eventually you glimpse the Treasury building ahead through gaps in the crowd. The finish line finally comes into view. The sight gives you new energy. The last few blocks feel both endless and too short. You want the ordeal to end, but you also want to remember every moment. This day will define something important. You reach the Treasury building exhausted and transformed. Nothing will ever be quite the same after March 3rd, 1913. The Treasury building sits near the end of the parade route next to the White House. Women who have already finished the march gather there in a planned assembly area. You stumble toward this sanctuary exhausted and relieved beyond measure. The final blocks pass in a haze of fatigue and determination. Your body moves automatically now, one foot in front of the other. When you finally step off Pennsylvania Avenue onto the Treasury building grounds, volunteers rush forward with water and chairs. They have been waiting for hours helping marchers as they arrive. Medical staff treat injuries in a makeshift aid station. They clean cuts and bandage scrapes. They examine twisted ankles and provide cold compresses for bruises. The medical work continues without pause. Women collapse onto benches comparing experiences. Everyone has stories of harassment and narrow escapes. The stories pour out in exhausted voices that shake with emotion. Some marchers arrived hours ago when the parade still maintained some order. They finished the route before the worst violence began. Others are still struggling through hostile crowds blocks away. The full procession takes more than 5 hours to complete. What should have been a 90-minute event becomes an endurance test that stretches into early evening. Alice stands near the Treasury building directing the recovery effort. Her face shows fury barely contained beneath professional composure. Her hands clench into fists when she thinks no one is watching. She interviews marchers about what happened. She takes detailed notes about police failures in her leather-bound notebook. She collects names of officers who refused to help and witnesses who saw specific incidents. Already she's planning the response. This disaster must be documented and weaponized for the cause. The police department's failure will become a scandal. The newspapers will determine how this day gets remembered in national consciousness. Alice knows journalists must hear the truth before the police department spins the story to protect themselves. She dispatches volunteers to find reporters and invite them to interview marchers while memories are fresh. She wants reporters to see the injured women and torn dresses. She wants them to hear first-hand accounts of violence. By evening, most participants have reached the assembly area. The total number of marchers exceeded 8,000. Thousands more spectators witnessed some part of the parade. The scale of the event matched Alice's vision. The chaos exceeded her worst fears. But in some strange way, the chaos may serve the cause better than smooth success would have. As darkness falls, women begin leaving for their accommodations. They walk in groups for safety. The city still feels dangerous after what happened today. You return to your boarding house sore and shaken. Your white dress is ruined beyond repair. Dirt stains the fabric. The hem is torn in 3 places. Your arms are bruised from being grabbed by strangers, but you completed the march. Nothing can take that away. You were part of history today, even if history felt more painful than glorious. That night, Alice holds an emergency meeting with her corps organisers back at headquarters. They discuss whether to file official complaints about the police failure. They debate the best strategy for publicising what happened. Someone suggests letting the matter drop to avoid more controversy. They worry that complaints will make suffragists look like troublemakers who caused their own problems. Alice rejects this immediately with a sharp gesture. The police department's incompetence or malice caused today's disaster. That fact must be documented and publicised relentlessly. If they stay silent, the police will claim everything went smoothly. They will say any problems were minor or exaggerated. Silence serves the opposition. She begins drafting letters to newspapers describing what happened. Her accounts are detailed and damning. She names officers who stood idle. She describes specific assaults witnessed by multiple marchers. The letters go out first thing the next morning to every major newspaper in the country. Meanwhile, Woodrow Wilson has arrived in Washington. His train reached Union Station while the suffrage procession was still trapped in chaos on Pennsylvania Avenue. Reportedly, Wilson asked where all the people were when he arrived. He expected crowds lining the route from the train station to his hotel. The inauguration weekend should draw thousands of well-wishers. Someone told him everyone went to watch the suffrage parade instead. The suffragists had stolen his audience. This anecdote may be apocryphal, invented by suffragists to make a point. but it captures the way Alice's strategy worked despite everything going wrong. The suffrage procession sees the spotlight on what should have been entirely about the incoming president. Even the violence served this purpose in its own terrible way. Wilson's arrival became secondary news. The parade disaster became the primary story. March 4th dawns grey and cold. Wilson's inauguration proceeds on schedule at the Capitol. The ceremony happens without incident. Wilson takes the oath of office and delivers his inaugural address to a large crowd. But newspapers across the country lead with stories about the suffrage procession disaster, not the inauguration. The parade violence dominates front pages from New York to San Francisco. The headlines express outrage in bold type. Violence against women marchers. Police failed to protect suffragists. Inauguration parade turns to mob scene. Thousands witness attacks on women. Photographs show the chaos better than words ever could. Images of women surrounded by hostile crowds appear on front pages everywhere. Pictures of torn dresses and frightened faces tell the story visually. One photograph shows Inez Milholland on her horse, surrounded by men pressing close. Her face shows determination mixed with concern. The image captures the day perfectly. Another photograph shows marchers being pushed and jostled while police officers stand in the background doing nothing. The officers in action is visible and damning. The visual evidence proves more powerful than any editorial could be. Readers see with their own eyes what happened on Pennsylvania Avenue. Some newspapers blame the marchers for causing trouble. These editorials argue that women brought violence on themselves by staging an inappropriate demonstration. They should have stayed home where they belonged. But most coverage condemns the police failure and crowd violence. Even papers that oppose suffrage admit the marchers deserved protection. American women have the right to peacefully assemble without being attacked. The story dominates news cycles for days. Every major newspaper runs multiple stories. Editorial pages debate what the violence means for American democracy. Alice reads every article and clips them for her files. She sits at a desk covered with newspapers from across the country. The negative coverage exceeds her expectations in the best possible way. She recognizes immediately that public sympathy has shifted dramatically. Before the parade, many Americans viewed suffragists as annoying radicals demanding something unreasonable. After the parade, many Americans view suffragists as victims of injustice deserving support. The violence backfired spectacularly on its perpetrators. Instead of silencing the suffrage movement, the attacks amplified its message and generated widespread sympathy. Congress announces hearings into the police department's handling of the parade. Several senators express outrage about what happened. They want to know why officers failed to maintain order on Pennsylvania Avenue. Alice immediately volunteers to testify. She's been preparing evidence since the day of the march. She has witness statements, photographs, correspondence with police officials, and detailed notes about specific failures. The hearings become front-page news themselves. The story continues generating coverage weeks after the parade. Senators question Police Superintendent Richard Sylvester aggressively about his department's actions. He offers weak excuses that satisfy no one. He claims his department lacks sufficient personnel, despite knowing weeks in advance about the parade. He suggests the crowd size was unexpected, even though Alice had publicly announced plans for thousands of marchers. He tries to blame the marchers for the chaos. If women had not staged such an elaborate parade, no problems would have occurred. This argument satisfies no one. The hearings become front-page news. Senators question the police superintendent aggressively. He offers weak excuses. He claims his department lacked sufficient personnel. He suggests the crowd size was unexpected. Then Alice takes the stand. She presents her correspondence with the police department showing she requested adequate protection weeks in advance. She details the superintendent's warnings that safety could not be guaranteed. She describes walking the parade route and seeing officers standing idle while marchers were attacked. Her testimony is precise and devastating. Other marchers testify about specific incidents. They describe being spat on, tripped, grabbed, and insulted. They name officers who refuse to help. The hearings last several days. By the end, the police department's reputation lies in ruins. The superintendent eventually loses his job. Several officers face disciplinary action. More importantly, the hearings keep the suffrage cause in newspapers for weeks. Donations pour into the National Suffrage Organization. Membership applications arrive daily. Women across the country want to join the movement. The parade was supposed to launch a new phase of suffrage activism. It succeeded beyond Alice's planning. She immediately begins organising the next demonstration. You meet with Alice several weeks after the parade. She has agreed to discuss her thinking about the event. Her office remains cluttered with newspapers and correspondence. She works constantly despite obvious exhaustion. Alice explains that the parade's chaos actually served the cause in ways a peaceful march could not have. If everything had gone smoothly, newspapers might have covered the event briefly before moving on. The violence made the story impossible to ignore. She never wanted marchers to be hurt, but she understood that opposition would reveal itself. The key was ensuring that revelation happened publicly with journalists watching. This strategic thinking comes from her time in England. British suffragettes deliberately provoked confrontations to expose government brutality. Alice adapted these tactics for American conditions. She created a scenario where the establishment could either respect women's rights or show its true colours. The Washington police chose to show their true colours. Now suffragists could point to concrete evidence of institutional hostility rather than abstract complaints about inequality. This evidence persuaded moderate Americans who previously dismissed suffrage demands. Alice also understood the power of visual spectacle. The parade featured beautiful costumes, dramatic floats, and thousands of women marching in white. These images photographed well and created emotional impact. Even people who opposed suffrage could admire the organisational achievement and the marchers' courage. The combination of beauty and violence created unforgettable contrast. Newspapers juxtaposed images of dignified women in white dresses with images of hostile mobs. The visual argument needed no caption. Alice credits the marchers themselves for the parade's success. They maintained dignity under attack. They completed the route despite every obstacle. Their bravery turned a logistical disaster into a moral victory. In the months following the parade, suffrage organisations across America adopt more militant tactics. Local groups stage their own demonstrations. They organise pickets at government buildings. The movement gains momentum. Alice becomes a national figure. Her name appears regularly in newspapers. She receives speaking invitations from across the country. She uses this platform to push for a constitutional amendment guaranteeing women's voting rights. This goal will take 7 more years of activism to achieve. But the 1913 parade marks a turning point. It proved that suffragists could command national attention. It showed that women could organise massive events. It demonstrated that the opposition had no convincing arguments, only violence. Most importantly, it inspired thousands of women to join the fight. The years following the 1913 parade bring both progress and frustration. Some states grant women voting rights through local amendments. Others hold referendums that fail. The patchwork of laws creates confusion and inequality. Alice focuses on federal action. She believes only a constitutional amendment can guarantee universal suffrage. This strategy puts her at odds with other suffrage leaders who prefer state-by-state campaigns. The movement splinters over tactics and personalities. Alice forms a new organisation called the National Woman's Party. It pursues more confrontational methods than the older suffrage groups. The National Woman's Party stages pickets at the White House. Members stand silently holding banners demanding voting rights. At first, authorities tolerate the pickets. Then America enters World War I. Suddenly, protesters criticising the president seem unpatriotic. Police begin arresting picketers for blocking sidewalks. Alice gets arrested multiple times. She serves jail sentences in harsh conditions. While imprisoned, she goes on hunger strike to protest her treatment. Prison officials respond by force-feeding her through a tube. The brutality mirrors what happened to British suffragettes years earlier. News of the force-feeding creates public outrage. Many Americans who oppose suffrage tactics now question whether the government is overreacting. Again, government violence works in favour of the suffrage cause. By 1918, momentum shifts decisively. The House of Representatives passes a constitutional amendment granting women voting rights. The Senate initially rejects it. But pressure builds after the war ends. President Wilson changes his position and endorses suffrage. His support proves crucial in convincing reluctant senators. In June 1919, Congress finally approves the 19th Amendment. It goes to state legislatures for ratification. The ratification process takes another year. Each state legislature must vote separately. Suffrage organisations mount intensive lobbying campaigns in every state. They host rallies, write editorials, and meet with legislators. One by one, states ratify the amendment. Tennessee becomes the 36th state to ratify in August 1920. That vote provides the necessary 3/4 majority. The 19th Amendment becomes part of the Constitution. After more than 70 years of activism, American women finally gain voting rights nationwide. Alice is 35 years old when the amendment passes. She has spent nearly a decade focused entirely on this goal. The victory feels both triumphant and incomplete. Many women still face barriers to voting because of race or literacy requirements. Native American women in some states cannot vote until the 1940s. The struggle for true universal suffrage will continue for decades. But the 19th Amendment represents enormous progress. 26 million women gain political rights they lacked before. Elections immediately begin looking different. Candidates must appeal to women voters. New issues gain attention. The transformation happens gradually but unmistakably. The 1913 suffrage procession becomes one of the most famous protests in American history. Photographs from that day appear in textbooks and documentaries. The image of women in white dresses facing hostile crowds represents the broader struggle for equality. Alice Paul's role as organiser establishes her reputation as a brilliant strategist. She understood how to use spectacle, media and confrontation to advance political goals. Her tactics influenced later activists fighting for civil rights, labour rights and peace. The parade also revealed dynamics that remain relevant today. It showed how public space becomes contested territory when marginalised groups claim it for political purposes. It demonstrated that respectability politics only go so far. The marchers dressed beautifully and behaved impeccably, yet still faced violence. It proved that documentation matters. Without photographs and congressional testimony, the police failure might have been forgotten or disputed. These lessons echo through subsequent movements. Modern Americans sometimes forget how recently women gained voting rights. The 19th Amendment passed only a century ago. Many women alive today had grandmothers who could not vote. The brevity of that timeline matters. Political rights that feel fundamental are actually quite new. The 1913 parade helps anchor that history. It provides a specific moment when abstract demands became visible action. You can still walk the parade route today. Pennsylvania Avenue looks different now with new buildings and changed traffic patterns. But the essential geography remains. The Capitol at one end, the White House at the other, that symbolic mile and a half between the legislative and executive branches. Alice Paul chose that route deliberately. She wanted to march directly through the centre of American power. She wanted to force the country to watch women claiming political equality. On March 3rd, 1913, she succeeded. The parade was chaotic and dangerous. It was also transformative. Those hours of struggle on Pennsylvania Avenue changed the trajectory of American democracy. You lie in bed now thinking about those women in white dresses. They woke up on March 3rd, 1913, nervous and excited. They put on their costumes and travelled to the Capitol. They had no idea what would happen. Some thought the day would be triumphant. Others worried about disruptions. None of them could have predicted the exact chaos they would face. But they marched anyway. That courage seems both distant and immediate. Distant, because the world of 1913 differs so completely from today. Immediate, because courage always feels current. You imagine standing in that crowd of marchers. You feel the cold March air. You hear the bands playing. You see the banners waving overhead. Then the crowd presses closer. The insults start. The police stand back and watch. You have to decide whether to keep walking. Every woman in that parade made that decision dozens of times. They chose forward motion despite fear and discomfort. Their persistence created political change that endures. American women vote now because of March 3rd, 1913, and 1,000 other days of activism. The parade was a single spectacular moment in a much longer campaign. But spectacular moments matter. They crystallize meaning and inspire action. Alice Paul understood this instinctively. She created theatre that forced attention and revealed truth. The hostile crowd thought they were defending tradition. They were actually exposing injustice. The marchers thought they were demanding voting rights. They were actually demonstrating courage that would inspire generations. History happens in layers. The surface events lead to consequences no one fully predicts. You drift towards sleep thinking about Pennsylvania Avenue on that March afternoon. The sun slanting between buildings, the banners snapping in the wind, the sound of thousands of footsteps on pavement. Somewhere in that crowd, someone just like you kept walking despite everything. She reached the Treasury building exhausted and transformed. The parade changed her as much as it changed the country. That transformation continues rippling forward through time. You carry it with you now as your breathing slows and your thoughts soften. March 3rd, 1913 recedes into comfortable distance. The date becomes part of history where it belongs, but the courage remains always present, always available when needed, always worth remembering as you fall asleep. The candlelight flickers across worn pages in a Philadelphia study, sometime in the winter of 1775. You can almost smell the leather bindings and lamp oil, feel the chill creeping through window panes despite the fire crackling in the hearth. In homes like this throughout the colonies, educated men, and more women than history often credits, are reading themselves into revolution, and their favourite authors have been dead for nearly 2 millennia. You might find this curious at first. Here are people planning a government for a new world, surrounded by forests their European ancestors never imagined, preparing to create something unprecedented in modern history. Yet they're thumbing through Latin texts, scribbling marginal notes beside passages about Roman consuls and tribunes, and memorising the speeches Cicero delivered in a forum that crumbled into ruins centuries before Columbus sailed. The thing is, Latin wasn't just some academic exercise for these colonists. It was their common language of learning, the key that unlocked what they considered the greatest political wisdom ever recorded. Boys in colonial grammar schools conjugated Latin verbs before they turned 10. By adolescence, they were translating Virgil and Livy, absorbing not just grammar but entire worldviews. When John Adams wanted to insult someone in his diary, he did it in Latin. When Thomas Jefferson designed Monticello, he sketched Roman proportions. The ancient world wasn't distant to these people. It was practically their second home. Consider what their libraries actually contained. You'd find Plutarch's Lives, those parallel biographies comparing Greek and Roman heroes, teaching moral lessons through historical example. You'd discover Polybius explaining Rome's mixed constitution, Tacitus warning about imperial corruption, and Sallust describing how luxury destroyed republican virtue. These weren't decorative volumes gathering dust. They were dog-eared, underlined, quoted in letters and pamphlets, and referenced in tavern debates. The colonists read these works with a peculiar intensity because they recognised something in Rome's story that resonated with their own situation. Rome had started as a small city-state, overthrown a king, established a republic, expanded through a combination of military prowess and political innovation, then watched it all collapse into dictatorship. The parallels to their own world weren't subtle. Britain was their Rome, powerful, far-reaching and increasingly tyrannical. They were trying to decide whether to remain provinces in someone else's empire or risk everything to become a republic of their own. But here's where it gets interesting, where the real depth of their classical education shows through. They didn't just cherry-pick the inspiring bits about Roman glory. They studied the failures with equal attention, perhaps even more. They wanted to understand exactly how a republic dies, what signs to watch for and which mistakes prove fatal. It's rather like studying plane crashes to learn how to fly safely. Morbid perhaps, but tremendously practical. Benjamin Franklin, who loved a good quip almost as much as he loved a good experiment, once joked that the classical education he received was the most useless and the most valuable thing he'd ever acquired. Useless for business, certainly. No Roman ever needed to understand electrical current or printing presses, but valuable for thinking about power, liberty, corruption, and human nature. Those topics, Franklin noted, didn't change much across the centuries. You can picture these founders in their studies, candles burning low, comparing notes between ancient texts and current newspapers. A passage from Cato about land reform might sit beside a pamphlet about colonial taxation. Cicero's warnings about demagogues might be read alongside reports of Parliament's latest overreach. They were building a mental map, charting the territory between liberty and tyranny using Rome as their primary reference point. The women of this era deserve mention here, even though convention kept most of their learning private. Abigail Adams read Virgil in Latin, discussed Cato with her husband, and peppered her letters with classical references. Mercy Otis Warren wrote plays satirising British officials using Roman historical parallels. These weren't anomalies. Educated colonial women had access to the same classical texts as their fathers and brothers, and they used that knowledge to participate in revolutionary debates, if often from the margins. What strikes you, reading their correspondence, is how naturally they move between ancient and modern examples. Jefferson might mention Cicero and George III in the same sentence, as if they were contemporaries. Adams could compare the Massachusetts legislature to the Roman Senate without a hint of irony. The past wasn't dead to them. It was a living resource, a guidebook, and a warning system. This classical obsession also shaped how they saw themselves. When they looked in the mirror, they didn't see merchants and farmers and lawyers playing at politics. They saw potential Cincinnatus figures, citizen soldiers who might leave their ploughs to save the Republic, then return to private life when duty was done. They saw themselves as possible Catos, defending liberty with stern virtue. They worried they might become Caesars, seduced by power into tyranny. The classics gave them not just ideas but identities, roles to play in the drama they were staging. And like any good actors, they'd studied their parts thoroughly, memorised their lines, and learned from previous productions. The difference was that this performance would be conducted with real muskets and genuine bloodshed, with actual liberty hanging in the balance. As you drift deeper into this historical moment, imagine the weight of that responsibility. These weren't just scholars dabbling in political theory for entertainment. They were preparing to bet everything, their lives, their fortunes, their sacred honour, as they'd later write, on principles extracted from ancient books. If they got it wrong, they'd hang as traitors. If they got it right, they might just create something worthy of comparison to Rome itself. The irony wasn't lost on them. They were rebelling against a king by studying a civilization that eventually embraced emperors. They were fighting for liberty using examples from a society built on slavery. They were praising Roman virtue while reading about Roman vice. But perhaps that's exactly why their classical education proved so valuable. It taught them to think in paradoxes, to recognise that human societies are complex and contradictory, and that good institutions can produce bad outcomes and vice versa. The concept of a republic meant something specific and almost sacred to the founders, and they learned its definition from Rome's example. Not a democracy, mind you. They distrusted pure democracy and considered it mob rule dressed in philosophical clothes. A republic was different, more structured, and more carefully balanced. It was government by law rather than by the whims of kings or crowds, and Rome had shown them exactly how such a system could function. Picture the Roman Forum in its glory days, around the 2nd century before Christ. You'd see magistrates conducting business under open colonnades, citizens gathering to hear debates, and temples dedicated to civic virtues like concord and good faith. The physical space itself was designed to remind everyone that public affairs mattered more than private interests. The founders loved this idea, that architecture and urban planning could reinforce political values. When they imagined their own republic, they saw something similar. Public buildings would be grand but not gaudy, inspiring civic pride without descending into monarchical ostentation. The capital would sit on a hill, like Roman temples. Government offices would feature classical columns and Latin inscriptions. Even the names of new cities would echo Rome, Syracuse, Troy, and Rome itself scattered across New York State and Cincinnati in Ohio. But the substance mattered more than the symbols, and here Rome offered them a detailed blueprint. The Roman Republic featured elected magistrates serving limited terms, a senate providing continuity and wisdom, assemblies giving citizens a voice, and a system of checks ensuring no single person or group could dominate. It wasn't democracy in the Greek sense. where every citizen voted on every issue. It was representative government, where citizens chose leaders who then made decisions on their behalf. This model appealed to the founders for practical reasons. They were governing territories far larger than any ancient city-state. Direct democracy across such distances was impossible with 18th century communication technology. But Rome had managed to govern a massive republic through representatives, and they could do the same. Citizens would elect congressmen and senators, who would meet in a central location to deliberate and legislate, just as Roman magistrates once gathered in the forum. The Roman concept of mixed government particularly fascinated them. Polybius had described Rome's constitution as perfectly balanced between monarchical elements, the consuls, aristocratic elements, the Senate, and democratic elements, the assemblies. Each checked the others, preventing any from becoming tyrannical. The founders recognized genius in this arrangement and tried to recreate it, the presidency providing energy and decisiveness, the Senate offering stability and long-term thinking, and the House of Representatives ensuring popular control. They also borrowed Rome's deep suspicion of concentrating power in one person's hands. The Romans elected 2 consuls annually, each able to veto the other, ensuring no single leader could dominate. The founders couldn't quite stomach 2 presidents, but they fragmented executive power in other ways, requiring Senate approval for appointments and treaties, giving Congress control of the purse strings, and establishing an independent judiciary. Like the Romans, they assumed anyone given too much power would eventually abuse it. This assumption about human nature came straight from Roman historians. Reading Sallust or Tacitus, you encountered a rather bleak view of humanity. People were ambitious, greedy, and prone to corruption. Give them power without constraints and they'd turn into tyrants. Give them wealth without responsibility and they'd grow decadent. The only solution was institutional checks, laws that operated independent of virtue, and systems that assumed the worst about human nature and planned accordingly. Yet paradoxically, the Romans also believed republics required virtue to survive. Laws alone weren't enough. Citizens needed to possess certain qualities: devotion to the common good over private interest, willingness to sacrifice for the republic, stern self-discipline, and respect for law and custom. Without these virtues, the best constitution would eventually fail. With them, even imperfect systems could endure. The founders inherited this tension and never quite resolved it. They designed a government assuming people were scoundrels, then worried constantly about whether Americans possessed sufficient virtue to make it work. They read Roman moralists lecturing about the decline of ancient values, and they saw similar decay around them: luxury imported from Britain, debt, faction, and the pursuit of private wealth over public service. Would America prove different, or were they doomed to repeat Rome's trajectory from republic to empire? This question haunted them, kept them awake at night, and filled their private letters with anxiety. But it also drove them to take the experiment seriously, to study Roman precedents with obsessive attention to detail. They wanted to understand exactly what worked and what failed, which institutions proved resilient and which collapsed under pressure. Take the Roman Senate as an example. The founders admired its role as a stabilizing force, a body of experienced men providing continuity across generations, but they also recognized its flaws: how it became increasingly dominated by wealthy families, how it eventually lost touch with ordinary citizens, and how it proved unable to prevent civil wars when ambitious generals decided to seize power. So they tried to design a Senate that captured the benefits while avoiding the pitfalls: smaller than Rome's, more directly connected to states, and balanced against a more democratic house. The Roman practice of limited terms also impressed them deeply. Consuls served 1 year, then stepped aside. Dictators appointed during emergencies were supposed to relinquish power within 6 months. This constant circulation of leadership prevented anyone from becoming indispensable and reminded officials they were servants rather than masters. Washington's decision to retire after 2 terms consciously echoed this Roman tradition, particularly the legend of Cincinnatus, leaving his plough to save Rome, then returning to farming when the crisis passed. Yet they also recognised that Rome's term limits eventually failed to prevent tyranny. Ambitious men simply accumulated informal power, military loyalty, popular support, wealth, that trumped formal constitutional constraints. Julius Caesar never needed to abolish the consulship. He just made it irrelevant by commanding legions personally loyal to him. The founders tried to prevent this by fragmenting military command, making the president commander-in-chief but requiring Congress to fund and regulate the military, hoping to avoid the Roman problem of generals becoming more powerful than governments. As you consider these borrowings and adaptations, you might notice a pattern. The founders were simultaneously awed by Rome and terrified of repeating its mistakes. Every institution they admired came with a cautionary tale attached. The Senate, brilliant but oligarchic. The consuls, energetic but potentially tyrannical. The assemblies, democratic but prone to demagoguery. Their solution was to take Roman ideas and modify them, hoping to preserve the good while preventing the bad. This required tremendous confidence and equally tremendous humility. Confidence that they could improve on Rome, creating a republic that wouldn't decay and collapse. Humility that they needed Rome's lessons at all, that they couldn't simply invent good government from scratch using pure reason. The combination produced something genuinely new. A republic consciously designed using historical precedent, learning from failure, and trying to build institutions that could survive human weakness and ambition. The word Senate itself comes directly from Latin. Senatus, derived from senex, meaning old man or elder. The Romans believed wisdom came with age and experience, and that a body of older, established men could provide judgment and stability that younger, more passionate assemblies might lack. The American founders generally agreed, though they worried about creating an aristocracy by accident. Walking through their thinking about the Senate, you encounter fascinating contradictions. They wanted it to be prestigious but not aristocratic, deliberative but not obstructionist, stable but not permanent, and wise but not detached from popular sentiment. Balancing these tensions required careful institutional design, and they looked to Rome for guidance on what worked and what didn't. The Roman Senate began as an advisory council to the kings, supposedly founded by Romulus himself. After the kings were expelled, the Senate became the Republic's most powerful institution, not because it held direct legal authority over legislation, which technically rested with the assemblies, but because it commanded such prestige and respect that its recommendations carried the force of law. Senators served for life, wore distinctive togas with purple borders, and sat in a special section at public games. The phrase Senatus Populusque Romanus, the Senate and people of Rome, appeared on every military standard, acknowledging the Senate as co-equal with the citizenry. This tremendous prestige appealed to the founders, but also worried them. They'd just fought a revolution against aristocracy. Creating a legislative body that resembled the House of Lords seemed like backsliding toward monarchy. Yet they also recognised that purely democratic assemblies could be impulsive, short-sighted, and swayed by demagogues. Some counterbalancing force seemed necessary, and the Roman Senate offered a model for how to provide it without creating a formal aristocracy. Their solution was typically clever: make the Senate prestigious through its structure and powers, rather than through hereditary membership. Senators would serve longer terms than representatives, giving them independence from momentary popular passions. They'd represent entire states rather than local districts, encouraging broader perspectives. They'd have exclusive powers over treaties and appointments, requiring judgment and discretion. But they'd also be elected, removable, and accountable to state legislatures. Prestige without permanence, dignity without hereditary privilege. The Roman practice of senatorial debate particularly influenced their thinking. Roman senators discussed policy in an organised fashion, senior members speaking first, juniors listening and learning, and everyone expected to explain their reasoning in detail. Votes weren't held until all who wished to speak had done so. The process took time, prevented rash decisions, and forced senators to articulate principles rather than just expressing preferences. The founders loved this deliberative quality and tried to recreate it through Senate rules, requiring extended debate. Of course, Roman Senate debates could also be theatrical performances. Cato the Younger once filibustered by talking until nightfall, knowing that Senate sessions ended at sunset. Cicero's speeches against Catiline became legendary examples of political oratory. The line between deliberation and grandstanding was always fuzzy, as it remains in modern senates. But the founders considered even the grandstanding useful. Better that ambitious politicians compete through eloquence rather than violence, that they seek glory through persuasion rather than force. The Roman Senate's role in foreign policy seemed particularly worth copying. Rome's Senate managed diplomacy, decided questions of war and peace, and ratified treaties with other states. Individual magistrates might lead armies or conduct negotiations, but the Senate provided oversight and approved final agreements. This division of labour prevented any single leader from committing Rome to foreign entanglements without broader approval. The American founders tried to recreate this arrangement. The president would negotiate treaties and command military forces, but the Senate would approve treaties and Congress would declare war. No single person could drag the nation into conflict or commitment without legislative agreement. It was very Roman, fragmenting power to prevent its abuse, requiring cooperation between institutions before major decisions became final. They also borrowed the Roman concept of senatorial advice and consent for appointments. Roman consuls nominated subordinate magistrates, but the Senate had to approve them. This gave the Senate influence over administration without directly controlling it, and allowed them to check executive power without paralysing government. The American Senate received similar powers, confirming judges, ambassadors and cabinet members, turning appointments into collaborative decisions between branches. Yet they were acutely aware of Roman Senate failures. By the late Republic, Rome's Senate had become deeply corrupt, with seats effectively inherited by a few dozen families who treated government as private property. Senators ignored the common good, pursuing family interests and personal enrichment instead. The Senate's prestige remained, but its legitimacy eroded, setting the stage for strongmen who could claim to represent the people against a decadent aristocracy. This possibility terrified the founders. They'd created a Senate to provide stability and wisdom, but what if it became an oligarchy? What if wealth and family connections mattered more than merit? What if senators forgot they were servants of the public and became a self-perpetuating elite? The Roman example suggested these weren't hypothetical concerns, but real dangers that had destroyed previous republics. Their main safeguard was election. Unlike Roman senators appointed for life, American senators would face regular accountability. State legislatures could remove them, ensuring they remained responsive to broader political currents. This wouldn't prevent wealth and family from mattering. The founders were realistic about political advantages. But it would prevent the Senate from becoming completely detached from popular control. They also designed the Senate to be smaller than Rome's, more manageable and less prone to factional chaos. Rome's Senate eventually swelled to 600 members, far too large for genuine deliberation. American senators would number only 2 per state, creating a body small enough for real discussion and large enough for diverse viewpoints. Every senator would matter, and every voice could potentially influence outcomes, preventing the domination by inner circles that plagued Rome's later Senate. The physical space of the Senate mattered too. Roman senators met in various buildings around the Forum, but most famously in the Curia, a relatively modest structure that emphasized equality among members. No senator sat higher than another. All were arranged in a semicircle facing each other. The founders liked this egalitarian arrangement and rejected more hierarchical designs. The Senate chamber would facilitate discussion among equals, not lectures from superiors to subordinates. As you picture these early senators gathering in their new chamber, imagine them conscious of playing roles in a drama that had unfolded before. They'd read about famous Roman senators, Cato's integrity, Cicero's eloquence, and Scipio's wisdom. They knew how the story eventually ended, with the Senate becoming irrelevant as emperors accumulated all real power. Their challenge was to take the institution's best features, while avoiding its ultimate failure, to create a Senate that could remain vital and legitimate for centuries rather than decades. The Romans had a term, virtues, that meant far more than our modern word virtue. It encompassed courage, excellence, manliness in the best sense, devotion to duty, and placing the Republic's welfare above personal interest. Roman heroes were men who embodied virtues, and Roman history was full of examples meant to inspire and instruct future generations. The founders absorbed these stories like gospel. They knew about Horatius defending the bridge single-handedly against an Etruscan army. They'd read how Cincinnatus left his plough to save Rome, then returned to farming rather than seizing power. They memorized Cato's speeches against corruption, Scipio's magnanimity toward defeated enemies, and Regulus keeping his word even when it meant certain death. These weren't just entertaining tales, they were blueprints for proper behaviour, examples of what citizenship should look like. This emphasis on virtue created a fundamental tension in American political thought. On one hand, the founders designed a government assuming people were selfish and ambitious, that institutions needed to channel vice toward productive ends through checks and balances. On the other hand, they believed no republic could survive without virtuous citizens, that laws alone couldn't sustain free government if people became thoroughly corrupt. The solution they hoped for was education. If you taught citizens about Roman examples of virtue, if you made them memorize Plutarch's biographies and Cicero's speeches, if you surrounded them with classical architecture and Latin inscriptions, maybe you could cultivate the civic spirit necessary for republican government. Virtue might not be natural, but perhaps it could be learned through the right combination of example and instruction. The Romans themselves had worried constantly about declining virtue. Their historians blamed every political crisis on moral decay, contrasting degenerate modern Romans with virtuous ancestors who supposedly lived simply, fought bravely, and cared only for Rome's glory. This narrative of decline from a golden age appears again and again in Roman literature. Sallust lamenting luxury's corrupting influence, Juvenal satirizing decadence, and Cato delivering stern lectures about the good old days. Modern historians suspect these golden ages were largely mythical, that Romans were never quite as virtuous as their descendants imagined. But the myth itself mattered enormously. It provided a standard against which to measure current behaviour, a constant reminder that wealth and power could corrupt, and that citizens needed to actively resist temptation and maintain republican values. The founders inherited this anxiety about corruption, and made it central to their political thinking. They worried that Americans were already too commercial, too focused on private gain, and insufficiently devoted to the common good. They fretted about luxury goods imported from Britain, debt accumulation, and the pursuit of fashion and status. These seemed like symptoms of the same moral decay that destroyed Rome, warning signs that needed to be heeded before it was too late. Benjamin Franklin captured this concern in his famous observation that the Constitution created a republic if you can keep it. The implication was clear. Good institutions weren't enough. Sustaining a republic required constant vigilance, active virtue, and citizens willing to sacrifice personal interest for public welfare. Without that spirit, the best designed government would eventually fail. What did civic virtue actually mean in practice? The Romans provided detailed examples. It meant serving in public office when called, even if you'd rather pursue private business. It meant speaking truth in political debates, even when lies might be more profitable. It meant accepting election losses gracefully rather than tearing down the system. It meant paying taxes honestly, obeying laws you disagreed with, and volunteering for military service during emergencies. Above all, it meant recognizing that you were part of a larger community, with claims on your loyalty that superseded individual desires. This was a demanding standard, frankly almost impossible to maintain consistently. The Romans themselves struggled with it, which is partly why their history fascinated the founders. Roman literature is full of tension between private desire and public duty, between personal ambition and republican obligation. Even their greatest heroes had flaws. Scipio faced corruption charges, Cicero could be vain and vacillating, and Cato's rigidity sometimes made problems worse. But they tried, and their trying mattered. The founders particularly admired Romans who refused power when they could have seized it. Cincinnatus became their ultimate model, a man given dictatorial authority during an emergency who used it effectively, then voluntarily surrendered it and returned to private life. Washington consciously modelled himself on this example, retiring after 2 terms when he could easily have served for life. The message was that truly virtuous leaders didn't cling to power, that republican government required people capable of stepping aside. Yet the founders were also realistic about human nature in ways that complicated their virtue rhetoric. They knew most people, most of the time, would pursue self-interest. They designed a government assuming officials would be ambitious, citizens would be selfish, and factions would compete for advantage. The Constitution's genius lay partly in harnessing these vices, making ambition check ambition, as Madison wrote, forcing self-interested groups to negotiate and compromise rather than dominate. This created an odd system that simultaneously assumed the worst about people and demanded the best from them. The structures assumed vice, but the system's survival required virtue. If everyone behaved purely selfishly, the constitutional machinery might function mechanically, but wouldn't sustain genuine republican government. Some critical mass of citizens needed to care about the common good, to vote for the nation's welfare rather than just their own, and to honour laws and norms even when breaking them might be profitable. The Romans provided numerous warnings about what happened when virtue disappeared entirely. The late Republic descended into chaos partly because ambitious men stopped respecting constitutional norms, started using bribery and violence to gain advantage, and put personal and factional interests above Rome's welfare. Men like Marius and Sulla broke precedents, marched armies on Rome and purged opponents. They succeeded because enough citizens had stopped caring about the Republic, had become cynical about politics, and were willing to support whoever promised them benefits. This cycle terrified the founders because it seemed nearly inevitable. Prosperity led to luxury, luxury to soft living and corruption, corruption to political decay to civil war, and eventually tyranny. Rome had followed this path. Greece before Rome had traced similar trajectories. Was America doomed to repeat the pattern, or could knowledge of history help them avoid it? Their hope lay partly in America's circumstances. Rome grew rich through conquest, accumulating vast wealth that corrupted citizens and created enormous inequality. America had land instead, enough that most white men could own property and achieve economic independence. Maybe widespread property ownership would sustain virtue by giving citizens a stake in society's welfare, preventing the concentration of wealth that destroyed Rome. This vision was optimistic, perhaps too optimistic, and it ignored obvious problems. What about people without property? What about slaves? And what about women? But it gave the founders hope that America might escape Rome's fate, that republican virtue might prove sustainable under the right conditions. They clung to this hope while simultaneously designing institutions that assumed it might fail. If the Roman Republic's rise inspired the founders, its fall haunted them. They studied the collapse with the intensity of detectives examining a crime scene, looking for the exact moment things went wrong, the precise mistakes that could have been avoided, and the warnings they needed to heed in their republic. The story they constructed went something like this. Rome began as a small but virtuous city-state, expelled its kings, and established a republic based on law and civic virtue. Through discipline and courage, Rome expanded across Italy, then the Mediterranean becoming the ancient world's dominant power. But success bred problems. Conquest brought wealth, wealth brought luxury, luxury corrupted virtue, corruption undermined republican institutions, and eventually ambitious strongmen seized power, transforming the republic into an empire. Modern historians would complicate this narrative considerably, pointing out that Rome's republic was never quite as virtuous as later Romans imagined, that the seeds of imperial power existed from the beginning, and that the republic's collapse involved complex economic and social forces beyond simple moral decay. But the founders worked with Roman sources, Sallust, Livy, Plutarch and Tacitus, who told a morality tale about virtue lost and tyranny gained. One lesson they drew was about military power. Rome's armies initially consisted of citizen soldiers, farmers who fought for the Republic during campaigning season, then returned to their fields. These men supposedly had real stakes in Rome's welfare, fought for home and family rather than plunder, and returned peacefully to civilian life after wars ended. The system worked brilliantly for local Italian conflicts, but proved inadequate for distant conquests requiring years-long campaigns. The solution was professional armies, soldiers who made military service their career, spending years away from Italy in places like Gaul or Syria, becoming more loyal to generals who paid them than to the Senate back in Rome. This military professionalization eventually destroyed the Republic because generals commanded personal armies capable of marching on Rome itself. Marius did it, Sulla did it, and eventually Caesar crossed the Rubicon with his legions and the Republic effectively ended. The founders tried hard to prevent this scenario. They distrusted standing armies, preferring citizen militias serving temporarily during emergencies. They made the president commander-in-chief to prevent generals from gaining independent political power. They required Congress to approve military funding, giving civilian authorities control over armed forces. They tried to recreate Rome's early military system while avoiding its later corruption. Another warning came from Rome's treatment of allies and provinces. As Rome expanded, it accumulated territories governed by proconsuls and promagistrates, who served far from Rome with minimal oversight. These governors often behaved like tyrants in their provinces, extracting wealth through taxation and corruption, and governing through force rather than consent. The provinces enriched Rome but also corrupted its politics, as wealth flowed back to fund electoral campaigns and bribe voters. The founders saw Britain treating American colonies exactly this way, as territories to be exploited for the mother country's benefit, governed by officials appointed from London and taxed without representation. They'd experienced provincial status and hated it, which made them suspicious of empire and territorial expansion. Their republican ideals suggested that free government required relatively compact territories where citizens could participate meaningfully in politics, not vast empires governed from distant capitals. Yet they also recognized practical problems with this ideal. America was already too large for classical republican models, and it would only grow larger. How could you maintain a republican government across continental distances? The Romans had tried and failed. Their republic worked for a city-state but collapsed under imperial expansion. Could America avoid the same fate? Or was geographic size simply incompatible with republican government? The rise of demagogues in late republican Rome provided another cautionary tale. As Rome's political system became more competitive and corrupt, ambitious politicians learned they could gain power by appealing directly to common citizens over the heads of the Senate and established authorities. The Gracchi brothers pioneered this approach, proposing land reform and grain subsidies that made them popular with ordinary Romans but threatened wealthy landowners. Their careers ended in violence. Both were killed by political opponents, but they established a template for future politicians. Later figures like Clodius, and eventually Caesar himself, used similar tactics, positioning themselves as champions of the people against a corrupt aristocracy. They weren't entirely wrong. The Senate had become oligarchic and self-serving, but their solutions led to mob violence, constitutional breakdown, and eventually dictatorship. The pattern suggested that demagogues thrived when political systems became unresponsive to legitimate grievances, that populism flourished in failed republics. The founders tried to prevent demagoguery through several mechanisms. The Electoral College would filter popular passion through educated intermediaries. Senators chosen by state legislatures rather than direct election would be insulated from momentary popular pressures. Long terms for presidents and senators would give officials independence from day-to-day political winds. The goal was to create space for deliberation, preventing pure democracy from descending into mob rule. Yet they also recognised that filtering popular will too effectively could recreate the Roman Senate's detachment from ordinary citizens, potentially generating the same resentment that empowered demagogues in the first place. The balance was delicate, responsive enough to prevent alienation, filtered enough to prevent demagoguery. They weren't sure they'd gotten it right. The role of wealth in corrupting politics particularly worried them. Late Republican Rome saw enormous fortunes accumulated through conquest and provincial exploitation. Wealthy men like Crassus could literally buy elections, funding candidates who would serve their interests. Cicero's letters reveal how expensive Roman politics had become, how much it cost to bribe voters, hire gangs to intimidate opponents, and stage lavish games to win popularity. Politics became a pursuit for the very rich, or those willing to go deeply into debt. This obviously undermined Republican ideals. If only the wealthy could compete for office, if elections were essentially auctions rather than genuine choices, then popular sovereignty would become a fiction. The founders tried to prevent this through various means. Relatively modest salaries for office holders, short terms limiting the benefits of corruption, and geographic distribution of power, making it harder to buy elections everywhere simultaneously. But they knew wealth would always influence politics, and worried whether their safeguards would prove sufficient. The personality cult around Julius Caesar provided perhaps the most sobering warning. Caesar was brilliant, a gifted general, talented writer, and charismatic politician. But he also destroyed the Republic by refusing to accept constitutional limits on his ambition. When the Senate ordered him to disband his armies and return to Rome as a private citizen, he crossed the Rubicon with his legions instead, starting a civil war. His justification was that his enemies were corrupt and that he was defending the people against aristocratic oppression. Maybe he even believed it. But the result was dictatorship, however benevolent Caesar claimed to be. The Republic effectively died when Caesar's armies entered Rome, even though the forms of republican government continued for decades. The lesson was clear. Even talented, popular leaders could destroy free government if they prioritized personal power over constitutional order. No amount of charisma or claimed good intentions justified breaking the rules. Washington understood this perfectly, which is why his voluntary retirement mattered so much. He could have become America's Caesar, staying in power until death. Instead, he consciously chose the Cincinnatus model, stepping aside to prove that Republican government didn't depend on any individual, that institutions mattered more than personalities. It was a deliberately anti-Caesarian gesture, meant to establish precedent for peaceful transitions of power. The founders also noticed how quickly Rome transitioned from republic to empire once the precedents were broken. Caesar's assassination didn't restore the republic. It led to more civil wars, eventually won by his adopted son Augustus, who established himself as emperor while maintaining republican forms. Augustus was careful to preserve the appearance of republican government, claiming to be merely the first citizen rather than a monarch. But everyone knew the reality. Real power lay with the emperor. The Senate became decorative, and elections became meaningless. This suggested to the founders that constitutional breakdowns might be irreversible. Once norms were violated, precedents broken, and power seized through force rather than law, restoring genuine republican government might prove impossible. The surviving institutions would be hollow shells, maintained for appearance while real authority resided elsewhere. It's better to prevent the initial breakdown than try to recover afterward. You might think symbols are just decoration, pleasant aesthetic choices without deeper significance. The founders thought otherwise, and Rome taught them that visual language could reinforce political principles, and that architecture and imagery could shape how citizens understood their government and themselves. Walk through Washington, D.C., and you're essentially touring a Roman theme park. The Capitol building sits on a hill, echoing the placement of Roman temples on the Capitoline. Its dome recalls the Pantheon. Columns everywhere, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, reproduce Roman proportions. The Supreme Court looks like a temple to justice. The Lincoln Memorial positions America's great emancipator as a seated figure resembling Jupiter, surrounded by the language of his speeches carved into marble like Roman inscriptions. None of this was accidental. The founders and their successors deliberately chose classical architecture to make political statements. They wanted buildings that conveyed republican virtue, civic dignity, and democratic participation in governance. Roman architecture seemed perfect for this purpose. Grand without being monarchical, impressive without being oppressive, and suggesting permanence and stability without hereditary privilege. Thomas Jefferson led this architectural revolution, designing Monticello and the University of Virginia using strict classical proportions, promoting Roman revival style for public buildings, and arguing that architecture should educate citizens about republican values. He believed that living and working in classically inspired buildings would remind Americans of their connection to ancient republican ideals, and that beauty could serve political purposes. The Roman practice of putting civic buildings around public spaces also influenced American urban planning. The Forum had been Rome's political and commercial heart, a space where citizens gathered to conduct business, hear speeches, witness trials, and participate in public life. Jefferson imagined similar spaces in American cities, greens or squares surrounded by government buildings, markets and churches, creating architectural encouragement for civic engagement. State capitals copied this model, placing legislative chambers, executive offices and courts around central squares or lawns, making government literally visible and accessible to citizens. The symbolism was deliberate. Government existed among the people, not above them, and the architecture should reflect that principle. Even town halls in small communities often featured columns and classical details, connecting local governance to broader republican traditions. The imagery on American currency and seals drew heavily from Roman sources. The Great Seal features an eagle, Rome's sacred bird, clutching arrows and an olive branch like Roman military standards. E pluribus unum, out of many, one, comes from a Latin phrase. Early coins featured classical profiles and Roman lettering, deliberately evoking ancient precedents for the new republic's legitimacy. This borrowing extended to naming practices. The Senate, obviously. The Capitol building. The fact that government buildings house chambers where representatives meet. All Roman terminology. Even the title president derives from the Latin praesidere, meaning to sit before or preside over, suggesting leadership without monarchical pretension. They could have chosen governor or director, or invented something entirely new, but president carried the right classical connotations. Roman military symbolism appeared everywhere. The eagle became America's national bird just as it had been Rome's. The phrase semper fidelis, always faithful, became the Marine Corps motto, directly lifted from Roman legionary standards. Military decorations featured Roman imagery, wreaths, eagles, and classical figures representing victory or liberty. The message was that American military forces fought for republican ideals, not for conquest or imperial expansion. But the founders weren't just copying Roman aesthetics mindlessly. They were adapting and modifying, taking elements that supported republican values while rejecting those that suggested empire or tyranny. They admired Roman temples but built churches instead, separating religious and civic architecture. They appreciated Roman triumphal arches but generally avoided building them, not wanting to glorify military conquest. They liked Roman portraiture, but rejected the cult of personality that developed around emperors. The Roman practice of erecting statues of great citizens in public spaces did appeal to them, though with modifications. Rome filled its forums with bronze and marble figures of distinguished senators, generals and magistrates, creating a gallery of worthy examples. The founders saw educational value in this, surrounding citizens with visual reminders of virtuous behaviour, making heroes literally present in public space. So they started commissioning statues and monuments to revolutionary heroes and early presidents. But they tried to avoid the excessive veneration that characterised Roman imperial cults. Washington got his monuments, but they emphasised his voluntary retirement rather than his military victories, his republican virtue rather than personal glory. The sculptures presented him as a citizen leader, not a god-emperor. Interior decoration of government buildings reinforced classical themes. Murals depicted scenes from Roman history alongside American events, drawing explicit parallels. Cornucopias symbolising abundance, faces representing authority, and liberty caps modelled on those given to freed Roman slaves, all appeared in government buildings' decorative schemes, creating visual vocabularies connecting American and Roman republicanism. Even the practice of delivering speeches from elevated platforms echoed Roman oratory traditions. The rostrum in the forum, decorated with ship's prows from naval victories, gave its name to modern rostrums and podiums. Speakers addressing Congress or state legislatures stood at elevated positions, just as Roman orators once addressed citizens from the forum's rostra, the arrangement suggesting that eloquence and persuasion should determine political outcomes rather than violence or manipulation. The founders also appreciated Roman attention to civic ritual and ceremony. Rome had elaborate procedures for inaugurating magistrates, opening legislative sessions, and conducting public business. These rituals served practical purposes, establishing order, solemnizing important occasions, and reminding participants of their responsibilities. The American government adopted similar practices, creating inauguration ceremonies, formal procedures for legislative sessions, and ritualized ways of conducting public business. These weren't empty formalities. They were pedagogical tools, teaching citizens and officials how to behave in a republic, what values mattered, and what traditions deserved respect. When a president placed his hand on a Bible and swore to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, the ritual connected him to predecessors and successors, embedding him in an ongoing tradition larger than any individual. The language of American political discourse borrowed Roman rhetorical techniques and imagery. Politicians referenced classical examples in speeches, assumed audiences would understand allusions to Cato or Cincinnatus, and used Latin phrases to convey authority and learning. This wasn't just showing off, it was creating a common cultural vocabulary, shared reference points that facilitated political debate and gave it intellectual depth. You can see this most clearly in the Federalist Papers, where Hamilton, Madison and Jay wrote under the pseudonym Publius, naming themselves after one of Rome's founders. Their arguments referenced classical precedents constantly, assuming readers were familiar with Roman history and political theory. The entire project of ratifying the Constitution was conducted in language saturated with classical imagery and examples. Roman law represented one of civilization's great intellectual achievements, a systematic written legal code that attempted to govern behaviour through reason and precedent rather than arbitrary power. The founders, many of them lawyers, studied Roman legal principles intensively and incorporated numerous concepts into American jurisprudence. The Romans distinguished between different types of law in ways that influenced American legal thinking. Natural law, principles supposedly universal and eternal, discoverable through reason. Civil law, rules specific to particular societies, varying by location and culture. The law of nations, principles governing interactions between different peoples. American legal theory borrowed this framework, particularly the notion that some rights existed independent of government creation, and that natural law superseded human legislation. This became crucial for revolutionary justification. When the colonists declared independence, they needed to explain why they could legitimately rebel against their lawful government. The answer came partly from natural law theory derived from Roman sources. Certain rights were inherent and inalienable. Governments that violated those rights lost legitimacy, and citizens possessed the right to alter or abolish tyrannical governments. Natural law provided the philosophical foundation for revolution. The Roman concept of written law particularly appealed to the founders. Before written codes, law had existed as custom and tradition, known to priests and aristocrats, but often mysterious to ordinary citizens. The 12 tables, posted in the Forum around 450 BC, made Roman law public and accessible, allowing citizens to know what rules governed them. This transparency seemed essential for republican government. How could citizens obey laws they didn't know, or hold officials accountable for enforcing laws they couldn't understand? The American Constitution and Bill of Rights followed this principle. Written, public, and accessible to anyone who could read. These were Roman ideals applied to American circumstances. The Constitution wasn't secret knowledge held by a ruling class, but a public document that any citizen could consult, understand, and invoke. Making law visible made it enforceable by popular opinion, not just official action. Roman legal procedures also influenced American practice. The right to face your accuser, to present a defense, to have charges proved rather than assumed. These came from Roman legal traditions. The Romans developed sophisticated procedures for trials, distinguishing between different types of cases, establishing rules of evidence, and creating appeals processes. Their legal system wasn't perfect. It discriminated between citizens and non-citizens, free and enslaved, and male and female. But it represented a serious attempt to govern through law rather than whim. The Roman distinction between public and private law helped shape American legal categories. Public law governed relations between citizens and the state. Criminal law, constitutional law, and administrative regulations. Private law governed relations between citizens, contracts, property, inheritance, and torts. Roman jurisprudence had developed sophisticated theories about both domains, which influenced how American lawyers and judges thought about legal problems. The concept of legal precedent also had Roman roots. Roman jurisprudence believed that previous decisions should guide current ones, that consistency mattered in legal interpretation, and that the law should develop organically through accumulated wisdom rather than constant revolution. The common law tradition, which Americans inherited from Britain but which itself drew on Roman sources, made precedent central to legal reasoning. Courts should decide similar cases similarly, building a coherent body of law over time. This created tension with another Roman principle, that laws should adapt to changing circumstances. The Romans developed flexible interpretation techniques, allowing ancient laws to remain relevant in new situations. They distinguished between the letter and spirit of law, between strict construction and equitable interpretation. American legal thought inherited this tension between stability and flexibility, between following precedent and adapting to change. The founders were particularly impressed by Roman attention to limiting government power through law. Roman magistrates possessed considerable authority, but they exercised it under legal constraints. Consuls couldn't execute citizens without trial. Tribunes could veto legislation but only through established procedures. Even dictators appointed during emergencies operated under legal limitations, 6-month terms, specific mandates, and accountability after their terms ended. The principle was that law governed everyone, including those who made and enforced it. No one stood above the law, not magistrates, not generals, not even the Senate. This ideal often failed in practice, especially during the late Republic when powerful individuals increasingly ignored legal constraints. But the principle remained important, and the founders tried to embody it in American constitutionalism. They created numerous mechanisms to ensure law-bounded power. Written constitutions established fundamental rules that ordinary legislation couldn't override. Separation of powers prevented any single institution from controlling law's creation, interpretation, and enforcement. Judicial review allowed courts to strike down unconstitutional actions. Regular elections gave citizens the power to remove officials who violated legal norms. Impeachment provided a mechanism for removing officials who committed serious legal violations. All of these drew inspiration from Roman examples and Roman failures. The Romans had tried to limit power through law, but ultimately failed to prevent ambitious individuals from seizing dictatorial authority. The founders studied those failures and tried to design systems that would prove more resilient, that wouldn't depend entirely on virtuous behaviour, but would create structures making tyranny difficult to achieve and maintain. The Roman practice of codifying laws also influenced American legal development. The Romans eventually compiled their accumulated legal wisdom into comprehensive codes, most famously the Corpus Juris Civilis, compiled under Justinian in the 6th century AD, long after the Republic's fall. While too late to directly influence Republican Rome, these compilations preserved Roman legal principles for later civilizations and demonstrated the value of systematic legal organization. American states began codifying their laws following similar principles, gathering scattered legislation into organized codes, making legal research easier, and ensuring consistency and clarity. The process reflected Roman influence both in the goal of systematization and in specific legal concepts borrowed from Roman sources. The Romans created a sophisticated concept of citizenship that profoundly influenced how the founders thought about membership in a political community. Roman citizenship wasn't simply residence in a territory or subjection to a ruler. It was a legal status carrying specific rights and responsibilities, something that could be earned, granted, or inherited, but always meaningful and consequential. Citizens in Rome possessed the right to vote in assemblies, to hold public office, to make legal contracts, to marry other citizens, and to appeal magistrates' decisions. They also bore responsibilities: military service, jury duty, obeying laws, and paying taxes. Citizenship created a reciprocal relationship between individual and republic, a bundle of privileges and obligations that defined what it meant to be Roman. This framework appealed to the founders because it suggested citizenship could be active and participatory rather than passive and subject-based. British subjects owed allegiance to the crown, receiving protection in return but possessing limited rights to participate in governance. Roman citizens were active members of a political community with recognised roles in its operation. The difference seemed crucial for republican government. The Roman practice of extending citizenship to conquered peoples particularly interested the founders. Rome's expansion succeeded partly because it offered citizenship to allies and former enemies, incorporating them into the Republic rather than simply ruling them as subjects. This allowed Rome to tap into vast human resources while creating loyalty among diverse populations. By the late Republic, citizenship had spread far beyond the city of Rome itself, encompassing Italy and eventually territories throughout the Mediterranean. The founders faced similar questions about expansion and inclusion. As America grew, who would count as American? How would new territories be incorporated? The Roman example suggested that republican government could extend across large territories if citizenship expanded along with territory, if new populations received genuine incorporation rather than colonial subordination. This influenced decisions to create processes for territories to become states, and for new states to enter the Union as equals rather than dependencies. Of course, both Romans and Americans excluded many people from citizenship. Rome denied it to slaves, to most women, and to barbarians beyond its borders. America restricted citizenship based on race, enslaving millions while proclaiming liberty and denying rights to women, indigenous peoples, and various immigrant groups. The gap between republican ideals and actual practice was enormous in both societies, but the ideal mattered, creating pressure for expansion of rights over time. Roman citizenship gradually expanded, eventually encompassing nearly everyone within the empire by the 3rd century AD. American citizenship followed a similar trajectory, initially restricted to white men, slowly expanding through constitutional amendments and legislation to include previously excluded groups. The process continues, showing that republican ideals contain within themselves pressure toward greater inclusion. The Roman concept of civic duty particularly influenced the founders. Romans believed citizens owed active service to the republic, whether through military service, holding office, serving on juries, or simply participating in public life. Citizenship wasn't just rights to be enjoyed, but responsibilities to be fulfilled. A good citizen didn't just vote when convenient. They stayed informed, participated in debates, served when called, and prioritised the public good. This created tension with emerging commercial society, where private pursuits often conflicted with public service. The Romans had faced this problem as their society became wealthier and more complex. Early Romans supposedly dropped everything to serve the Republic when needed. Cincinnatus leaving his plough became the archetype. Later Romans increasingly hired substitutes for military service, avoided jury duty, and treated politics as a spectator sport rather than a participatory activity. The founders worried America would follow this trajectory, that prosperity would undermine civic participation, and that citizens would become passive consumers of government rather than active participants. They tried to encourage participation through various means: relatively easy access to voting, frequent elections, local governance giving citizens regular opportunities to engage, and civic education emphasizing responsibilities alongside rights. The Roman practice of ostracism, exiling citizens deemed dangerous to the Republic, sparked debate among the founders. Was this a useful tool for protecting democracy, allowing citizens to remove potential tyrants before they seized power? Or was it dangerous majoritarianism, allowing crowds to punish unpopular individuals without due process? The founders generally rejected ostracism's American adoption, preferring legal mechanisms for dealing with dangerous officials, but the Roman example showed how seriously ancient republicans took threats to their government. They did embrace the Roman idea that citizenship required education. Romans believed citizens needed training to fulfill civic roles competently, understanding law, rhetoric, history, and philosophy. Without education, citizens couldn't judge political claims, recognize demagoguery, or make informed decisions. The founders agreed, promoting public education as essential for republican government, arguing that ignorant citizens couldn't sustain free institutions. This commitment to civic education explains their emphasis on classical learning. Studying Roman history taught citizenship's requirements, provided examples of good and bad civic behaviour, and illustrated how republics succeeded and failed. Latin instruction trained minds in logical thinking and precise expression. Reading classical texts exposed students to sophisticated political arguments and moral reasoning. The whole classical curriculum served republican purposes, creating educated citizens capable of self-governance. The Roman practice of public debate and oratory also shaped American civic culture. Romans expected citizens to speak publicly, to argue political positions, and to participate in deliberative processes. The forum wasn't just where magistrates spoke, it was where citizens gathered to debate, persuade, and be persuaded. Eloquence mattered, because republics operated through persuasion rather than force, because changing minds through argument was how free societies made decisions. American town meetings and legislative debates borrowed this Roman tradition. Citizens were supposed to speak up, make their case, listen to opposing views, and reach conclusions through discussion rather than dictation. This required courage, preparation, and willingness to engage across disagreements, exactly the virtues Romans had cultivated through rhetorical education and public participation. While the founders drew heavily from Roman examples, they weren't mindless copyists. They adapted Roman ideas to American circumstances, combining classical precedents with Enlightenment philosophy, British constitutional traditions, and their own political innovations. Understanding how they modified Roman models reveals their creativity and independence. The most obvious adaptation was federalism. Rome had no equivalent to the American system of divided sovereignty between national and state governments. The Roman Republic was unitary. All power theoretically flowed from Rome, even as it granted considerable autonomy to allies and provinces. The founders created something different, a government where power was genuinely divided between levels, where states retained sovereignty while ceding specific powers to the national government. This innovation addressed a problem the Romans never solved: how to govern large territories while maintaining republican government. Rome's solution was initially informal alliances, later provincial administration by appointed governors. Neither model preserved republican principles across expansion. American federalism tried to square this circle by creating multiple republican governments at different levels, each handling appropriate scales of governance. The Electoral College represented another innovation without direct Roman precedent. The Romans elected magistrates through assemblies, with various systems for organising votes and counting ballots. None resembled the American system of electors chosen by states to select the president. The founders created this mechanism partly from federalist principles, states choosing the president rather than a national popular vote, and partly from republican distrust of pure democracy. The explicit separation of powers also differed from Roman practice. Rome separated functions to some degree. Magistrates executed laws, the Senate advised on policy, and assemblies legislated. But these weren't truly independent branches with constitutional authority to check each other. Roman officials derived power from the same source, the Roman people, and ultimately the system depended on norms and customs rather than explicit institutional barriers. The American Constitution created something more rigid and formal: 3 genuinely independent branches, each with constitutional authority over its domain, each able to check the others through specified mechanisms. This was Montesquieu's influence combined with Roman inspiration, taking the principle of divided power and systematizing it beyond anything Rome attempted. Judicial review, the power of courts to strike down unconstitutional legislation, had no Roman equivalent. Roman courts existed but didn't possess the authority to invalidate laws. The founders created judicial review as an additional check on legislative and executive power, reasoning that someone needed to police constitutional boundaries. The courts seemed like logical choices, independent, trained in legal interpretation, and removed from direct political pressures. This innovation proved hugely consequential, eventually making courts central to American governance in ways the founders might not have fully anticipated. But it reflected their willingness to go beyond Roman precedent when they saw the need for additional safeguards against tyranny. The Bill of Rights also represented innovation beyond Roman precedent. Rome had no equivalent document explicitly listing protected rights and prohibiting the government from violating them. Romans believed in certain liberties, but these existed as customs and precedents rather than written guarantees. The American decision to enumerate rights in constitutional amendments reflected Enlightenment influence and distrust of implicit protections. The founders' approach to military organisation combined Roman ideals with practical adaptations. They wanted citizen soldiers like early Rome, but recognised that modern warfare sometimes required professional forces. Their solution was a small standing army supplemented by state militias, attempting to get Roman benefits of citizen military service while maintaining capability for national defence. This compromise didn't fully satisfy anyone but represented a creative adaptation of classical principles to modern circumstances. They also modified Roman approaches to territorial expansion. Rome expanded through conquest, incorporating new territories as provinces with varying degrees of autonomy. The founders created a process for territories to become equal states, ensuring expansion wouldn't create a two-tier system of core states and peripheral colonies. This preserved republican equality across geographic growth in ways Rome never managed. The American approach to slavery reveals both Roman influence and significant differences. Rome's economy depended heavily on slave labour, and Roman law developed sophisticated regulations governing slavery, while never seriously questioning the institution's legitimacy. The founders inherited similar dependence and similar legal frameworks, yet many also felt deep discomfort with slavery's contradiction of republican principles. The resulting compromises were morally indefensible, but reflected genuine tension between inherited practices and professed ideals. The process for amending the constitution represented another innovation. The Romans modified their constitutional order through precedent and practice, occasionally through explicit legislation, but had no formal amendment process allowing systematic constitutional change while maintaining legal continuity. The founders created Article 5's amendment mechanism precisely to allow peaceful constitutional evolution, preventing the breakdown that occurred when Roman constitutional order became too rigid to adapt peacefully to changed circumstances. They also formalised much that Romans left informal. Roman political practices often depended on custom and tradition, what the Romans called mos maiorum, the way of the ancestors. This worked while people respected those customs, but provided no defence when ambitious individuals decided to ignore tradition. The founders tried to formalise as much as possible in written law, reducing dependence on informal norms and creating enforceable rules. Yet they recognised that written law couldn't govern everything, that republics would always depend partly on unwritten norms and conventions. Washington's retirement set a precedent for peaceful power transitions, even in the absence of legal requirements. The development of political parties, not mentioned in the Constitution, became central to governance through practice. American constitutionalism combined written law with unwritten convention, trying to get the benefits of both Roman approaches. The founders' willingness to innovate while drawing from tradition shows sophisticated political thinking. They weren't antiquarians trying to recreate Rome in America. They were republicans learning from Rome's successes and failures, taking useful principles while adapting them to different circumstances and combining classical wisdom with modern innovation. The result was something genuinely new, an explicitly designed republic, learning from history, trying to avoid historical patterns of decay while preserving time-tested principles. As you begin drifting towards sleep, consider what endured from this Roman-American connection. The founders' classical obsession shaped American political culture in ways that persist centuries later. You can still see it in the architecture of government buildings, hear it in political rhetoric, and find it embedded in constitutional structures and legal principles. The idea that citizens should be educated about history and government to participate competently, that's a Roman inheritance via the founders. The belief that virtue matters for republican government, that free societies require certain character qualities from citizens, Roman, filtered through American experience. The founders tried to embody in practice the Roman ideals of no one being above the law and the need for constitutional limits on power. Even the anxieties are Roman, worries about corruption, decline of civic spirit, concentration of wealth undermining equality, military power threatening civilian control, and demagogues manipulating public opinion. The founders inherited these concerns from Roman sources and passed them down to later generations. Americans still debate the same tensions between liberty and order, between individual rights and common good, and between stability and change that preoccupied both Romans and the founding generation. The architectural legacy remains perhaps the most visible. Walk through any American city, and you'll encounter Roman revival buildings housing government offices, libraries, museums, and banks. The style became America's unofficial official architecture, expressing republican aspirations in marble and stone. It's so ubiquitous that you barely notice it, but that pervasiveness reflects how deeply Roman aesthetics penetrated American political culture. The legal legacy runs deeper if less visibly. American law school students still learn Latin terms, habeas corpus, stare decisis, and amicus curiae. These aren't just decorative phrases, but concepts central to American jurisprudence, imported from Roman law through centuries of European development. The entire structure of legal reasoning, precedent, appeals, rules of evidence, owes debts to Roman jurisprudence that the founders recognized and preserved. Political language remains saturated with Roman imagery and examples. Politicians still invoke Cincinnatus when praising leaders who voluntarily relinquish power. Warnings about Caesarism appear whenever people worry about presidential overreach. The Senate's name alone constantly reminds Americans of classical connections, even though most senators probably couldn't quote Cicero these days. The founders' faith in education as a foundation for citizenship persists, even if the classical curriculum they championed has largely disappeared. Few Americans now read Plutarch or study Latin, but the principle that informed citizens are necessary for free government remains widely accepted. The specific content changed. Civics classes replaced classical languages, but the underlying commitment to preparing citizens for self-governance continues. The tension between optimism and anxiety that characterized the founders' relationship with Roman precedent also endures. Americans remained simultaneously confident in their republic's strength and worried about its fragility, believing in American exceptionalism while fearing American decline. This productive anxiety, inherited from Roman historical consciousness, keeps questions of civic virtue and constitutional stability perpetually relevant rather than comfortably settled. Perhaps most significantly, the founders established the principle that political systems should learn from history and that institutional design could incorporate lessons from past failures and successes. This sounds obvious, but wasn't inevitable. They could have believed each society must discover political truths for itself, that historical examples were irrelevant to modern circumstances. Instead, they demonstrated that thoughtful engagement with history could inform political practice, that studying how previous republics succeeded and failed could help new republics avoid similar mistakes. This historical consciousness shaped American political development in countless ways. When later generations faced constitutional crises, they looked to the founders just as the founders looked to Rome. When arguments arose about constitutional interpretation, both sides claimed to understand the founders' original intentions, much as Romans claimed to understand their ancestors' customs. The layering of historical reference upon reference created a political culture obsessed with precedent and continuity, even while adapting to constant change. The irony, of course, is that Rome's republic eventually failed and transformed into an empire. The founders knew this, feared it, and designed their system to prevent it, yet couldn't eliminate the possibility. America's subsequent history included imperial expansion, massive growth in executive power, development of a permanent military establishment, and enormous wealth inequality. Precisely the developments that undermined Rome's republic. Whether these represent American exceptionalism successfully adapting republican government to modern circumstances or gradual decline toward Roman patterns remains debated. But the fact that Americans still debate these questions, still reference Rome and the founders, and still worry about virtue and corruption suggests the intellectual legacy endures. The founders gave America not just a constitution, but a way of thinking about politics grounded in historical awareness and republican ideals. That inheritance, for better and worse, shapes American political culture to this day. As your eyes grow heavy, you might reflect that this conversation between ancient and modern, between Rome and America, continues. Every generation inherits the founders' questions about how to sustain free government, maintain civic virtue, and balance liberty and order. Every generation must answer anew, drawing on historical wisdom while adapting to contemporary circumstances. That's the pattern the founders established, learning from the past while creating something new, respecting precedent while innovating freely. The Roman influence on American founding wasn't about slavish imitation, but creative adaptation, taking time-tested principles and modifying them for new contexts. The founders studied Rome intensively, not to recreate it, but to learn from it, to understand what worked and what failed, and to avoid its mistakes while preserving its wisdom. That balance between learning from history and transcending it represents their greatest achievement, creating something genuinely novel while remaining grounded in accumulated political wisdom. So when you see a government building with classical columns, or hear about senatorial debates, or encounter Latin phrases in legal documents, remember you're witnessing the founders' classical inheritance still shaping American life. Rome fell 2,000 years ago, but its influence on American political culture persists through the founders' deep engagement with classical precedent. They built a bridge between ancient and modern, creating a republic that drew inspiration from Rome's glory while learning from its tragedy, and that bridge remained standing, connecting past and present in ongoing political conversation. You're standing on the Mongolian steppe, and the first thing that strikes you isn't the silence, it's the wind. It moves across these grasslands like water over stone, constant and patient, carrying with it the smell of wild thyme and the distant promise of rain. The grass itself stretches in every direction, a sea of green and gold that ripples in waves when the wind picks up, and you realise quickly that this landscape doesn't just surround you, it consumes you, makes you small, and teaches you that survival here means reading the land the way others read books. The sky overhead is impossibly blue, the kind of blue that makes you understand why these people would later call it the eternal blue sky. Their primary deity, their witness to every oath and promise. In summer, the sun hammers down with an intensity that makes the air shimmer above the distant hills, turning everything beyond a certain distance into wavering mirages. In winter, that same sky turns hard and pale, and the cold descends with a cruelty that can kill a person in hours if they're caught unprepared, freezing fingers and toes before you even realise you're in danger. You notice the herds first, horses mostly, moving in loose groups across the grassland, their coats shaggy and thick, built for this climate's extremes. These aren't the sleek, refined animals you might picture from later centuries. These are sturdy creatures, barrel-chested and short-legged, capable of surviving on whatever tough grass pokes through the snow, capable of travelling 50 miles in a day without complaint. Near them, sheep cluster in tighter groups, their wool thick and oily, providing protection against weather that would kill lesser breeds. The occasional camel stands apart, chewing thoughtfully, looking vaguely offended by everything, as camels do. The camps themselves are temporary constellations scattered across this ocean of grass. You approach one now, and the smell of smoke becomes specific. Burning argol, dried dung that serves as the primary fuel source out here where trees are rare luxuries. It's not an unpleasant smell, earthy and practical, mixed with the scent of boiling meat and fermented mare's milk. The gyrs, felt-covered lattice structures that others would later call yurts, sit in rough circles, their doors always facing south to catch the sun and avoid the north wind that brings the worst weather. Inside a gyr, the world contracts to something manageable, almost cosy. The felt walls, several layers thick, trap warmth from a central hearth, where a fire burns low and steady. The lattice framework creates a satisfying geometric pattern, and everything has its place. Weapons and saddles on the western side, cooking implements near the door, and the family's treasured possessions arranged around the back wall opposite the entrance. The floor is covered with felt and furs, and the air smells of smoke, wool, and whatever's cooking in the pot suspended over the fire. You're learning the rhythm of steppe life, and it's tied entirely to the animals and the seasons. Spring means following the herds to fresh grazing, watching for the births of new foals and lambs, and moving camp every few weeks as the animals exhaust the grass in one area. The work is constant during these months, assisting difficult births, protecting newborns from predators, and keeping track of which animals belong to which families in the communal herding arrangements that characterize steppe society. A good spring can set a family up for prosperity. A bad one, where disease strikes the herds or weather kills the young, can mean poverty or worse. Summer brings the easiest living, abundant grass, warm days, and time for the great gatherings where clans would meet, arrange marriages, settle disputes, race horses, and wrestle. You attend one of these summer gatherings, and it's part festival, part political convention, and part market. Young men compete in archery contests, their arrows flying toward distant targets with accuracy that seems impossible. Wrestlers grapple in competitions that draw huge crowds, the winners gaining prestige that will follow them for years. Horse races cover distances that would exhaust animals bred for speed rather than endurance, and the victorious riders become local celebrities, their horses sought after for breeding. Between the competitions, serious business gets conducted. Elders meet in council, discussing grazing rights, resolving feuds that have simmered since the previous gathering, and arranging marriages between families to cement alliances or heal rifts. Young people circle each other with the careful choreography of potential courtship, chaperoned but given enough freedom to assess whether they might suit each other. Merchants set up temporary stalls, offering goods that can't be made on the steppe. Metal tools, Chinese silk, grain and tea for those who can afford such luxuries. Autumn means preparing for winter, and the work becomes frantic. Meat must be preserved, dried, smoked, or sometimes buried in the permafrost in northern regions where the ground stays frozen even in summer. Felt gets made from wool, the fibres pounded and worked until they mat together into material that will keep wind and cold at bay. Every piece of equipment gets inspected and repaired. Saddles, bridles, tent frames, and the 100 small items that might seem unimportant until they break in the middle of winter and can't be replaced. Women work on clothing, stitching new garments and repairing old ones, adding layers of insulation that will mean the difference between comfort and frostbite. Winter means hunkering down in more sheltered valleys, keeping the herds alive through the coldest months, and surviving on preserved foods and the milk from animals hardy enough to still produce in the cold. The work doesn't stop. Animals still need to be moved to whatever grazing can be found, sometimes requiring you to break through ice on ponds so they can drink, always watching for signs of weakness or disease that might signal an animal won't survive. To spring. Inside the jers, crafts get practiced, making rope from horsehair, carving wood, working leather, and teaching children the skills they'll need when they're old enough to contribute fully to the household's survival. The people you meet here move with an economy of motion born from necessity. There's no wasted effort when every calorie burned must be replaced by food that's never guaranteed. Children as young as 3 or 4 already sit confidently on horseback, learning balance before they learn to form complex sentences. By 6 or 7, they're helping herd animals, their small fingers already capable of the intricate work required to maintain equipment, repair tack, and perform the 100 small tasks that keep a nomadic household functioning. You notice the sounds that mark the hours here. Not bells or clocks, but the movement of animals, the changing quality of wind, and the calls that pass between herders watching their flocks. Someone shouts a warning about a wandering sheep, and the sound carries impossibly far across the open grassland, crisp and clear. Somewhere, a horse whinnies, and others answer. A conversation in a language older than words. At night, the sounds shift. Owls hunting, the occasional distant wolf, the settling noises of animals bedding down, and the low conversation of adults sitting around fires, their faces lit from below, making them look carved from copper and shadow. The night sky here is violent with stars, more than you've ever seen, more than seems possible. The Milky Way isn't a faint smudge, but a river of light cutting the heavens in half. You can see why these people developed such sophisticated understanding of celestial navigation, why their shamans could read meaning in the patterns overhead, and why travellers could orient themselves on moonless nights by learning the constellations as intimately as you know your own neighbourhood. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal dance, and you begin to understand why the Mongols saw the sky as a living presence, a witness to oaths and promises, something worthy of reverence. The shamans themselves are fascinating figures, operating at the intersection of medicine, psychology and spirituality. You watch one working, drumming himself into trance states, his consciousness supposedly travelling to the spirit world to negotiate with entities who control weather, health and fortune. Whether you believe in the spiritual mechanics or not, there's no denying the psychological impact of the way a good shaman can calm an anxious community, provide explanations for misfortune that make it bearable, and offer rituals that give people a sense of control over an otherwise unpredictable existence. This is the world that shaped the boy who would become Genghis Khan. A world where strength and skill determined survival, where alliances shifted like the grass in wind, and where a person's worth was measured in their ability to endure, to adapt, and to master the arts of riding, archery, and reading the subtle signs that meant the difference between life and death. It's a world that seems harsh from the outside, but you're beginning to understand its own particular beauty, the freedom in its vastness, and the clarity in its demands. There are no abstractions here, no philosophical debates about the nature of reality. Reality is the grass under your feet, the horse between your legs, the weather overhead, and the animals that mean survival or starvation. You're watching a boy, perhaps 9 years old, standing beside a frozen river in the depths of winter. His name is Temujin, and he's just watched his father die, poisoned by Tartars during what should have been a simple feast. The death itself was days ago, but you're seeing the aftermath now, the moment when his father's followers make a choice that will define the rest of his life. They're leaving. The decision makes a certain brutal sense. Temujin's father, Yasuge, was a minor chieftain, respected but not wealthy, and without his leadership, there's no reason for these families to stay attached to his widow and children. Resources on the steppe are finite and carefully calculated. Every mouth to feed is a genuine burden, and a widow with several young children and no powerful male protector represents a liability that most can't afford. So they pack their possessions onto their horses and carts and they leave, and you watch Temujin watching them go, his face revealing nothing, though he's surely calculating what this means. What it means is hunger. You follow the family through that first winter and it's a grinding, relentless thing. His mother, Holun, keeps them alive through sheer determination, digging for wild roots, catching fish in the summer months, hunting small game, and teaching her children the difference between edible and poisonous plants. They live in something barely qualifying as a jur, more of a lean-to constructed from whatever materials they could salvage, and you can see the physical toll on all of them. The way their faces grow gaunt, the way their movements become careful and economical, conserving energy. Helen herself is remarkable, a woman who refuses to break under circumstances that would destroy most people. You watch her maintaining discipline among her children, keeping them focused on survival rather than despair, teaching them skills while also instilling in them the belief that this poverty is temporary, that they come from noble lineage and will reclaim their position. It's part delusion, part determination, and entirely necessary. Without that belief, they might simply give up, might fail to put in the exhausting work required to survive another day. Temujin learns to fish with an intensity that suggests his life depends on it, which it does. You watch him standing knee-deep in an icy stream, completely still, waiting for the flicker of movement that signals a fish swimming near. When he strikes, it's with the speed of a hunting bird, his hands darting into the water, and more often than not he comes up empty, his fingers numb and useless from the cold. But sometimes he succeeds, and there's no celebration, just the quiet satisfaction of another meal secured, another day of survival guaranteed. The family hunts small game, marmots, rabbits, and occasionally birds. Temujin makes his own arrows, carving them from wood scavenged wherever he can find it, making points from bone or stone when metal is unavailable. His bow is simple, nothing like the sophisticated composite weapons that wealthy warriors carry, but it works well enough to bring down a rabbit at 20 paces, and that's all that matters. He becomes intimately familiar with the habits of every edible animal in the region, learning their tracks, their feeding patterns, and the times of day when they're most vulnerable. There are moments of genuine danger beyond starvation. Other families, some barely better off than Temujin's, see them as potential targets. Weak, unprotected, possessing what little they have. You witness an attempted raid one night, men approaching the family's miserable camp thinking it will be easy prey. They're wrong. Temujin and his brothers fight with the desperation of people who have nothing left to lose, and the would-be raiders retreat, leaving behind one of their own wounded. It's a small victory, but it teaches Temujin something important, that perceived weakness can be strategic, that enemies who underestimate you hand you an advantage. The family's horses get stolen one night, and you follow Temujin as he tracks the thieves across the grassland. He's maybe 14 now, gangly and still growing into his frame, but there's already something in his eyes that suggests he's done being pushed around. He tracks for 3 days, sleeping rough, eating nothing, and focused with the single-mindedness of someone who understands that those horses represent the difference between survival and slow starvation. When he finds them, he doesn't attack directly. He watches, waits, learns the patterns of the camp that's taken them, and then he simply walks in during the day when most of the men are out hunting and leads his horses away. The audacity of it makes you want to laugh, but he's not joking. He's already learned that sometimes the direct approach works precisely because no one expects it. On his way back, he encounters a young man named Bogyurchu, who sees what Temujin has done and is impressed enough to help him get the horses home safely. It's Temujin's first real ally since his father's death, and the two form a bond that will last decades. Bogyurchu comes from a relatively prosperous family, but he sees something in this desperate, determined teenager that makes him think following Temujin might lead somewhere interesting. You see him making his next significant alliance during this period, with Jamuka, another young man who would eventually become his greatest rival. For now, though, they're friends, bound by the traditional Mongolian practice of Anda, sworn brotherhood. They exchange gifts, the ritual simple but binding, and you watch them hunting together, racing horses, and learning the skills that will later make them both formidable warriors. There's genuine affection here, you think, but also calculation. Even at this age, Temujin understands the value of allies. The way survival on the steppe often depends on having people you can trust to watch your back. His relationship with his half-brother Begter deteriorates during these years. Resources are so scarce that even within the family, competition becomes vicious. The breaking point comes when Begter takes fish and game that Temujin and his full brother Kasar have caught, asserting the privileges of being the eldest. For most families, this would be a minor dispute, something resolved through parental intervention. But here, with survival hanging by a thread, it becomes something more serious. Temujin and Kasar kill Begter, shooting him with arrows, and their mother's rage when she discovers what they've done is terrible to witness. She calls them destroyers and predators, and compares them to monsters from legend. The guilt and shame of this moment will follow Temujin for the rest of his life, but he doesn't back down, doesn't apologize. He'd made a calculation about survival and loyalty, and he'd acted on it. The Taichud clan captures Temujin during his teenage years, seeing him as a potential threat or perhaps just exercising dominance over a weakened family. They place him in a kang, a wooden restraint worn around the neck that prevents lying down or reaching one's own head, and parade him around as a warning to others. You watch him endure this humiliation, his face impassive but his eyes constantly calculating, watching for opportunity. When it comes, during a celebration when his guards are drunk, he escapes, using the kang itself as a weapon to knock one guard unconscious, then hiding in a river, submerged except for his face, breathing through reeds while search parties pass. Overhead, a man named Sorgan Shira finds him during this escape, recognizes him, and makes the split-second decision to help rather than turn him in. He hides Temujin in a cart full of wool, and risks his own family's safety to protect this fugitive teenager. Later, Temujin will remember this kindness, will elevate Sorgan Shira's family, and will build a reputation for rewarding loyalty that becomes one of his most powerful recruiting tools. But in the moment, he's just a boy hiding in wool, heart-pounding, understanding that his life depends on the choices of strangers. His marriage to Berta is arranged when he's still young, a match organised by his father before his death. You're present when he finally brings her home to his meagre camp, travelling to her family's encampment to claim his bride. She's strong-willed and practical, exactly the kind of partner needed for this life, and you can see them establishing the patterns of their partnership. She manages the household with an efficiency that keeps them fed and warm, and he ranges farther, afield, building connections, gathering followers, and slowly accumulating the resources and reputation needed to become something more than a struggling orphan. Then the Murkets come. They raid the camp at dawn, and it's chaos. Shouting, the thunder of hooves, and Temujin making the split-second decision to flee with his mother and siblings rather than die in a pointless fight. They take Bertha, and you watch him ride away, and there's shame in it certainly, but also the cold pragmatism of someone who understands that dead men rescue no one. What happens next tells you everything about who he's becoming. He doesn't mourn, doesn't waste time on regret. Instead, he activates every alliance he's built, calls in every favour, goes to Togrul Khan, his father's old ally, and essentially says, "Help me get my wife back, and you'll have my loyalty." Togrul agrees, likely seeing opportunity in this. Intense young man who clearly knows how to inspire followers despite having nothing material to offer them. Together with Yamuka's warriors, they assemble a force large enough to strike back at the Murkets. Perhaps 20,000 men, a significant army by steppe standards. The raid succeeds. You watch them hit the Murket camp at dawn, returning the favour, and Temujin finds Bertha among the scattered Jers. She calls out his name, and the reunion is brief and functional. There's no time for emotion when you're in enemy territory. Only later, when they're safely away, does he allow himself to feel anything. And what he feels, you suspect, isn't just relief, but a kind of vindication. He's proven he can strike back, can organise a military operation, and can lead men into battle and bring them out victorious. Bertha gives birth months later to a son they name Yochi. There will always be quiet questions about the child's paternity. The math of conception makes the timeline ambiguous, but Temujin claims him as his own without hesitation, publicly and repeatedly. You understand that this too is part of his emerging character, the ability to choose loyalty over doubt, to decide what matters and then commit to it completely, and to refuse to let shame or uncertainty undermine what he's building. You're riding now, part of a Mongol warrior's daily routine, and the first thing you notice is that you never really stop moving. The horse beneath you has a rolling gait that covers ground efficiently, and you're learning to relax into it, to let your body move with the animal rather than against it. Your legs ache from the unfamiliar position, and your inner thighs are rubbed raw despite the protection of your deal, the traditional long robe that everyone wears. The Mongols around you sit their horses like they're extensions of their own bodies, comfortable whether walking, trotting or galloping across the grassland. Breakfast, when it comes, is eaten in the saddle. Dried meat, hard cheese made from compressed curds, perhaps some of the yogurt drinks they carry in leather flasks. There's no stopping for meals when you're travelling, no setting up elaborate camps for lunch. You eat what you can carry, and you keep moving, because distance covered equals safety, equals new grazing for the animals, equals whatever objective has set you in motion. The meat is tough enough to require extended chewing, which is probably good because it makes limited rations last longer and keeps your mouth occupied during the long hours of riding. The bow strap to your side is smaller than you expected, a recurved design that's asymmetric to accommodate shooting from horseback. The craftsmanship is extraordinary. Layers of wood, horn and sinew glued together with precise attention to grain direction and tensile properties, wrapped in birch bark to protect against moisture, requiring months to construct properly. During a break, not for the riders but to let the horses graze and drink from a stream, you watch warriors practicing, and the skill level is absurd. They shoot forward, backward and sideways, hanging off the sides of their horses, hitting targets while moving at full gallop. The secret, someone explains, is breathing with the horse's gait, releasing the arrow during that fraction of a second when all four hooves are off the ground and the horse is essentially floating, providing a momentarily stable platform. You learn about the remuda system. Each warrior travelling with multiple horses, sometimes 3 or 4, switching mounts every few hours to keep them fresh. It's why Mongol armies could cover distances that seemed impossible to their enemies. Why they could appear suddenly where no one expected them, strike, and vanish before reinforcements arrived. The horses themselves are hardy enough to survive on whatever forage they can find, requiring no grain, no special feeding, and capable of pouring through snow to reach grass when necessary. They're not fast compared to breeds developed for racing, but they're tireless, capable of maintaining a steady pace hour after hour, day after day. The warriors carry minimal personal gear, a few changes of clothing, their weapons, tools for maintaining equipment, and perhaps some personal items like a lucky charm or a small container of kumis. Everything must be light enough to be transported on horseback, and durable enough to survive the rigours of constant movement and extreme weather. You notice how well maintained everything is. Leather kept oiled, metal kept free of rust, and wood inspected regularly for cracks or weakness. A broken stirrup or frayed bowstring at the wrong moment can mean death, so maintenance isn't optional. It's a daily ritual performed with religious attention to detail. Camp that night is established with practiced efficiency. The jers go up in less than an hour, the lattice frames unfolding like wooden flowers. The felt covers lashed down against the wind with ropes weighted with stones. Inside, the fire is started with flint and steel, coaxed to life with dried grass and small twigs before the argol is added. The smoke finds its way out through the opening at the top, though enough lingers to make your eyes water until you learn to position yourself correctly, staying low where the air is clearer. Dinner is communal, the pot passed around, everyone eating from personal bowls carved from wood, or occasionally fashioned from leather sewn so tightly it holds liquid. The meat is mutton tonight, boiled with wild onions and whatever greens someone managed to gather during the day's travel. Perhaps some wild garlic or sorrel, plants that add flavour and provide nutrients often lacking in a meat-heavy diet. It's simple food, but after a day of riding it tastes perfect, warming you from the inside, restoring energy depleted by hours in the saddle. The fermented mare's milk, earug, gets passed around in a leather bag, and everyone takes a drink before passing it on. It's mildly alcoholic and tangy, an acquired taste that grows on you, providing calories, and a slight buzz that takes the edge off exhaustion. The bag goes around multiple times and the conversation flows with it. Stories and jokes, gossip about other clans, and speculation about weather and grazing conditions ahead. Someone tells a story about a particularly stupid sheep that wandered into a wolf den and somehow wandered back out unharmed, and the laughter that follows is genuine, the kind that comes from people who spend their days together and have developed their own rhythms of humour. You notice how disputes get settled, not immediately with violence, though violence is always an option held in reserve, but through discussion, consensus, and appealing to respected elders whose word carries weight. Someone accuses another of taking more than his fair share of the meat. There's a brief argument, voices raised, hands moving toward weapons. Then an older warrior intervenes, suggests they measure the portions, and points out that the accused has actually been eating less than his share for days. The tension deflates, the accuser apologises, and the matter is settled. It's not always this peaceful. You've heard stories of feuds that last generations, of murders committed over insults. But there's a genuine attempt to maintain cohesion within the group, because divided groups don't survive long on the steppe. You learn the hierarchy through observation. Age commands respect, but so does skill. The best archers, the finest horsemen, the warriors who've proven themselves in raids. These people have status regardless of birth. It's meritocratic in a way that might surprise you, though family connections certainly still matter, particularly when it comes to access to resources and opportunities to prove oneself. A talented young warrior from a poor family can rise, but a mediocre warrior from a powerful clan will still have advantages. The night watch gets organised, with warriors taking turns staying alert while others sleep. You're learning that raids are common enough that no camp is ever truly unguarded, that the price of carelessness can be waking up to find your horses gone, your possessions stolen, and your people scattered or dead. The steppe breeds a certain kind of vigilance, a low-grade awareness that never quite turns off. Even in sleep, you're subconsciously monitoring sounds, ready to wake at anything unusual, a horse's alarmed whinny, the sound of many hooves approaching, or the whistle that serves as a warning signal. Before sleep, there are small rituals, prayers to the eternal blue sky, offerings of mare's milk sprinkled on the ground, and acknowledgement of the spirits that inhabit this landscape. The shamans hold their own ceremonies, working themselves into trances with drums and chanting, communing with the spirits for guidance or healing. You watch one treating a sick child, performing what looks like mystical theatre. but might also involve genuine medicinal knowledge of herbs and remedies, the line between magic and medicine thoroughly blurred. The shaman chants, dances, and makes dramatic gestures, while also preparing a tea from plants he's gathered, and whether the healing comes from spiritual intervention or herbal medicine or the placebo effect of belief doesn't really matter if the child recovers. Sleep comes quickly out here, with a combination of physical exhaustion and the particular quality of darkness when you're far from any artificial light. You dream of horizons, of movement, of the rhythm of hoofbeats that's been pounding through your awareness all day. The dreams blend with half-waking moments when you shift position, adjust your furs against the cold, and hear the sounds of animals moving outside, guards changing shifts, and the night continuing its slow wheel toward dawn. When you wake before sunrise, roused by the quiet activity of people preparing for another day of travel, you understand a little better why these people were so formidable. They lived every day as practice for the kind of endurance and mobility that would later allow them to conquer half the known world. There was no separation between daily life and military preparedness. Every skill needed for survival was also a skill needed for warfare. The riding, the archery, the ability to endure hardship and maintain function, and the coordination developed through constant group movement, all of it translated directly into military capability. You're watching Temujin in his late 20s now, and something fundamental has shifted. The desperate orphan is gone, replaced by someone who moves through the political landscape of the steppe, like he's reading a map no one else can see. He's gathered followers, not through birth or inherited prestige, but through a combination of military success, strategic generosity, and an emerging reputation for fairness that makes people think maybe, just maybe, following him might lead somewhere interesting. His relationship with power is different from the traditional steppe model. Most chiefs inherit their position and rely on family connections and the loyalty of their clan. Temujin has had to build his following from scratch, which means everyone who follows him has made an active choice to do so. This creates a different dynamic. His followers are invested in his success in ways that hereditary subjects might not be, but they also feel entitled to share in rewards, to have their voices heard, and to receive the benefits they signed up for. His break with Yamuka comes gradually, then all at once. They're both attracting followers and building power bases, and the steppe isn't really big enough for two ambitious men who used to be brothers. The proximate cause is a dispute over stolen horses, always horses, the currency of steppe wealth and power. But the underlying issue is that they've developed incompatible visions for how power should be structured. Jamuka represents the traditional aristocracy, believing that noble birth and family connections should determine who leads. Temujin, shaped by his years of poverty and exclusion, believes that competence and loyalty should determine rank. The split crystallizes at a feast where followers must choose which man to support. You watch warriors making calculations, weighing their options. Some follow family ties, supporting Jamuka because their clans have always been allied with his. Others see opportunity with Temujin, believing that someone building a new system might reward them better than someone maintaining an old one. The division is roughly even at first, but Temujin has been strategic about who he courts, targeting talented warriors who feel undervalued by the traditional system, people who have something to prove. The battle at Dalan Balzut is messy and inconclusive, the kind of fight where both sides claim victory and both are probably lying. The forces meet on an open plain, and it's chaos. Thousands of mounted warriors swirling in combat, arrows darkening the sky, and the sound of impact and screaming filling the air. Temujin's forces don't break, which is a victory of sorts, but he doesn't win decisively either. What matters is what he does afterward. You watch him treat captured enemies with unexpected leniency, offering them the chance to join his forces rather than killing them outright. His speech to the captives is pragmatic rather than inspirational. He doesn't promise easy victory or certain wealth. Instead, he offers them a place in a system where their skills will be recognized, where promotion comes from performance rather than birth, and where the spoils of future victories will be distributed fairly. Some accept, calculating that a leader who spares enemies might be worth following. Others refuse, choosing death or slavery over joining their captor, and Temujin has them executed without ceremony. The message is clear. join me and prosper, resist and die, but betray me after joining and your death will be considerably worse. He's building something new, you realise. The traditional step model was tribe-based, your loyalty determined by blood relationships, your clan, your universe. Temujin is systematically dismantling this structure, organising his followers by military unit rather than tribal affiliation, promoting based on competence rather than family connections, and creating a meritocracy that terrifies the old. Aristocracy because it means their birth doesn't guarantee them anything. The decimal system he implements is brilliant in its simplicity. Units of 10, 100, 1,000 and 10,000, each with a clear command structure and responsibilities. An arban of 10 men is commanded by the best warrior among them. 10 arbans form a yakun of 100, commanded by the best arban leader. 10 yaguns form a mingun of 1,000, and so on up to the tumen of 10,000. A warrior knows exactly where he fits, who he reports to, and who reports to him. It's portable and scalable, and it means that when the army moves, it moves as one organism rather than a collection of independent tribal groups pursuing their own agendas. What makes the system revolutionary is that it deliberately breaks up tribal loyalties. Men from different clans get mixed together in the same units, forced to develop loyalty to their new brothers in arms rather than their traditional family groups. The commanders who prove themselves get promoted regardless of where they came from. Temujin even incorporates former enemies into his units, understanding that demonstrated competence matters more than past allegiances. You watch him conducting a training exercise and the organisation is impressive. Units respond to signal flags and whistles, executing coordinated manoeuvres that require each level of command to understand and implement their role. The practice involves fake raids on a mock enemy camp, and you see the tactics that will later terrorise armies across Eurasia. The feigned retreat that draws enemies into ambushes, the use of a light cavalry to harass and exhaust before heavy cavalry, delivers the decisive blow and the coordination between units that allows them to appear to be everywhere at once. His intelligence gathering is sophisticated for this era. You meet men whose primary job is travelling to distant regions, learning languages, mapping terrain, and identifying potential allies and enemies. They pose as merchants, wandering monks and refugees from distant wars. They gather information about military strength, political factions, economic conditions, and anything that might be useful when Temujin eventually turns his attention to conquest beyond the steppe. You're present at the Kurultai of 1206, the great gathering where the various Mongol clans formally acknowledged Temujin as Genghis Khan, roughly universal ruler, though the translation never quite captures the full meaning, which suggests something closer to fierce ruler or ocean ruler, implying power vast and implacable as the sea. The ceremony is elaborate, involving shamans and sacrifices and formal oaths. But underneath the ritual is hard political reality. These clans are agreeing to follow him because he's proven he can lead them to victory, can distribute spoils fairly, can protect them from enemies, and can offer them something more valuable than their traditional independence, the chance to be part of something larger, something that might last. You watch warriors taking oaths of loyalty, swearing to follow Genghis Khan to death, to never abandon their comrades, and to share in both victory and defeat. The oaths are binding in ways that transcend mere words. Breaking them brings shame not just to the individual, but to their entire family. Curses that follow them through life and into death. His law code, the Asa, starts taking shape around this time. You listen as he lays out rules that seem designed to prevent the exact kind of chaos that dominated his youth. Theft is harshly punished, often with death, because in a nomadic society where property is limited and valuable, stealing threatens everyone's survival. The punishment is public, performed in ways that make it memorable. Adultery is forbidden, and family bonds are sacred, because stable families mean a stable society. The penalties are severe, extending to both parties involved, sending a message that some behaviours will not be tolerated regardless of who commits them. Loyalty is elevated above almost everything else, because an army where warriors switch sides whenever convenient is no army at all. Desertion in battle brings death, but so does abandoning wounded comrades. A warrior who leaves a brother behind faces execution, while one who retrieves a wounded comrade earns reward and recognition. The code creates a culture where mutual support isn't just encouraged, it's mandated, making the army significantly more effective because warriors know their comrades won't abandon them. There's an interesting tension in the code between harshness and fairness. The punishments are severe, certainly, but they apply equally. A noble who steals faces the same consequences as a commoner who steals. A commander who fails through incompetence gets replaced, regardless of his family connections. A wealthy merchant who cheats receives the same treatment as a poor herder who cheats. It's meritocratic and brutal, and it creates a society where talent can rise, but mistakes carry genuine consequences. Religious tolerance becomes one of his unexpected policies. You watch him grant exemptions to shamans, Buddhist monks, Muslim imams, and Christian priests. Anyone devoted to spiritual matters gets a pass from taxes and military service. It's partly pragmatic. Why alienate potential subjects over something as abstract as theology? But there's also a genuine curiosity about different belief systems, a willingness to see what works and adopt it regardless of where it comes from. He consults shamans for traditional guidance, but also listens to Buddhist monks discussing philosophy and Muslim scholars explaining mathematics. The intelligence network he builds is sophisticated, almost modern. Merchants who travel his territories are debriefed about conditions, prices, and political situations in distant regions. They provide information not through coercion but through incentive. Genghis Khan protects trade, which means merchants prosper under his rule, which means they're willing to share what they know. Spies are sent ahead of military campaigns, sometimes years in advance, learning languages, mapping terrain, and identifying factions within target cities who might be bribed or persuaded to cooperate. By the time Mongol armies arrive at a city, they often know more about its defences than the defenders do. They know which gates are weakest, where water supplies enter the city, what internal politics might be exploited, and which merchants might be willing to open gates in exchange for promises of safety and profit. This transforms warfare from a simple application of force into something more sophisticated, more strategic, and more likely to succeed with minimal casualties among Mongol forces. You're standing at a caravanserai now, one of the fortified rest stops that dot the trade routes connecting east and west, and the diversity of people here would astonish anyone who thought the medieval world was isolated and provincial. There are Chinese merchants with silk so fine it catches light like water, the fabric moving with an almost liquid quality that makes you understand why it was worth its weight in gold. Persian traders offer spices that smell like concentrated sunshine, saffron, cardamom, cinnamon and nutmeg, aromas so intense they make your head swim. Russian fur dealers spread pelts that could keep someone warm through any winter, sable, fox, bear, wolf. Their price is negotiated in a mixture of languages and hand gestures that somehow communicates precise value. Indian merchants display gems that flash colours you didn't know existed. Sapphires like captured sky, rubies like frozen fire, and emeralds that hold the green of deep jungle. The building itself is practical. Thick walls that can be defended, a central courtyard where animals can be secured at night, rooms around the perimeter for sleeping, and a common area where meals get served and deals get negotiated. The architecture reflects Persian influence, with arched doorways and decorative tile work, but adapted to local materials and defensive requirements. There are wells that provide fresh water, stores of grain in case caravans arrive depleted, blacksmiths who can repair equipment, and always guards who watch for bandits or hostile forces. The Mongol approach to trade is refreshingly straightforward. Protect the merchants, tax them reasonably, and stay out of their way. Under Genghis Khan and his successors, the Silk Road becomes safer than it's been in centuries. The Paisa system helps immensely. These are tablets of authority, usually bronze or silver, sometimes gold for the most important bearers, inscribed with text and the Khan's seal. They essentially function as passports, granted to merchants and envoys, guaranteeing safe passage through Mongol territory. Soldiers who harass someone carrying a paisa face severe punishment, which means the system actually works. The tablets carry weight because everyone knows that interfering with a paisa holder means answering to the Khan himself. You watch a caravan preparing to depart, and the organisation involved is impressive. The camels are loaded with practiced efficiency, goods packed and balanced to prevent shifting during travel. Each animal carries perhaps 400 pounds, distributed in carefully balanced loads on either side. The packers are skilled professionals who can judge weight by eye and create stable loads that will travel hundreds of miles without coming loose. Guards are hired, often Mongol veterans who've retired from active military service but still know how to use their weapons, men whose reputation for competence makes bandits think twice about attacking. The route is planned carefully, accounting for water sources, absolutely critical in desert regions where going dry means death for animals and humans alike. There are maps, though not in any form you'd recognise, more like mental catalogues of landmarks and distances that experienced travellers carry in their heads. They know that from this caravanserai to the next is 3 days' travel if the weather cooperates, that there's a reliable well halfway, and that the mountain pass is usually clear from late spring through early autumn, but becomes impassable once the snows start. The conversations you overhear are fascinating, a mixture of languages, Chinese, Persian, Arabic, Turkish and Mongolian, with most experienced travellers knowing at least a smattering of multiple tongues. A Persian merchant and a Chinese trader are negotiating the price of silk, using a combination of their respective languages plus a trade pidgin that's emerged along the route, a practical Creole that facilitates commerce. Numbers get worked out on abacuses or by scratching calculations in the dust, and prices are adjusted based on quality, quantity and market conditions in various cities. The postal system, the YAM, is even more impressive. You see riders arriving at relay stations, switching to fresh horses in the time it takes to gulp down some water and perhaps grab a handful of food. They carry messages that sometimes travel 100 miles in a day, occasionally more when the route is good and the urgency high. The stations are spaced about 25 miles apart, a distance a horse can cover at speed without collapsing. The system allows the Khan to communicate with commanders thousands of miles away, to coordinate military campaigns across continents, and to receive intelligence and send orders faster than any previous empire managed. The riders themselves are tough, weathered men who've proven themselves capable of enduring the hardships of constant travel. They know the routes intimately, can navigate in the dark, and can read weather signs that tell them when to seek shelter and when to push on. They carry cylindrical message containers strapped to their bodies, made from leather or bamboo, sealed to protect contents from weather. The messages themselves are written on silk when available, because silk is light and durable, or on special paper treated to resist moisture. Cultural exchange happens almost accidentally along these routes. You see Chinese paper-making techniques travelling west, a Persian merchant watching a Chinese papermaker and realising he could replicate the process back home, that knowledge worth more than any single load of trade goods. Persian astronomical knowledge heads east, carried by scholars fleeing political instability, finding eager audiences in Chinese courts interested in improving their calendar systems. European metalworking methods show up in Central Asian workshops, taught by captured craftsmen who've been given the choice between teaching their skills or dying. The Mongols themselves adopt freely from the cultures they encounter. You watch Chinese siege engineers being integrated into Mongol armies, their knowledge of catapults and trebuchets transforming the Mongols from steppe raiders into forces capable of reducing fortified cities. Persian administrators get recruited to manage conquered territories, their experience with complex bureaucracies proving invaluable. Captured craftsmen from everywhere get established in workshops, teaching their skills to apprentices, creating goods that blend techniques from multiple traditions. The wealth flowing through these trade routes is staggering. A successful merchant can retire rich after a single journey from Beijing to Baghdad, assuming they survive the trip and avoid being robbed. Both significant assumptions. The profits are large enough to justify the risks. Silk purchased in China for silver might sell in Persia for 3 times what it cost, and Persian carpets or glassware can command similar markups when sold in China. The taxes collected from this trade help fund the empire's military operations, creating a feedback loop where successful conquests make trade safer, which generates more tax revenue, which funds more conquests. You notice how cosmopolitan the larger Mongol cities become. Karakorum, the capital established by Ögedei, hosts Buddhist temples, Muslim mosques, Christian churches, and shamanistic shrines. often within sight of each other. Scholars debate theology in marketplaces. Scientists exchange ideas in multilingual discussions facilitated by translators, and artists blend styles from different traditions. It's messy and chaotic and occasionally violent when religious tensions flare. But it's also genuinely innovative in ways that isolated, homogeneous societies rarely manage. The food available in these trading cities reflects the roots passing through them. You find yourself in a marketplace where Chinese noodles sit beside Persian rice dishes, Russian bread shares shelf space with Indian flatbreads, and Central Asian dumplings compete with Middle Eastern stews. The cuisines blend and influence each other, creating fusion dishes that wouldn't exist without this forced proximity. Noodle dishes seasoned with Middle Eastern spices, dumplings filled with ingredients from multiple culinary traditions, and breads, incorporating techniques from different baking cultures. You try a dish that combines elements from 3 different culinary traditions, and it works somehow, the flavours complementing rather than fighting each other. The Chinese noodles are served in a Persian-style sauce with spices that smell like India, topped with meat prepared using Mongol techniques. It shouldn't work, but it does, the different elements balancing each other, creating something new that's greater than its component parts. At night, the caravanserai becomes something like a combination marketplace, newsroom and social club. Merchants share information about conditions ahead, warn each other about bandits or corrupt officials. There's always someone trying to extract unofficial taxes and negotiate deals for the next leg of their journeys. The information exchange is valuable, sometimes more valuable than the physical goods being traded. A warning about plague in a certain city might save lives and fortunes. News about political instability might change route choices, and intelligence about good harvests or famines affects pricing strategies. Someone produces a stringed instrument you don't recognize, perhaps a Persian tar or a Chinese pipa, and someone else starts singing in a language you don't understand, but the music itself transcends the language barrier, telling a story about longing and distance and the peculiar loneliness of being far from home. Others join in, some harmonizing, some adding percussion by slapping their knees or clapping hands, creating something spontaneous and beautiful that exists only in this moment, never to be exactly replicated. You're learning that the Silk Road isn't really about silk, though silk certainly travels it, but about the movement of everything: goods, ideas, technologies, religions, diseases, and stories. It's a network that connects East and West in ways that shape both, that makes isolation impossible, and that creates a medieval world considerably more interconnected than most people imagine. You're examining the administrative structure of the Mongol Empire now, and it's more sophisticated than you expected from your initial assumptions about nomadic conquerors. The common image of Mongol rule as purely military conquest followed by extractive exploitation misses the complexity of how they actually governed the territories they acquired. Sure, the military conquest came first, brutal, efficient, often horrifying in its completeness, but afterward came the harder work of actually running these places, extracting resources without killing the golden goose, and maintaining order across vast distances with limited manpower. The census system they implement across conquered territories is comprehensive, almost oppressive in its thoroughness. You watch bureaucrats, often recruited from the local population because the Mongols lack sufficient literate administrators of their own, going door to door, counting people, livestock and resources. Every household gets registered, assigned a number, and recorded in documents that eventually make their way to regional administrators and ultimately to Karakorum. Every taxable asset gets noted. How many horses, sheep, camels, acres of farmland, workshops, wells, and even trees if they're fruit-bearing and represent economic value. It seems invasive because it is, but it also means the tax burden can be distributed more fairly, or at least more predictably, and revenue collection becomes systematic rather than arbitrary. The old system, where tax collectors showed up demanding whatever they felt like demanding, gets replaced by fixed rates based on recorded assets. You still pay a lot, but you know roughly how much, and there's recourse if collectors try to extract more than what's listed. Local rulers who submit without fighting often keep their positions, though now they're answering to Mongol overseers called darugachi, who make sure tax revenue flows correctly and rebellions don't brew. It's a clever system that minimises the number of administrators needed from the Mongol core population, which remains small compared to the vast territories they control. Better to let local elites continue handling day-to-day governance. They understand local customs, speak the language, and know who's who. While Mongol officials focus on the big picture, revenue, military matters, maintaining order, and ensuring the roads stay safe, the Dairagachi are usually veteran warriors, men who've proven themselves in conquest and understand both military matters and the empire's priorities. You meet one, a grizzled soldier named Subaete, who now governs a Chinese province larger than many European kingdoms. He doesn't speak Chinese fluently and relies on interpreters and local advisors, but he understands numbers and loyalty. He knows exactly how much revenue his province should generate, knows which local officials are reliable and which need watching, and he's utterly ruthless about crushing dissent while being surprisingly lenient about cultural practices that don't threaten Mongol interests. The legal system gets reformed to reflect Mongol priorities. Criminal law becomes harsher and more consistent than in many conquered territories. Murder carries the death penalty, applied swiftly and publicly. Theft, especially horse theft, brings severe punishment, often death, sometimes mutilation as a warning to others. Adultery is punished harshly, though you notice the punishments fall harder on women than men, reflecting the patriarchal structures the Mongols share with most conquered societies. Rape carries the death penalty, which is actually more severe than in many medieval legal codes, though enforcement varies depending on the status of the victim and perpetrator. At the same time, commercial law becomes clearer and more favourable to merchants than under previous regimes. Contracts are enforced with the empire's full backing. A merchant cheated in a deal can appeal to Mongol authorities, who will investigate and punish violators regardless of their local status. Property rights get protected better than before. Less arbitrary confiscation by local authorities who now answer to Mongol overseers interested in keeping commerce flowing. Debts are enforced, bankruptcy regulated, and partnerships formalised in ways that make long-distance trade less risky. You notice how the Mongols handle religious institutions, cautiously but not oppressively unless provoked. Religious leaders receive exemptions from taxes and military service, and in return they're expected to pray for the Khan and not cause trouble. It's a pragmatic arrangement that mostly works. Buddhist monasteries in Tibet and China continue their practices. Muslim mosques throughout Central Asia and Persia maintain their rituals, and Christian churches in conquered Russian territories keep celebrating their sacraments. The Mongols don't care which gods you worship as long as you also acknowledge their sovereignty and pay your taxes. Tensions occasionally flare when religious authorities overstep. When a Buddhist monastery starts accumulating too much wealth without paying taxes, when Muslim clerics preach against Mongol rule, or when Christian priests claim they're spiritual, authority supersedes temporal power. The Mongol response is consistent. Spiritual matters are yours to manage, but political authority and economic obligations are non-negotiable. Step over that line, and the exemptions disappear, often violently. The military administration remains central to everything. The empire is divided into regions, each responsible for providing a certain number of warriors when called upon. The decimal system extends beyond the military proper into civilian administration. Units of households are assigned responsibility for supporting specific military units, creating clear chains of supply and support. 10 households support one soldier, providing his equipment, horses, and provisions. It's a system that makes military mobilization faster and more predictable than the ad hoc recruitment methods used by most medieval states. Every male between roughly 15 and 60 is technically available for military service, though in practice the Mongols are selective, preferring to maintain the quality of their forces rather than simply maximising numbers. You watch a military inspection where young men are tested on horsemanship, archery and endurance. Those who pass get incorporated into units and begin training that will turn them into the kind of warriors who terrify professional armies. Those who don't pass receive other assignments, support roles, messenger service, or garrison duty in less critical locations. Communication remains crucial, and the YAM system expands to cover the entire empire like a nervous system connecting brain to limbs. You visit a relay station in Central Asia, and it's impressive. Stables with 20 horses, supplies for riders, simple accommodations for official messengers, and a small garrison to protect the station and enforce its privileges. The system is expensive to maintain. All those horses, all that grain, all those guards. But it allows the central government to remain informed about conditions in distant provinces and to respond to crises faster than any previous empire managed. The cost is borne by local populations required to maintain the stations as a form of tax obligation. Villages near stations must provide horses, food, and labour. It's burdensome, but it also means that Mongol officials can travel quickly when needed, that merchants with paisa can move safely, and that rebellion in one province can trigger responses from forces several provinces away before the rebels can consolidate their gains. Taxation is surprisingly diverse, reflecting the different economies the Mongols have conquered. In pastoral regions, it's primarily in animals. Every year, a certain percentage of your herd goes to the empire. In agricultural areas, it's grain and other crops, typically around 10 to 20% of the harvest. Higher if you've rebelled and lower if you've been particularly loyal. In commercial cities, there are taxes on market transactions, customs duties on goods passing through, and licensing fees for certain trades. There's also military service, with households required to provide warriors when needed. There's labour service for building projects, roads, bridges, fortifications, palaces. The burden is heavy, certainly heavier than most people bore under previous regimes, but it's distributed systematically rather than falling randomly on whatever communities happen to catch a tax collector's attention on a bad day. The Mongols prove remarkably good at identifying and utilising talent regardless of origin. A skilled administrator captured during the conquest of Khwarezm might find himself running a province in China. His language skills and administrative experience valued above considerations of ethnicity or past allegiances. A clever engineer gets pulled into military service designing siege equipment. A merchant with knowledge of distant markets becomes an advisor on trade policy. Chinese scholars get incorporated into the Mongol bureaucracy, bringing with them sophisticated record-keeping systems that make administration more efficient. There's a ruthless meritocracy at work that's occasionally refreshing compared to the rigid hereditary systems common in many medieval societies. Yes, being from a powerful Mongol family helps, but incompetence will still get you demoted or worse. A talented foreigner can rise to positions of genuine authority, though they'll always be watched more carefully than ethnic Mongols and always suspected if anything goes wrong. You meet a Chinese official named Yelu Chukai, a former Jin dynasty bureaucrat who now serves Gede Khan as a chief administrator. He's managed to convince the Mongols that systematic taxation generates more revenue than simply looting and destroying conquered territories, that a functioning economy produces wealth that can be taxed repeatedly, and that educated administrators are more valuable alive and working than dead. His influence has probably saved millions of lives by making conquest economically rational, rather than purely extractive. You're in Genghis Khan's final years now, and he's aging in the way warriors age when they've spent decades in the saddle, fighting campaigns, enduring wounds, and pushing their bodies past normal limits. His body carries the accumulated injuries of countless battles, old wounds that ache in cold weather, joints stiff from years of riding, and scars that tell stories he rarely bothers recounting anymore, because everyone who matters already knows them. He's in his 60s, which is genuinely old for this era, ancient for someone who's lived as violently as he has. The campaign against the Western Jia is grinding and exhausting, more a punishment expedition than a genuine conquest. They angered him by refusing to provide support for his war against Khwarezm, citing their own military commitments as an excuse. He hasn't forgotten. Now, years later, he's returned to make sure they understand the consequences of defying him, to demonstrate that agreements with the Khan are not suggestions but obligations backed by the full might of his army. You watch his army systematically dismantling the Western Jia state, destroying cities, eliminating leadership and erasing the kingdom with methodical thoroughness. It's not just about conquest. There are dozens of other kingdoms the Mongols could conquer with less effort. This is about sending a message to every tributary state, every ally, and every potential rebel. Keep your oaths or face annihilation. His health is failing, though he hides it as well as he can. There's a fall from a horse during a hunting trip that seems minor at first, but leaves him injured, possibly bleeding internally. The exact details are murky. Mongol sources are deliberately vague about the Khan's vulnerabilities, but you can see he's not recovering properly. Fever comes and goes. He has trouble eating and keeping down food. His advisors urge him to rest, to return to Mongolia, but he insists on seeing the campaign through. He continues directing operations from a litter when he can't ride anymore, still making decisions, still planning the Empire's future even as his own runs out. You're present during a war council where he discusses strategy for campaigns he won't live to see, conquests that will happen decades after his death. His mind remains sharp even as his body betrays him, and there's something both impressive and sad about watching him refuse to acknowledge his mortality. The question of succession occupies his remaining time and energy. His sons are grown men now, each commanding armies, each with their own supporters and ambitions, and each capable of tearing the Empire apart in a civil war if succession isn't handled carefully. The traditional Mongol approach would be to divide the Empire among them, giving each son a territory to rule independently. He's seen how that fragments power, creates opportunities for rivals, and turns unified strength into competing factions. Instead, he designates Ögedei as his primary successor, someone he thinks has the temperament to hold the Empire together. Not his eldest son, Yochi, whose paternity carries those quiet questions from Berta's captivity. Not Chagatai, who's strong but inflexible, too rigid to navigate the complex politics of ruling a multi-ethnic empire. Not Tolui, the youngest, who's brilliant but too young to command the respect of senior commanders. Ögedei, the third son, is competent without being threatening and diplomatic without being weak, someone his brothers might accept because he doesn't inspire the same jealousy or resentment. There are long conversations during these final weeks. You watch him talking with his sons, laying out his vision for continued expansion, warning them about specific threats, and sharing accumulated wisdom about warfare, governance, and the management of their conquered territories. He tells them that their strength lies in unity, that divided they'll be vulnerable to the civilizations they've subjugated, and that maintaining the empire will require cooperation even when it's difficult. Whether they listen is another question. You can see the tensions already present, Chagatai and Yochi barely speaking to each other, old grudges festering, each son calculating his own position, making plans that may or may not include supporting his designated successor. Genghis Khan sees it too, you think, and it worries him. But there's only so much he can control from beyond the grave. His death in 1227 is kept secret initially, following his explicit instructions. The army needs to complete the campaign against the Western Sea, and announcing the Khan's death might encourage rebellion or embolden enemies. So they carry his body back toward Mongolia in secret, maintaining the fiction that he's still alive and directing operations. Messengers continue riding in and out of camp, as if carrying his orders. Guards maintain watch over his tent as if he's resting inside. The Western Xia ruler and his family are lured into a meeting with Mongol commanders, where they're executed, their kingdom erased so thoroughly that its language and culture largely disappear from history. The funeral procession supposedly kills anyone who sees it, maintaining secrecy about the burial location. Whether this is true or propaganda is hard to say. Certainly some people along the route die, but whether through systematic execution or normal mortality inflated by legend is unclear. The burial site itself remains unknown to this day, hidden somewhere in the mountains of northern Mongolia, protected by isolation and deliberate obscurity. The empire he leaves behind is the largest contiguous land empire the world has ever seen, stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea, from the frozen forests of Siberia to the borders of India. It's connected by those relay stations, secured by military garrisons, administered by a bureaucracy that blends Mongol oversight with local expertise, and enriched by trade that flows more freely than it has in centuries. The population under Mongol control numbers in the tens of millions, encompassing dozens of ethnic groups, multiple religions and countless cultures now unified under a single political system. His descendants will expand it further, pushing the boundaries even beyond what he achieved. Ugdi will invade Eastern Europe, sending armies under Batu Khan that will terrify kingdoms from Poland to Hungary, crushing European armies at Legnica and Mohi, and advancing so far west that scouts reportedly reach the Adriatic Sea. Only Ugeday's death in 1241 pulls them back, as commanders return to Mongolia for the Kurultai to choose his successor. Minka will continue the expansion after securing his own succession through political manoeuvring and some bloodshed. Kublai will conquer the rest of China, overthrowing the Song dynasty and establishing the Yuan dynasty, becoming emperor of the Middle Kingdom, a development that would have seemed impossible when his grandfather was a hungry orphan stealing fish from streams. The Mongol domains will eventually encompass perhaps 25% of the world's land area, directly ruling or collecting tribute from regions stretching from Korea to Hungary and from Vietnam to Russia. But you're interested in the quieter legacies, the changes that persist beyond military conquest and political control, the religious tolerance, imperfect but genuine, that allows different faiths to coexist within the empire. It's not quite the modern concept of religious freedom. There are definitely hierarchies and definitely expectations about behaviour, but it's remarkably pluralistic for the medieval period. A Buddhist can trade with a Muslim, a Christian can serve alongside a shamanist in the army, and religious disputes are settled by civil authorities rather than through religious warfare. The meritocratic principles that let talented people rise regardless of birth leave marks on subsequent societies. The idea that competence should determine position, that hereditary nobility isn't automatically entitled to leadership, and that talent should be identified and promoted. These concepts influence political thinking in ways that outlast Mongol rule. When the empire fragments and eventually disappears, replaced by various successor states, some of these principles persist, embedded in administrative practices and cultural expectations. The trade networks that connect East and West remain active long after Mongol political unity dissolves, allowing exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. The Silk Road reaches its peak under Mongol protection, and even as the empire fragments, the routes remain more accessible than they were before the conquests. Merchants continue travelling paths that Mongol armies secured, carrying not just physical goods but also knowledge, printing techniques, gunpowder formulas, mathematical concepts, and artistic styles. There's also the darker legacy that can't be ignored or minimised. The cities destroyed, the populations killed, the cultures erased. The Mongol conquest killed millions, by some estimates, perhaps 40 million people or more, though exact numbers are impossible to verify and hotly debated by historians. Entire cities were annihilated so completely that archaeologists still find the destruction layers in their ruins, thick bands of ash and bone marking the moment the Mongols arrived. The Khwarezmian Empire essentially ceased to exist, its major cities reduced to rubble, its population devastated. The irrigation systems in Central Asia and Persia suffered damage that took centuries to repair, turning productive agricultural land into semi-desert. Baghdad, when it finally falls to Hulagu in 1258, loses perhaps 1 million inhabitants. Its famed library is destroyed, and centuries of Islamic scholarship are lost forever. The Jin dynasty in northern China fights for decades before being destroyed, its territory depopulated by warfare, famine, and disease. The Song dynasty holds out longer, but eventually falls as well, its sophisticated culture absorbed and transformed by the Yuan dynasty. Russia fragments into competing principalities, many paying tribute to the Golden Horde for centuries, their political development altered by the experience of Mongol domination. You notice how the empire begins fragmenting even before it fully settles, centrifugal forces pulling it apart despite efforts to maintain unity. The various khanates develop their own characters, their own priorities, and their own relationships with the populations they rule. The Golden Horde in Russia becomes increasingly separate, its khans converting to Islam, adopting Persian administrative practices, and developing their own court culture. The Ilkhanate in Persia also converts to Islam, becoming essentially a Persian empire ruled by Mongol elites, who gradually assimilate into Persian culture. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia maintains nomadic traditions longer, but also fragments internally, splitting between eastern and western branches with different priorities and policies. The Yuan dynasty in China becomes more Chinese with each generation, with Kublai and his successors adopting Chinese administrative practices, Confucian ideology, and imperial ceremonies until they're essentially Chinese emperors who happen to be descended from Mongol conquerors. The trade networks prove more durable than political unity. Even as the various khanates drift apart politically, pursuing independent foreign policies, sometimes even fighting each other, the Silk Road continues functioning at high levels. Merchants still travel routes that the Mongol conquest secured, carrying goods between regions that might be politically separate but remain economically connected. Ideas flow along these paths. Gunpowder technology spreads westward, eventually revolutionizing European warfare. Printing technology expands beyond China, though it won't reach Europe for another century. Mathematical concepts cross cultural boundaries. Arabic numerals become more widely used. Algebraic techniques spread, and astronomical observations get shared and refined through intercultural contact. You see elements of Mongol law and administration being adopted by successor states, particularly in Russia, where the influence persists longest. The census techniques get copied and refined. The postal system inspires later communication networks, including those established by Russian and Chinese empires. The idea of religious tolerance, however imperfectly implemented, plants seeds that will influence later thinking about governance, sovereignty, and the relationship between political and religious authority. The military innovations spread as well, though they're often resisted initially because adopting them means acknowledging that these barbarian conquerors understood something important about warfare. Other armies eventually study Mongol tactics, try to replicate their mobility and coordination, and adopt elements of their command structure. The composite bow design influences weapons development across Eurasia, though it's gradually superseded by crossbows and eventually firearms. The emphasis on cavalry mobility and tactical flexibility becomes doctrine in military academies that won't exist for centuries but will trace some of their thinking back to lessons learned fighting against or alongside Mongol forces. The idea of combined arms warfare, coordinating different types of units for maximum effect, owes something to Mongol practice, though it gets developed further by later military thinkers. You're sitting by a fire now, not in any specific time or place, but in the kind of moment that existed throughout the Mongol period and continues in diminished form today, after the day's work, before sleep, when people gather and talk quietly while flames die down to embers in the vast sky wheels overhead. The conversation meanders, touching on ordinary things that matter more than empire. Someone mentions weather patterns, noting how the clouds have been building differently lately, speculating about whether the rains will come early this year or late. Someone else mentions seeing unusual bird behaviour, cranes migrating in formations that seemed wrong for the season, which might mean something about coming weather patterns. These observations aren't idle chatter, they're survival information, the accumulated knowledge that keeps communities alive in environments that don't forgive mistakes. Someone tells a joke you don't quite catch, but the laughter suggests it's funnier in the original language, something about a merchant and a stubborn camel, the punchline relying on wordplay that doesn't translate well. The laughter is genuine though, the kind that comes from people who spend their days together and have developed their own rhythms of humour, their own internal references and running jokes. A woman is doing needlework by firelight, creating patterns in felt that will decorate her gear, transforming functional shelter into something beautiful. Her hands move with practiced precision, needle pulling thread through material, creating geometric designs that echo patterns used for generations. Someone asks about the design, and she explains it's a variation of a pattern her grandmother taught her, modified slightly to incorporate elements from a different tradition she learned from a neighbour who married in from another region. It's a small example of cultural synthesis happening at the most basic level. Children sleep nearby, bundled in furs despite the season being relatively warm, because desert nights get cold even in summer. They make the small sounds of dreams, soft murmurs, occasional movements, and the peaceful breathing of the deeply asleep. You think about how each of them carries forward the knowledge of their culture, learning through observation and participation how to ride, how to hunt, how to survive in this landscape, and how to maintain the intricate web of relationships and obligations that hold society together, they'll grow up in a world shaped by the empire. Perhaps they're living during its height, perhaps during its fragmentation, perhaps after it's dissolved into successor states. Their daily lives will still centre on herds and horses, weather and grass, and the practical demands of nomadic pastoralism that persist regardless of political structures. The skills they learn and teach their own children will be variations on skills practiced for millennia on these grasslands. The stars overhead are doing what stars have always done, wheeling across the sky in patterns that travellers and shamans read for meaning and navigation. The fire settles lower, sparks drifting up toward those distant lights, and someone adds another piece of fuel, argil, dried wood, whatever's available, keeping the warmth going a little longer. The action is automatic, performed without thought, part of the rhythm of evening that everyone knows. There's a comfort in routines that persist regardless of politics or empires. The animals still need tending, checking on horses that might have wandered during the day, ensuring sheep are safely corralled against predators, and making sure camels are properly hobbled. The seasons still cycle through their changes, bringing their own demands and opportunities. The grass grows according to patterns of rain and temperature, unconcerned with human affairs. The wind blows across the steppe, indifferent to who claims sovereignty over the land it crosses. You think about how history gets written by the dramatic moments, the battles, the conquests, the rise and fall of empires, and the decisions of khans and kings. But most of life happens in the spaces between those moments, in the ordinary work of feeding families and maintaining equipment, and teaching children, and telling stories around fires. The Mongol Empire conquered half the world, but most Mongols spent most of their time doing the same things their ancestors had done for generations. Managing herds, moving with seasons, and surviving in a landscape that didn't forgive mistakes. The conversation by the fire continues, voices low and comfortable, discussing tomorrow's plans, sharing observations about the condition of various animals, and debating the best route to the next grazing area. Someone mentions that the northern pastures should be recovering nicely, that the spring growth was good, and that they've had enough time to rest. Someone else counters that the southern route might be better, despite the longer distance, because there are better water sources, and less risk of encountering a rival group that's been aggressive lately. It's the kind of discussion that doesn't need resolution tonight, that serves more to maintain connection than to reach conclusions. Everyone knows that actual decisions will get made tomorrow based on weather, animal condition, and a dozen factors that can only be assessed when the time comes to move. The discussion is partly planning, partly social ritual, and partly just the pleasure of talking with people you know and trust. Someone begins singing a traditional song that predates the empire by centuries, and that will probably survive whatever comes after. The melody is simple, built to be remembered, and designed to carry across distances when herders are scattered across the grassland and want to hear human voices. It's a song about horses, naturally, praising the qualities of a particularly fine mare, using metaphors that compare her to natural phenomena, swift as wind, strong as mountains, beautiful as dawn, light on water. Others join in, harmonizing in ways that suggest they've sung together many times before. The harmonies are complex, built on intervals that sound unusual to ears trained on different musical traditions, but are perfectly natural here. The song cycles through several verses, each describing different qualities of the legendary horse, before ending on a note that seems to hang in the air, sustained until breath runs out, then fading into the night. You're feeling sleep pulling at you. The combination of warmth and darkness and the hypnotic quality of firelight and voices making your eyelids heavy. Your body is tired in the good way that comes from physical work, from a day spent riding or walking or accomplishing something tangible. There's satisfaction in that kind of tiredness, the knowledge that you've earned your rest, that your body has done what it's designed to do. Outside the circle of firelight, the steppe stretches away into darkness, vast and indifferent and somehow comforting in its constancy. You can hear animals moving, the soft sounds of horses shifting position, sheep settling in for the night, and the occasional cry of some nocturnal predator in the distance. These sounds are familiar, expected, and part of the auditory landscape that tells you everything is as it should be. The fire burns lower, flames reducing to coals that glow orange and red, pulsing slightly as air moves across them. The conversation fragments into silence, people running out of things to say or simply running out of energy. They begin settling into sleeping positions, wrapping themselves in furs and felt, finding the familiar comfort of ground that's been their bed for weeks or months. Some people pray quietly before sleep, murmuring words to the eternal blue sky, making offerings, and acknowledging spirits and forces that inhabit this landscape. Others simply close their eyes, too tired for ritual, confident that their relationship with the divine doesn't require nightly maintenance. The camp develops that particular quality of collective rest. When most people are asleep but a few remain partially aware, maintaining a low-level vigilance that's become second nature. The wind picks up slightly, and the felt walls of the jar creak but hold, doing what they've been designed to do for centuries. The sound is actually comforting, a reminder that you're sheltered, protected from the elements by materials and techniques refined through generations of experience. Outside, the wind moves across the grassland, bending vegetation, carrying with it the smells of night, cooler air, moisture, and the complex organic sense of a living landscape. You close your eyes, and the last thing you're aware of is the sound of horses moving outside. Their presence a reminder that tomorrow will begin with animals to tend, distances to cover, and the endless practical work of staying alive in a beautiful, demanding landscape that shaped an empire and will outlast it. The horses represent wealth and mobility, survival and status, and connection to traditions that stretch back beyond memory. Sleep comes easily under the vast Mongolian sky, consciousness fading as your body relaxes into rest it's earned through the day's exertions. Your dreams, when they come, are fragmentary and disconnected. Images of horizons, the sensation of movement, faces around the fire, and the particular quality of light at dawn when frost catches early sun and transforms ordinary grassland into something magical. The fire fades to embers, then ashes, and the camp settles into the deepest part of night, that quiet period between midnight and dawn when even the most vigilant guardians struggle to stay alert. The stars continue their slow rotation, indifferent and eternal, bearing witness to yet another day's ending on the steppe, another cycle of life continuing as it has for millennia, as it will for millennia more, long after empires have dissolved. Into legend and memory, the grass grows over the ruins of conquest, patient and persistent, reclaiming land that briefly saw different purposes. The wind continues its ancient work, shaping landscape, carrying seeds, and eroding mountains one grain at a time. The sky stretches overhead, that particular blue that becomes visible only as dawn approaches, signalling that soon another day will begin, bringing with it new challenges and opportunities, new moments of beauty and hardship, and new additions to the endless human story of surviving, thriving, and finding meaning in the midst of vast indifference. And you sleep peacefully beneath that eternal sky, part of a story larger than any one person, any one empire, or any one moment in the long sweep of time across these endless grasslands. Picture this. You wake up on a sweltering July morning and your first instinct is to reach for that blessed thermostat. But imagine just for a moment that there's no thermostat to reach for. No gentle hum of central air. No window unit rattling away like a mechanical cricket. Welcome to the world your great-grandparents knew intimately. A world where summer meant something entirely different than it does for you today. Before 1902, when a young engineer named Willis Carrier first figured out how to control humidity in a Brooklyn printing plant, humans had been dealing with heat the same way for thousands of years. They got creative, they got resourceful, and honestly, they got pretty good at it. You might think they were just sweating it out in misery, but you'd be surprised at how ingenious people became when comfort depended on cleverness rather than electricity bills. Your ancestors didn't just endure the heat, they developed an entire culture around it. They understood their environment in ways we've forgotten, reading the subtle signs of weather changes, knowing exactly which windows to open at what time of day, and timing their daily activities around the sun's path across the sky like choreographers of comfort. Think about your own relationship with heat for a moment. When it's 85 degrees outside, you probably consider that uncomfortably warm. Your great-grandmother would have called that a pleasant day and maybe even worn a light sweater in the morning. The human body's tolerance for temperature was remarkably different when it was regularly exposed to natural variations, much like how your eyes adjust to darkness when you're not constantly staring at bright screens. The pre-air conditioning world operated on rhythms that seem almost mystical to us now. People rose with the sun not because they were more virtuous, but because the coolest part of the day was precious and not to be wasted. They took afternoon naps not out of laziness, but because even the most ambitious person recognized that fighting the peak heat was often futile. Evening activities began later and lasted longer, creating social patterns that persisted well into the night when the air finally offered some relief. Communities were shaped by heat in ways that went far beyond personal comfort. Cities look different. You'll discover more about this soon. But the social fabric was different too. Neighbours knew each other better, partly because everyone spent more time outside on porches and stoops, seeking whatever breeze might be available. The evening constitutional wasn't just exercise, it was social networking, news sharing and communal heat management, all rolled into one pleasant tradition. You've probably noticed how quiet your neighbourhood gets when everyone retreats indoors to their climate-controlled environments. In the pre-AC era, neighbourhoods came alive during the cooler hours. Children played in the streets until well past dark, adults lingered on front porches with glasses of sweet tea or lemonade, and the boundaries between private and public space blurred in the most wonderful ways. Food culture, clothing choices, architectural decisions, work schedules, social gatherings, and even romance. Everything was influenced by the simple fact that when it got hot, you had to deal with it using nothing but human ingenuity and natural resources. Your ancestors became masters of reading air currents, understanding thermal dynamics, and working with nature rather than against it. This isn't a story about how tough people used to be, though they certainly were resourceful. It's about how different life was when humans lived in closer harmony with the natural cycles, when comfort was something you actively created rather than passively consumed. It's about communities that formed around shared challenges and clever solutions that often worked better than our modern brute force approach of simply cranking up the AC and hoping the electric grid holds. As you settle in for this journey through the pre-air conditioning world, you'll discover that our ancestors weren't just surviving the heat, they were thriving in it, creating beauty and comfort and community in ways that might surprise you and maybe even inspire you. So let's step back in time together, when staying cool was an art form, and summer evenings were something people actually looked forward to. Your ancestors were essentially climate engineers, and they didn't even know it. Before the advent of HVAC systems, builders were crafting structures that would leave modern energy efficiency experts in awe. They understood something we've largely forgotten, that the right building can be a natural air conditioning system, working with physics rather than against it. Walk through any historic neighbourhood, and you'll notice things that might seem decorative but were actually brilliant cooling strategies. Those deep wraparound porches weren't just for sitting, they were thermal buffer zones, creating shade that kept the sun's heat from ever reaching the main walls of the house. The wide, overhanging eaves you see on older homes weren't architectural flourishes, they were carefully calculated to block the high summer sun while allowing the lower winter sun to warm the interior. Consider the lofty ceilings of old houses, which may seem intimidating to those accustomed to modern 8-foot rooms. Your great-grandparents built those high ceilings because hot air rises, and they wanted it to rise as far away from them as possible. Those ceiling fans you see in historic homes weren't working against the natural convection. They were amplifying it, creating air movement that made 85 degrees feel like a comfortable 75. The most ingenious homes had what we'd now call passive cooling systems built right into their bones. In the south, you'll find houses built on tall piers that allowed air to flow underneath, cooling the floors from below. The famous dog trot houses, with an open breezeway running right through the centre, were essentially wind tunnels that captured every available breeze and funneled it through the living spaces. Your ancestors understood cross-ventilation like meteorologists. They positioned windows not just for light or views, but to create pathways for air to move through the house. They knew that a window on the shaded north side would draw cool air in, while a window on the sunny south side would let hot air escape, creating a natural circulation system that worked as long as there was even the slightest temperature difference between inside and outside. In hot climates, thick walls weren't just for durability, they were thermal mass, absorbing heat during the day and releasing it slowly at night, essentially smoothing out temperature swings. Adobe houses in the southwest could stay remarkably cool during blazing hot days because those thick walls acted like natural batteries, storing and releasing heat on a delayed schedule that favoured human comfort. Colour choices weren't just aesthetic decisions either. Light-coloured roofs and walls reflected heat rather than absorbing it, while strategic use of vegetation created microclimates around homes. Your great-grandmother's rose bushes and climbing vines weren't just pretty, they were living insulation, shading walls and cooling the air through transpiration. The Victorian era brought us some of the most sophisticated natural cooling systems disguised as architectural details. Those cupolas and roof monitors you see on old houses were actually thermal chimneys, designed to pull hot air up and out of the building. The decorative lattice work and fretwork weren't just ornamental, they provided shade while allowing air to flow through, creating natural evaporative cooling. Even urban planning was influenced by the need to stay cool. Cities were laid out with wide streets to allow air circulation, and generous setbacks between buildings prevented them from creating heat islands. Tree-lined streets weren't just beautiful, they were essential infrastructure, providing shade and cooling the air through evaporation. Your ancestors also understood the power of thermal zoning within their homes. The kitchen was often separate from the main house or located in a basement or outbuilding, keeping the heat from cooking fires away from living spaces. Bedrooms were typically on upper floors where breezes were stronger, while daily activities happened in the cooler ground floor rooms during hot weather. They selected the materials based on their cooling properties and aesthetic appeal. Hardwood floors stayed cooler than carpets, high-quality plaster walls had better thermal properties than thin drywall, and natural materials like stone and brick had thermal mass that helped regulate temperature naturally. These weren't just practical decisions, they created homes that were genuinely more comfortable than many modern houses. The constant air movement, the natural temperature regulation, and the connection to outdoor breezes and seasonal changes created living environments that worked with human physiology rather than trying to override it completely. Your great-grandparents' homes breathed in ways that our sealed, climate-controlled boxes simply don't. Your great-grandparents didn't just check the weather. They lived it, breathed it, and planned their entire day around it. They had an intimate relationship with atmospheric conditions that would seem almost supernatural to you now. While you might glance at your phone's weather app and grab an umbrella, they could feel a storm coming in their bones and predict the next day's heat by the way the evening air moved through their hair. The pre-air conditioning day began with what we might call a temperature reconnaissance mission. Before your great-grandmother even got out of bed, she was assessing the thermal situation. Was there still a hint of coolness in the air that could be captured and preserved? Were the windows that had been opened to the night breeze ready to be closed before the sun began its daily assault? This wasn't casual observation, it was a survival strategy disguised as a morning routine. You probably think of your daily schedule as being controlled by work hours, appointments and social obligations. Your ancestors organised their days around the sun's path and the thermometer's climb. The heaviest work, laundry, cooking and cleaning, happened in the early morning hours when the air was still cool and energy levels were high. By the time you settled in for your second cup of coffee, your ancestors had already accomplished what might take you all morning simply because they understood that working with the cool was far more efficient than fighting the heat. Midday brought what we might call the ultimate hibernation. Between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., when the sun was most merciless, sensible people found shady spots and settled in for activities that required minimal movement. This wasn't laziness, it was physics. Your great-grandfather understood that his body was a heat-generating machine, and adding human-generated warmth to the day's natural furnace was simply poor engineering. The siesta, which we often think of as a quaint foreign custom, was actually brilliant thermal management. While you might power through the afternoon heat with air conditioning and iced coffee, your ancestors recognized that the human body naturally wanted to slow down during the hottest part of the day. They worked with their biology rather than against it, conserving energy for the cooler evening hours when productivity could resume. But here's where it gets interesting. Your ancestors didn't just endure these daily heat cycles, they found genuine pleasure in them. The evening awakening, when temperatures finally began to drop and life resumed its normal pace, was a daily celebration. Imagine the relief and joy of feeling that first cool breeze after hours of stillness, the way evening air felt like silk against skin that had been warm all day. These thermal rhythms also influenced the scheduling of social life. Dinner parties began later, when the air had cooled enough to make cooking and eating pleasant again. Evening visits to neighbours, walks around the community and outdoor games and activities All of these began when the sun started its descent and continued well into the night, making the most of every degree of cooling. Your great-grandmother became a master of microclimate management within her own home. She knew which rooms stayed coolest at which times of day, which windows to open to catch the morning breeze, and which ones to close to keep out the afternoon heat. She understood that opening windows on the shady side of the house while closing those on the sunny side created natural air conditioning, pulling cool air through while allowing hot air to escape. The evening ritual of opening up the house was a precise science. As temperatures dropped, windows throughout the home were strategically opened to capture every available breeze and encourage air circulation. Your ancestors could feel the subtle pressure changes that indicated when outdoor air was finally cooler than indoor air, the exact moment when natural ventilation would begin working in their favour rather than against it. They also understood the art of thermal layering in their daily lives. Light, loose clothing during the day could be supplemented with light shawls or wraps as evening breezes picked up. During hot hours, they styled their hair up and off the neck, allowing it to flow freely when the coolness returned. Even the choice of where to sit, which chair to choose, and which side of the porch to favour, all of these decisions were made with thermal comfort in mind. Weather prediction became a survival skill. Your great-grandfather could read cloud formations, wind patterns, and atmospheric pressure changes like you read traffic signs. A shift in wind direction might mean relief was coming. Certain cloud formations promised afternoon thunderstorms that would break the heat. The behaviour of animals and the feel of the air provided advance warning of weather changes that could affect the day's comfort level. This daily dance with weather created a rhythm of life that was deeply connected to natural cycles, where human activity flowed with environmental conditions rather than trying to dominate them. Heat had a way of bringing people together that our climate-controlled world has largely forgotten. When staying cool required community effort and shared wisdom, social bonds formed around the simple necessity of surviving summer. Your great-grandparents didn't just endure the heat alone, they created entire social systems around managing it together, turning what could have been individual misery into collective comfort and even joy. The front porch served as more than just an architectural feature, it served as the hub of the community's cooling culture. While you might spend your evenings inside watching television in air-conditioned comfort, your ancestors gathered on porches as the sun went down, creating informal networks of conversation, shared cooling strategies, and mutual support. These weren't planned social events, they were spontaneous communities that formed wherever people could catch a breeze and share the relief of cooling air. Imagine a summer evening in your great-grandmother's neighbourhood. As temperatures finally began to drop, porch lights would flicker on and rocking chairs would creak into motion. Children would emerge from houses like flowers opening to cooler air, beginning games of tag and hide-and-seek that could continue safely in the gathering dusk. Adults would settle into conversations that meandered like the evening breeze itself, unhurried and comfortable. These porch communities shared more than just evening air. They exchanged cooling wisdom like valuable currency. Your great-aunt might share her secret for keeping bedsheets cool. Hint, it involved strategic folding and placement. While your neighbour would demonstrate his technique for creating cross breezes using strategically placed fans and open windows. Cooling knowledge was community knowledge, passed down through informal networks of neighbours who understood that everyone's comfort depended on shared intelligence. The evening constitutional, that leisurely walk through the neighbourhood that seems so old-fashioned now, was actually sophisticated heat management disguised as socialising. Your great-grandparents understood that moving slowly through cooling air was more refreshing than sitting still, and that community walks created opportunities for air circulation around their bodies while maintaining social connections. These walks weren't exercise in the modern sense, they were communal cooling therapy. Churches, schools, and community centres became cooling sanctuaries during the most brutal heat. Not because they had air conditioning, they didn't, but because they were designed with high ceilings, large windows, and architectural features that promoted air circulation. More importantly, they offered the psychological comfort of shared experience. Suffering through heat alone felt overwhelming. Enduring it as part of a community made it manageable, and even meaningful. Your ancestors created social rituals around heat relief that sound almost magical now. Ice cream socials weren't just sweet treats, they were community cooling events where shared cold provided both physical and psychological relief. Picnics were carefully planned for shady spots near water, where evaporation and tree cover created natural cooling zones. Swimming holes became social centres not just for recreation, but as genuine relief stations where entire communities could find respite together. The sharing economy existed long before we had a name for it, especially when it came to pooling resources. Families with ice would share with neighbours whose ice had melted. Those fortunate enough to have deeper wells with cooler water would fill jugs for families whose wells ran warm. When electric fans became available, people borrowed and shared them like precious commodities. Community ice houses weren't just commercial enterprises, they were essential social infrastructure. Evening entertainment adapted to take advantage of cooling air and community gathering. Band concerts in the park weren't just cultural events, they were mass cooling therapy sessions where hundreds of people could gather in open spaces designed to capture evening breezes. Outdoor theatres, garden parties and community festivals all took advantage of the natural cooling that happened when the sun went down and people came together in open spaces. Children's play adapted to heat in ways that created their own social cooling systems. Games moved to shaded areas during the day and resumed in full energy as evening approached. Jump rope, hopscotch and tag became evening activities when the air was finally cool enough for active play. Swimming wasn't just recreation, it was essential cooling that happened in community, with neighbourhood swimming holes becoming social centres where entire families gathered for relief and fellowship. Your great-grandparents also understood that shared meals during hot weather required different social arrangements. Early in the morning or late in the evening, when temperatures were bearable, heavy cooking took place. Community kitchens, often outdoor spaces with good ventilation, became gathering places where the heat of cooking could be shared and managed collectively, rather than making individual homes unbearable. The social side of staying cool created bonds that extended far beyond summer heat. Neighbours who shared cooling strategies, families who gathered for evening porch conversations, communities that came together in cooling spaces, these relationships persisted year-round, creating social fabric that was strengthened by the shared challenge of managing summer heat together. Your great-grandfather's workday was unlike yours, with heat acting as an invisible choreographer guiding every step. While you might complain about a slightly warm office or adjust the thermostat a degree or two, he organised his entire professional life around the reality that work had to happen in whatever temperature nature provided. Managing temperature wasn't just about personal comfort. It was about survival, productivity, and creating sustainable rhythms that could last a lifetime. The agricultural world, where most of your ancestors likely spent their working lives, operated on what we might call thermal scheduling. Farmers weren't early risers because they were more virtuous than you, they were thermal strategists. The period between 4 a.m. and 10 a.m. represented precious hours when both air temperature and energy levels favoured productive work. Your great-grandfather could accomplish more in those cool morning hours than in twice as much time during the heat of midday. Harvest time reveals the sophisticated heat management strategies your ancestors developed. Grain cutting, haymaking and fruit picking weren't scheduled by calendar convenience but by the intersection of crop readiness and thermal reality. Work crews would start before dawn, race against the climbing sun and take extended midday breaks that weren't laziness but practical physics. The afternoon shift would resume only when shadows grew long and air began to cool. Indoor work adapted to heat with equal sophistication. Your great-grandmother's kitchen operated on thermal logic that would impress modern efficiency experts. Bread baking happened in the early morning, using retained heat for multiple batches before the day became unbearable. Canning and preserving, essential work that unfortunately generated lots of heat, was scheduled for the coolest days available or done in outdoor kitchens that kept the heat away from living spaces. Laundry day was perhaps the most thermally challenging work your ancestors faced. Heating water, boiling clothes, and using hot irons could turn a house into a furnace. Smart housekeepers developed strategies that sound almost military in their precision. Heating water outdoors when possible, doing washing in early morning or late evening, and saving ironing for the coolest days. Some families even had separate wash houses, small buildings dedicated to heat-generating work that kept the main house comfortable. Professional work adapted to heat in ways that shaped entire industries. Blacksmiths and metalworkers, who dealt with extreme heat as part of their craft, developed techniques for managing both the heat of their forges and the ambient heat of summer. They worked shorter shifts during hot weather, started earlier and took longer breaks. Their shops were designed with sophisticated ventilation systems that would impress modern industrial engineers. The concept of the workday itself was more flexible into the pre-air conditioning era. During the hottest weeks of summer, Many businesses would close during midday hours and reopen in the evening, staying open later to take advantage of cooler air. Such behaviour wasn't vacation, it was thermal adaptation that actually increased productivity by working with natural cycles rather than against them. Your ancestors understood something we've largely forgotten, that human performance varies dramatically with temperature, and fighting this reality is less efficient than adapting to it. Thermal comfort significantly affects cognitive function, physical endurance, and even mood, as modern research confirms their intuitive understanding. They scheduled demanding mental work for cool hours and saved routine tasks for times when heat made concentration difficult. Rest wasn't just the absence of work, it was active heat management. The afternoon siesta, which we often dismiss as laziness, was actually a sophisticated recovery strategy. Your great-grandparents understood that forcing the body to maintain high activity levels during a peak heat created fatigue that would affect productivity for the rest of the day. By resting during the hottest hours, they preserved energy for evening work when conditions improved. Sleep itself required thermal strategy. Your great-grandmother didn't just go to bed. She prepared for sleep with the same attention to cooling that you might give to adjusting your thermostat. Beds were positioned to catch evening breezes, bedrooms were open to night air, and even sleep schedules shifted with the seasons. Summer bedtimes were later, taking advantage of cooler evening hours, while wake times were earlier to capture the cool of dawn. The social aspects of work also adapted to heat. Quilting bees, barn raisings, and community work projects were scheduled for cooler weather when possible, or organised to take advantage of shared cooling strategies. Group work meant shared cooling wisdom. Someone always knew which areas stayed coolest, when breezes were strongest, or how to organise tasks to minimise heat generation. Your ancestors developed what we might call thermal efficiency, the ability to accomplish necessary work while generating and absorbing the least possible heat. Such efficiency wasn't just about personal comfort, it was about sustainable productivity that could be maintained throughout long, hot summers without exhaustion or heat-related illness. Your great-grandmother's wardrobe wasn't just about looking proper, it was an engineering marvel designed to make summer heat bearable while maintaining social respectability. Every fabric choice, every style decision, and every accessory served a dual purpose: keeping cool and looking appropriate. While you might throw on shorts and a t-shirt for hot weather, she had to work within social expectations that required much more coverage, making her cooling strategies far more sophisticated than yours. The fabrics your ancestors chose reveal their profound understanding of thermal properties. Linen, cotton, and other natural fibres weren't selected just because synthetic materials didn't exist. They were chosen because they breathed, absorbed moisture, and allowed air circulation in ways that kept the body cooler. Your great-grandmother knew that loose-weave fabrics created tiny air pockets that insulated against heat, while tight weaves trapped hot air against the skin. Colour science played a crucial role in pre-air conditioning fashion. Light colours weren't just fashionable in summer, they were essential technology, reflecting heat rather than absorbing it. Your great-grandmother's white cotton dresses, light-coloured parasols, and pale summer hats were essentially wearable cooling systems that modern research has confirmed as remarkably effective heat management. The layering strategies your ancestors developed would impress modern outdoor gear designers. They understood that multiple light layers could be adjusted throughout the day as temperatures changed, allowing for fine-tuned thermal control. A light chemise, followed by a cotton dress, topped with a removable shawl or jacket, created a flexible system that could adapt to morning coolness, midday heat, and evening breezes. Your great-grandfather's summer work clothes tell their own cooling story. Those loose overalls weren't just practical for farm work, they allowed air circulation around the body while protecting skin from the sun. The wide-brimmed hats that seemed purely functional were actually sophisticated cooling devices, creating portable shade while allowing heat to escape from the head. Even suspenders served a cooling purpose, holding the pants away from the body to allow air circulation. Hairstyling in the pre-air conditioning era was as much about temperature management as it was about fashion. Your great-grandmother's elaborate updos weren't just decorative, they lifted hair off the neck and allowed air to circulate around one of the body's most effective cooling zones. Those intricate braids and buns that look so complicated in old photographs were actually practical cooling technology disguised as beauty routines. Undergarments of the era reveal the sophisticated understanding your ancestors had of thermal regulation. While the idea of corsets and multiple petticoats might seem stifling to you, these garments were designed to create air pockets and allow circulation while maintaining the silhouette that social expectations demanded. Summer undergarments were made from the lightest possible materials and designed to wick moisture away from the body. Thermal reality completely shaped food culture in the pre-air conditioning era. Your great-grandmother didn't avoid using the oven in summer because she was trying to save energy. She avoided it because heating the kitchen could make the entire house unbearable for days. Summer menus were essentially cooling strategies disguised as meals. Cold soups, fresh salads, and uncooked foods weren't just refreshing, they were thermal management. Your ancestors understood that digestion itself generates body heat, so summer meals were lighter, easier to digest, and required less internal energy to process. Those elaborate cold salads and chilled soups that seem so elegant in old cookbooks were actually sophisticated cooling technology. Preservation methods adapted to heat in ingenious ways. Root cellars, spring houses, and ice houses weren't just food storage, they were community cooling infrastructure. Your great-grandmother might plan her weekly menu around what could be stored without generating heat, what could be prepared without cooking, and what would actually help cool the body from the inside. Beverages became medicine in the pre-air conditioning world. Sweet tea, lemonade, and other cooling drinks weren't just refreshments, they were thermal therapy. Your ancestors understood that certain ingredients could actually help the body cool itself, while others would make heat worse. Mint, cucumber, and citrus served not only as flavouring but also as internal cooling agents. Even social dining adapted to heat management. Summer entertaining moved outdoors not just for ambience but for thermal practicality. Garden parties, picnics, and outdoor dining took advantage of breezes and shade while keeping the heat-generating cooking activities away from living spaces. Your great-grandmother's summer dinner parties were carefully choreographed to minimise heat generation while maximising cooling opportunities. The timing of meals shifted with thermal reality. Breakfast might be substantial, taking advantage of cool morning air for cooking and eating. Lunch became lighter and simpler, while dinner was often delayed until evening, when both cooking and eating could happen in more comfortable temperatures. Your ancestors didn't eat by the clock, they ate by the thermometer. These weren't just survival strategies, they created a culture of elegance and sophistication that worked within natural limits rather than trying to overcome them. Your great-grandmother managed to stay cool, look beautiful, and maintain social standards without ever touching a thermostat, creating a lifestyle that was both practical and genuinely stylish. As you settle into your climate-controlled bedroom tonight, consider how different your great-grandparents' relationship with sleep was during the sweltering summer months. Night wasn't just a time for rest. It was the daily reward for surviving another day of heat, a precious opportunity to cool down, recharge, and prepare for whatever thermal challenges tomorrow might bring. The evening hours held a special magic that our artificially cooled world has largely forgotten. The transition from day to night was something your ancestors savoured like wine. As the sun finally began its descent, the entire household would shift into evening mode with the precision of a well-rehearsed orchestra. Windows that had been strategically closed during the heat of the day would begin opening in careful sequence, each one positioned to catch the first hint of cooling air and encourage it to flow through the house. Your great-grandmother had an intimate knowledge of her home's thermal personality. She knew which windows to open first to create the gentle suction that would pull hot air out while drawing cooler air in. She understood the exact moment when the outdoor temperature dropped below the indoor temperature, the magical threshold when natural ventilation changed from liability to blessing. This wasn't guesswork. It was science learned through years of paying attention to the subtle signals that told her when relief was finally available. The bedroom preparation rituals of the pre-air conditioning era would seem elaborate to you now, but they were essential technology for achieving comfortable sleep. Beds were positioned not just for convenience, but to catch every available breeze. Your great-grandfather might move the entire bed closer to windows during heat waves, transforming the bedroom layout to take advantage of night air movement. Bedding became a crucial element in thermal management. Heavy quilts and comforters were stored away for the summer, replaced by lightweight cotton sheets that could breathe with the sleeper. Some families had special summer sheets made from linen or cotton, so fine it was almost like sleeping under woven air. Pillows were swapped for thinner versions, and even mattresses might be replaced with lighter alternatives that didn't trap and hold body heat throughout the night. The evening cooling routine extended beyond just opening windows. Your great-grandmother might take a cool bath or splash cold water on her wrists and neck, areas where blood vessels are close to the surface and cooling them could affect the entire body's temperature. Hair that had been pinned up all day would be brushed out and arranged to allow maximum air circulation around the neck and head during sleep. Children's bedtime routines were especially adapted to heat management. Lightweight cotton nightgowns replaced heavier sleepwear, and children might sleep with damp washcloths on their foreheads or arms. Some parents would lightly dampen sheets with cool water, creating evaporative cooling that could make the difference between restful sleep and a night of tossing and turning. For families fortunate enough to have multiple sleeping spaces, summer brought strategic relocations. Sleeping porches, screened areas that were essentially outdoor bedrooms, became havens during the hottest weeks. Upper floors, which were stifling during the day, might become comfortable at night when breezes were stronger at higher elevations. Some families would move mattresses to the coolest rooms in the house or even outdoors under mosquito netting when heat became truly unbearable. The sounds of summer nights were different in the pre-air conditioning era. Instead of the constant hum of climate control systems, your great-grandparents fell asleep to the natural symphony of cooling air, the whisper of breezes through window screens, the gentle creak of settling houses as temperatures dropped, and the distant conversations of neighbours also seeking relief on their porches and in their yards. Night work took on special significance during hot spells. Tasks that generated heat during the day could be accomplished in the blessed coolness of evening and early morning hours. Your great-grandmother might do her ironing by lamplight, taking advantage of temperatures that made the additional heat bearable. Baking for the next day could happen in the pre-dawn hours when ovens wouldn't turn kitchens into furnaces. The social aspects of cooling extended into the night as well. Neighbours might visit each other's cooling spots. Perhaps one family had a better cross breeze while another had a deeper well with cooler water for late evening refreshment. These evening gatherings weren't formal social events but spontaneous communities of relief, where shared cooling strategies and mutual support made the heat more bearable for everyone. Dawn brought its rituals in the pre-air conditioning world. Your great-grandfather would rise early not just to get work done before the heat returned, but to savour those precious hours when the air was actually cool. The morning routine included assessing the day's thermal prospects, checking cloud cover, feeling the air for humidity, and making strategic decisions about how to capture and preserve the coolness for as long as possible. The cycle would begin again. Windows that had been opened to night air would be strategically closed as temperatures began to rise. Curtains would be drawn to block the sun's heat, and the daily dance with temperature would resume. But those hours of relief, that nightly promise of cooling air and comfortable sleep, made it all bearable and even beautiful. Your ancestors didn't just survive the heat, they created lives of grace and comfort within natural limits that required wisdom, patience, and community. They understood something we're still learning, that working with natural cycles rather than against them can create not just sustainability, but genuine contentment. As you drift off to sleep tonight in your climate-controlled comfort, you might just dream of summer evenings when cool air was a gift to be savoured, and relief was something earned through the simple passage of time and the reliable promise that every hot day eventually surrenders to the cooling mercy of night. In the waning days of Rome's glory, a young deacon named Leo quietly ascended to prominence. The Western Empire was in danger of disintegrating in the year 440. Instead of looking to senators or generals for advice, imperial officials looked to a churchman. At Emperor Valentinian III's behest, Leo journeyed to Gaul to mediate a bitter feud between General Aetius, Rome's most powerful commander, and the magistrate Albinus. The emperor's decision to entrust this delicate mission to Leo was significant, as the able deacon had established a reputation for prudence and authority beyond ecclesiastical circles. While Leo negotiated peace in Gaul, fate intervened back home. Pope Sixtus III died in Leo's absence, and on September the 29th, 440, the clergy and people of Rome unanimously elected Leo as Bishop of Rome. The news reached him up north. The mediator would now become the supreme pastor of the Western Church. Leo returned to a city in need of strong leadership. Stepping into the role of Bishop of Rome, later generations would hail him as Pope Leo the Great, he carried both humility and resolve. Rome in the 440s was a city of contrasts, still adorned with imperial marble and Christian basilicas, yet teeming with destitute refugees from barbarian invasions. Leo threw himself into the work. From the pulpit he preached not only doctrine but also charity. He organised relief for those suffering from famine and war, urging the faithful to practice mercy and almsgiving alongside their fasts. Under his guidance, the church opened its granaries to feed the hungry and its monasteries to shelter the homeless. Leo's compassion in action earned him a fatherly status among Romans. In a world where emperors taxed and generals fought, it was the Bishop of Rome who cared for the widow and orphan. However, Leo was not a passive individual. He was equally a man of ideas and unwavering determination. As heresies sprouted amid the turmoil of the times, Leo responded with intellectual rigour and firm discipline. When news came that certain priests in distant Aquileia were tolerating the Pelagian heresy, Leo swiftly ordered a synod to correct them. In Rome, he discovered a secret sect of Manichaean dualists lurking in the shadows, likely refugees from the recently fallen African provinces. The Pope reacted decisively. He investigated, preached fiery sermons against their false light, and, according to his contemporary Prosper of Aquitaine, even burned their forbidden books. By 444 he declared the capital cleansed of the Manichaean contagion. Such actions might seem harsh to modern eyes, but to Leo's mind the very soul of Rome was at stake. If the empire was crumbling, at least the faith must stand firm. Leo's blend of compassion and authority extended his influence beyond the usual spiritual realm. The Western imperial court itself acknowledged his leadership. In June 445, Emperor Valentinian III issued a remarkable decree recognizing the primacy of the Bishop of Rome based on the merits of Peter and the dignity of the ancient capital. Provincial governors were even ordered to enforce papal summonses, a legal nod to Leo's supremacy over Western Christendom. This feat was unprecedented. Once merely primus inter pares, first among equals of bishops, the Bishop of Rome now held a recognized preeminence. Under Leo's stewardship, the very title of Pope, once used broadly for any bishop, became reserved exclusively for Rome's bishop. The decline of the empire was sowing the seeds of the papacy's future grandeur. Despite these accolades, Leo remained at heart a pastor. He corresponded with distant churches, arbitrating disputes in Gaul and Spain as a trusted father figure. He drew around him learned men like Prosper to assist in administration and correspondence. Ever mindful of his exemplar, St. Peter the Apostle, Leo championed the idea that the Pope is Peter's heir, carrying the keys of spiritual authority. The ultimate test of this conviction was imminent. As the mid-5th century approached, ominous tidings spread across the Alps. A storm was gathering in the north. The Huns, led by a warlord whose name was already spoken in dread whispers, were on the move. Unbeknownst to Leo, destiny was steering him toward a singular role, not only as a teacher and shepherd of souls, but as Rome's protector in its darkest hour. The stage was set for an encounter that would resound through the ages, and the humble deacon-turned pope would soon be called upon to save an empire. Pope Leo I was solidifying his spiritual authority while the Western Roman Empire around him was on the verge of collapse. By the mid-5th century, Rome's dominion had shrunk to a pathetic core. Little more than Italy and part of Gaul, observers noted, of the Western realm. The grandeur of Caesar and Augustus was now a ghost haunting crumbling walls. Gone were the rich provinces of North Africa. The Vandals had seized Carthage in 439, cutting off Rome's critical grain supply. Hispania and Gaul were carved up by Visigothic and Burgundian kings who paid only token respect to the emperor. Across the sea, Britannia, once a Roman diocese, was abandoned to wild Anglo-Saxon warlords. The Western Empire in Leo's time was essentially an Italian kingdom struggling to survive, its frontiers pressed on all sides by so-called barbarians, and its treasury drained. The city of Rome itself, though still symbolically powerful, was a mere shadow of its former self. The imperial court had long since relocated to Ravenna, a marsh-girt city easier to defend. In Rome, ancient monuments decayed even as new churches rose. The populace, much diminished from a century ago, lived in uneasy suspense. Memories of the Visigoth sack of 410 still lingered like a national trauma. Elderly Romans could recall the horror when Alaric's Goths breached the walls and looted the Eternal City for 3 days. The psychological scar had not healed. Now, 4 decades later, rumours spread that an even fiercer enemy was approaching Italy's borders. Children heard frightening tales of the Hun with his ruthless horsemen and felt their parents' anxiety. Many asked, was history repeating itself? Or worse, was this the end of Rome at last? In the palaces of Ravenna, Emperor Valentinian III reigned in name, but real power was precariously balanced. The true strongman was Flavius Aetius, the Magister Militum, master of soldiers. Famed for both his cunning and his controversial alliances, Aetius had spent his youth as a hostage among the Huns, even befriending their leaders. Hardened by that experience, he knew Rome could not fight all its enemies at once. With grim pragmatism, Aetius had struck deals with some barbarians to fight others. In 437 he formed an alliance with Attila's Huns to demolish the Burgundian kingdom in Gaul, eradicating it from its core. Western Rome was forced to play a desperate game of divide et impera in order to survive. By the late 440s, Aetius managed a fragile coalition holding Gaul against the Visigoths and Italy against the Ostrogoths. But the Huns, once his occasional allies, were becoming an ever greater threat. Aetius knew Attila's character too well. The Hun king's ambitions had no limit. The cultural fabric of the empire was also fraying. The old pagan aristocracy had mostly bowed to Christianity, but not always sincerely. Some clung to classical traditions and nostalgic dreams of Rome's past, while the new reality, a Christian empire fighting for its life, demanded a different ethos. In this atmosphere, spiritual interpretations of Rome's misfortune flourished. Many Christian Romans, Leo among them, viewed the successive calamities as divine chastisement for the empire's sins. Was God using barbarian invaders as a scourge to humble Rome? The question was pondered in sermons and letters. Decades earlier, St. Augustine had written The City of God after the 410 sack, explaining that earthly empires rise and fall while the City of God endures. Now Augustine was gone. He had died in 430 as Vandals besieged his city of Hippo, but his ideas lived on. Pope Leo, steeped in such theology, urged his flock not to lose faith. If the empire was crumbling, perhaps it was all the more urgent to uphold Christian virtue and unity. By 450, the Western court was rife with intrigue and insecurity. Emperor Valentinian, never a strong ruler, was dominated first by his formidable mother, Galla Placidia, and then by Aetius. With Placidia's death in 450 and the emperor's own sister Honoria embroiled in scandal, she had secretly appealed to Attila for help escaping an arranged marriage, offering him her hand, and half the empire as dowry. The dynasty itself seemed to teeter. When reports came that Attila had considered Honoria's plea and was mustering his forces, panic swept the Italian elite. Attila's reputation as the scourge of God preceded him. He had already bullied the Eastern Empire into paying enormous tribute, and now he cast his covetous gaze westward. In the spring of 451, Attila marched into Gaul. The showdown came on the Catalaunian plains near Chalons. There, Aetius, joined by Roman troops and various foederati allies, Visigoths, Franks, confronted the Huns in one of antiquity's great battles. The fight was brutal and indecisive. Attila's advance was halted, but not decisively crushed. Corpses littered the plain, and the Visigothic king was slain in the fray. But Attila lived to fight another day. The Battle of Chalons, instead of a clear Roman victory, resulted in a Pyrrhic stalemate that left the Hunnic horde battered yet intact. Gaul had taken the brunt of Attila's wrath, giving Italy a moment of relief, but the respite was fleeting. Late in 451, as winter fell, unsettling news reached Rome. Attila had regrouped his forces beyond the Alps. The Hun was far from finished. In fact, he was enraged. They had thwarted his campaign in Gaul, leaving his appetite for conquest unsated. Honoria's offer still stood as a convenient pretext. In Attila's mind, the dowry he demanded, half of the Western Empire, remained unpaid. Early the next year, scouts and refugees brought terrifying reports. Attila was crossing into Italy. City after city in the northern provinces was falling to fire and sword. The spectre that had loomed so long was now at hand. Rome's darkest hour was approaching, even as its secular might was at its weakest. The people's hopes increasingly turned to prayer, and to the unassuming figure of Pope Leo, whose courage and faith would soon be tested as never before. In the gathering gloom of the 450s, Pope Leo I emerged as more than a religious leader. He became the soul of a dying empire. While legions faltered and emperors dithered, Leo provided a different kind of strength, one rooted in faith and moral conviction. He often preached that earthly turmoils were transient, but the spiritual battle for righteousness was eternal. Leo's unwavering faith in the unique function of his position fueled his confidence. As Bishop of Rome, he saw himself as heir to St. Peter, the Apostle Christ had charged with feeding his sheep. To Leo, the task was no mere honorific. It was a living mandate. In one letter he wrote, "To deny the authority of the chair of Peter is to question the very foundation of the Church." He strove to live up to that high calling, convinced that in his leadership the voice of the apostles echoed anew. This conviction was dramatically vindicated in 451 at the Great Council of Chalcedon, a church synod convened far to the east in Asia Minor to settle a theological crisis. Leo could not attend in person, troubles in the west kept him in Rome, but he sent legates bearing a document he authored, the famous Tome of Leo. This tome clearly defined the dual nature of Christ, both fully God and fully man, and was intended to guide the Council Fathers out of contentious debate. As the assembly of bishops read Leo's words aloud, a sudden unity swept the hall. According to the council records, the bishops cried out in unison, "This is the faith of the fathers. Peter has spoken thus through Leo." In that acclamation, Leo's authority was affirmed in an almost mystical way. It was as if St. Peter himself had stood among them, teaching through Leo's voice. The Roman Pope's stature soared. He was now revered as Leo the Great, a pillar of orthodoxy and a figure of international renown. For Leo personally, it was confirmation that his leadership carried not just human approval, but divine sanction. Back in Rome, Leo leveraged this moral authority to bolster the city's resolve. He preached frequently to his flock, tailoring his message to the tumultuous times. In homilies, he called the invasion threats a test of faith. Drawing on scripture, he likened Rome to the biblical Nineveh, a mighty city that could be spared from destruction if its people repented and turned to God. He urged public fasting and prayer vigils, and it was said that the churches were filled day and night with supplicants crying for deliverance. The Pope himself led processions through the streets, venerating relics of saints and imploring heavenly aid to avert the scourge approaching Italy. To a population frightened by news of flaming towns in the north, Leo's calm and resolute presence was a godsend. He told them, "God did not abandon Jonah's Nineveh, nor will he abandon Rome, seat of his apostles." Such words gave hope to the hopeless. Leo's influence extended even into the imperial palace. When Emperor Valentinian III and his court vacillated on how to deal with Attila's impending onslaught, Leo did not hesitate to offer counsel. Some accounts suggest it was Leo who volunteered to personally meet the Hun, a proposal that stunned the imperial advisors. Others say the idea originated from the emperor, who realised that no general or diplomat had the gravitas to face Attila on equal terms, whereas the saintly bishop of Rome just might. Regardless, by the beginning of 452, everyone's attention was focused on Leo, possibly the sole individual capable of saving Rome from the abyss. It was a heavy burden for a man of the cloth, yet Leo prepared to shoulder it with the same sense of duty that had guided him all along. There was a profound symbolism in Leo's stepping forward. Here was a representative of spiritual authority confronting the might of worldly violence. The clash was not simply between a pope and a warlord, but between two worldviews, one of faith, mercy and moral suasion, and another of conquest, fear and raw power. Leo understood this. In quiet moments of prayer before his departure, he surely reflected on the trials of past leaders of the Church. He prayed at the tomb of St. Peter in the Vatican Basilica, seeking courage. Tradition holds that Leo had a vision there, hearing the words, "Peace be with you, I am with you," as if spoken by Peter or an angel. Empowered by this reassurance, Leo arose determined to act. If Attila was indeed a scourge sent as punishment, then Leo would be the intercessor pleading for mercy on Rome's behalf, a new Moses before the Pharaoh, or a David against Goliath armed only with faith. By the spring of 452, Attila's forces had stormed into northern Italy, and panic gripped the land. Emperor Valentinian remained safely behind Ravenna's walls, and General Aetius, lacking an army strong enough after the Gaulish campaign, could do little. It was in this vacuum of secular leadership that Leo's moment arrived. The Pope gathered a small delegation to accompany him, among them the former consul Gennadius Avienus and the ex-prefect Memmius Trigetius, distinguished Romans who lent political weight to the embassy. But there was no question who led it. Dressed not in armour, but in simple clerical robes, Leo set out northward, determined to confront the unconfrontable. As he left the gates of Rome, citizens wept and cheered him in equal measure, praying for his success, fearing for his safety. Behind him trailed an austere retinue of priests and deacons carrying holy relics and perhaps gifts for the Hun king. It was an unprecedented sight, the vicar of Christ riding forth to meet the terror of the world. The sun-baked Italian roads ahead were uncertain, but Leo's purpose was clear. In his heart burned both the courage of a lion and the compassion of a shepherd. Whatever happened on this journey, Rome's fate and Leo's legacy would forever be intertwined on that fateful day when faith stood face to face with fury. While Leo advanced north, Attila the Hun drove his war host relentlessly south. To understand the collision course of these two figures, one must step into Attila's world, a world of vast open. The vast steppes echoed with thundering hooves, symbolizing a destiny forged in blood and superstition. Attila was no ordinary barbarian chieftain. He styled himself as something far grander, even cosmic. A legend circulated among his people that a sacred weapon had fallen into Attila's hands, the sword of Mars. A humble shepherd, the story went, discovered an ornate sword in a field, revealed by the blood of a limping heifer. He presented it to Attila, who exulted in the find. Believing it a gift from the war god, whom Romans identified as Mars, Attila took it as a sign of divine favour. He thought he had been appointed ruler of the whole world, and that through the sword of Mars supremacy in all wars was assured to him. So writes the historian Jordanes, echoing the accounts of Attila's contemporaries. Armed with this talisman and unshakable self-confidence, Attila saw himself as an instrument of godly wrath, a scourge sent upon the earth. Indeed, later Romans would call him flagellum Dei, the scourge of God, believing that he was a punishment for the sins of humankind. Under Attila's command, the Hunnic Empire reached its zenith. From the plains of Hungary across the Danube and into Germany, he united a confederation of Huns, Alans, Ostrogoths, and other tribes through charisma and fear. He became sole ruler in 445 after allegedly murdering his brother Bleda, an act that removed the last check on his power. Ruthless as he was, Attila was also a shrewd strategist. He realised that brute force alone wouldn't sustain his dominion. Cunning diplomacy and psychological warfare were equally potent. Throughout the 440s, Attila alternated devastating military campaigns with calculated negotiations. He extorted the Eastern Roman Empire for gold year after year, first £700, then £2,100 annually, after he battered their armies in 447. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, preferred paying off the Huns to facing them in battle, a policy that enriched Attila immensely. By the year 450, Attila's treasuries were brimming with tribute, and his warriors had gained seasoned experience from numerous skirmishes and sieges. Despite ruling over such wealth, Attila led a simple life by choice, akin to a warrior monk. Roman envoys who visited his encampment were astonished by his austerity. The historian Priscus, who dined with Attila during a diplomatic mission, recorded that while lavish food on silver platters was served to guests, Attila himself ate nothing but meat off a wooden trencher. He drank from a wooden cup, whereas his lieutenants sipped wine from gleaming goblets of gold. His clothes were plain and clean, devoid of the jewels that adorned other chieftains. Such discipline both impressed and unnerved the Romans. It suggested a man of unwavering determination, unaffected by decadence or distraction, a leader capable of instilling unwavering loyalty by empathizing with the struggles of his followers. Attila also had a mercurial temper and could be mercilessly cruel, but he tempered terror with moments of calculated mercy or humour, keeping even his closest followers guessing. Attila's worldview was steeped in omen and prophecy. Priscus noted that Attila consulted seers and believed in predictions about his lineage. One prophecy purportedly left him momentarily sombre. It foretold that disaster would eventually befall the Huns, though perhaps not in his lifetime. But such dark musings were rare. More often, Attila projected absolute confidence in his divinely sanctioned mission of conquest. He even co-opted Roman mystique for his ends. A chilling tale from Milan illustrates this. When Attila captured that proud Italian city in 452, he came across a fresco in the palace that depicted past Roman emperors seated on the thrones, which triumphed over the barbarian chiefs who were laid prostrate at their feet, conveying a sense of imperial arrogance. The scene of imperial arrogance enraged him. Attila immediately summoned an artist and ordered a new mural painted. In this revisionist artwork, Attila sat on the throne while cringing. Roman emperors knelt before him, pouring out bags of gold in tribute. With grim satisfaction, Attila essentially declared his reversal of fortune. Rome's days of victory were over. It was now the barbarians' turn to rule. Whether or not the story is apocryphal, it captures Attila's mindset. He was deliberately crafting an image, to Romans and to his people, that the Hun was the new master of the world and Rome's proud eagles would bow to the rider of the steppes. While Leo advanced north, Attila the Hun drove his war host relentlessly south. To understand the collision course of these two figures, one must step into Attila's world, a world of vast open. The vast steppes echoed with thundering hooves, symbolising a destiny forged in blood and superstition. Attila was no ordinary barbarian chieftain. He styled himself as something far grander, even cosmic. A legend circulated among his people that a sacred weapon had fallen into Attila's hands, the Sword of Mars. A humble shepherd, the story went, discovered an ornate sword in a field, revealed by the blood of a limping heifer. He presented it to Attila, who exulted in the find. Believing it a gift from the war god, whom Romans identified as Mars, Attila took it as a sign of divine favour. He thought he had been appointed ruler of the whole world, and that through the Sword of Mars supremacy in all wars was assured to him. So writes the historian Jordanes, echoing the accounts of Attila's contemporaries. Armed with this talisman and unshakable self-confidence, Attila saw himself as an instrument of godly wrath, a scourge sent upon the earth. Indeed, later Romans would call him flagellum Dei, the scourge of God, believing that he was a punishment for the sins of humankind. Under Attila's command, the Hunnic Empire reached its zenith. From the plains of Hungary across the Danube and into Germany, he united a confederation of Huns, Alans, Ostrogoths, and other tribes through charisma and fear. He became sole ruler in 445 after allegedly murdering his brother Bleda, an act that removed the last check on his power. Ruthless as he was, Attila was also a shrewd strategist. He realised that brute force alone wouldn't sustain his dominion. Cunning diplomacy and psychological warfare were equally potent. Throughout the 440s, Attila alternated devastating military campaigns with calculated negotiations. He extorted the Eastern Roman Empire for gold year after year, first £700, then £2,100 annually, after he battered their armies in 447. The Eastern Emperor, Theodosius II, preferred paying off the Huns to facing them in battle, a policy that enriched Attila immensely. By the year 450, Attila's treasuries were brimming with tribute, and his warriors had gained seasoned experience from numerous skirmishes and sieges. Despite ruling over such wealth, Attila led a simple life by choice, akin to a warrior monk. Roman envoys who visited his encampment were astonished by his austerity. The historian Priscus, who dined with Attila during a diplomatic mission, recorded that while lavish food on silver platters was served to guests, Attila himself ate nothing but meat off a wooden trencher. He drank from a wooden cup, whereas his lieutenants sipped wine from gleaming goblets of gold. His clothes were plain and clean, devoid of the jewels that adorned other chieftains. Such discipline both impressed and unnerved the Romans. It suggested a man of unwavering determination, unaffected by decadence or distraction, a leader capable of instilling unwavering loyalty by empathising with the struggles of his followers. Attila also had a mercurial temper and could be mercilessly cruel, but he tempered terror with moments of calculated mercy or humour, keeping even his closest followers guessing. Attila's worldview was steeped in omen and prophecy. Priscus noted that Attila consulted seers and believed in predictions about his lineage. One prophecy purportedly left him momentarily sombre. It foretold that disaster would eventually befall the Huns, though perhaps not in his lifetime. But such dark musings were rare. More often, Attila projected absolute confidence in his divinely sanctioned mission of conquest. He even co-opted Roman mystique for his ends. A chilling tale from Milan illustrates this. When Attila captured that proud Italian city in 452, he came across a fresco in the palace that depicted past Roman emperors seated on the thrones, which triumphed over the barbarian chiefs who were laid prostrate at their feet, conveying a sense of imperial arrogance. The scene of imperial arrogance enraged him. Attila immediately summoned an artist and ordered a new mural painted. In this revisionist artwork, Attila sat on the throne while cringing. Roman emperors knelt before him, pouring out bags of gold in tribute. With grim satisfaction, Attila essentially declared his reversal of fortune. Rome's days of victory were over. It was now the barbarians' turn to rule. Whether or not the story is apocryphal, it captures Attila's mindset. He was deliberately crafting an image, to Romans and to his people, that the Hun was the new master of the world and Rome's proud eagles would bow to the rider of the steppes. In the sultry August of 452, northern Italy lay crushed under the Huns' heel. The Huns trampled fields, left villages empty, and filled the air with thick smoke from burnt towns. Down the ancient Via Aemilia, a strange procession made its way against this tide of destruction. Pope Leo I, mounted perhaps on a sturdy mule or horse, led a small band of envoys and clergy steadily northward. Each mile brought new evidence of Attila's wrath: charred farmsteads, refugees huddled by the roadside, and tales of unspeakable carnage. Leo's heart must have been heavy, yet he pressed on, radiating a calm conviction that bewildered those who met him. There are accounts of peasants kneeling as he passed, as if sensing that this man carried the last hope of Rome on his shoulders. Clad in the simple white garments of a bishop, Leo cut an incongruous figure on a battlefield. But to the desperate Italians, the sight of the unarmed pope heading toward the invader inspired a flicker of faith. If anyone could appeal to Attila's mercy, perhaps it was this saintly man. Meanwhile, Attila had pitched camp near the Mincio River, not far from where it flows into the Great Po. The summer heat and disease in his ranks urged him to conclude business quickly. Rome beckoned just over the horizon. Attila sent scouts ahead toward the capital, who returned with curious news. The city's gates were still shut, no army in sight. Instead, a delegation of high-ranking Romans was coming to parley. Attila agreed to receive them. Perhaps he believed that a quick negotiation could secure both a hefty ransom and Honoria's hand, which would allow him to claim victory without further bloodshed. Or perhaps he relished making Rome prostrate itself. Either way, a meeting was arranged on the open plain. Attila ordered his war tent prepared with appropriate pomp. The Hun camp bustled, banners emblazoned with dragon motifs fluttered, horses neighed, and rings of leather tents stretched to the horizon. Battle-scarred warriors, curious about the Roman pope, gathered at a respectful distance when the envoys arrived. They came in state. Leo, flanked by the ex-consul Avienus, and ex-prefect Tragetius, and attended by a train of priests bearing processional crosses and icons. To Attila's warriors, the scene was a novel sight. Romans without weapons, carrying only strange symbols and moving with solemn purpose. Under the bright sky, Pope Leo and Attila the Hun finally came face to face. The moment was historic, the soft-spoken Holy Father and the scourge of nations. Despite being in his early 60s, Leo stood with dignified bearing. Attila, a middle-aged man of middling height with a man with a broad chest and weathered face, regarded the Pope intently. Attila was known for his habit of rolling his fierce eyes to intimidate those in front of him. One might imagine he attempted the same on Leo, yet Leo did not flinch. Clad in simple robes, the Pope met the barbarian's gaze with steady, compassionate eyes. An observer described Leo at that encounter as fearless, as one who trusts not in himself but in God. Attila, who had terrorized tens of thousands, now encountered a man who showed no fear. The conversation that unfolded has been lost to time. No transcript exists, but through various accounts and a dose of imagination, we can reconstruct its tenor. First, the Roman envoys likely offered formal salutations. Avienus, experienced in diplomacy, probably spoke, "Attila, most noble leader of the Huns, we come on behalf of the Senate and people of Rome." They might have offered gifts, chests of gold or jewelled goblets, tokens of Rome's esteem or desperation. Attila listened impatiently. Then Pope Leo addressed the warlord. Unlike the perfumed senators of the East who had grovelled before Attila in past embassies, Leo's voice was neither sycophantic nor cowering. He spoke plainly, demonstrating both grave respect and authority. Through an interpreter, for Attila, who understood Latin only a little, Leo appealed to humanity in the Hun. He acknowledged Attila's victories. "You have been the instrument of divine justice, punishing the sins of the land." Such words, crediting God for Attila's success, may have intrigued the superstitious king. Leo continued, perhaps urging Attila to show mercy now that his mission of chastisement was fulfilled. He might have invoked the fate of conquerors who failed to temper justice with mercy. Certainly Leo reminded Attila of the transience of mortal life. One chronicler imagined Leo saying, "We are all mortals, O king, sooner or later we return to dust. Seek not the further spilling of innocents' blood, but earn everlasting glory by sparing Rome." Attila responded brusquely. One can picture his scowling visage as he listed his demands. Through the interpreter, he likely thundered that Honoria, the imperial princess who had appealed to him, be handed over at once with her rightful inheritance, the dowry he claimed. He may have also demanded an annual tribute of gold from Rome, to replace what the Eastern Empire had stopped paying. Attila was a man used to dictating terms, yet even as he spoke, something gnawed at him. Here was this unarmed priest calmly rebutting the scourge of God. Leo answered Attila's demands firmly. The emperor could not yield his sister as a bride, for that matter was already settled. Honoria had been punished for her rash offer. As for tribute, Leo likely pleaded that Italy was spent and ravaged. There was little left to give. Perhaps he offered what he could from the church's treasury, emphasising that further devastation would only bring diminishing returns. A starved, plague-ridden land would profit no conqueror. As the negotiations seesawed, Attila's temper might have flared, but each time Leo responded with steady reasoning and moral exhortation. He reminded Attila of Alaric's fate. The Goth had died soon after taking Rome. Was it truly wise to risk the same anger of heaven? Attila's pagan priests in his retinue exchanged nervous glances. They too had heard the stories. The Hunnic king, despite his bravado, felt a chill. At that very moment, according to the later legend, a miraculous vision sealed the outcome. Attila suddenly fell silent, eyes widening at a point above Leo's head. To his astonishment, he beheld what seemed to be two towering figures in the air, saintly men clad in armour, one carrying a sword that blazed in the sunlight. These spectral warriors, who were visible only to Attila, glared at him as if to say, "Do not touch this man or this city." Paul the Deacon, a writer from centuries later, would identify the warriors as the apostles Peter and Paul who had come from heaven to protect Rome. Attila, who believed in omens, felt a stab of fear. Was this a divine warning? Whether one credits the miracle or not, something stirred in Attila. He, who had never lost a negotiated advantage, suddenly softened. The fierce light in his eyes dimmed. Attila, the untamable, gazed at Pope Leo's peaceful face and found no enemy there, only a beseeching father figure. In that instant, the dynamics shifted. Attila raised a hand, signalling an end to the debate. He announced his decision. The Huns would withdraw, he would spare Rome. The Roman envoys must have suppressed a deep sense of relief upon hearing those words. Terms were likely agreed upon, perhaps a one-time payment of gold, certainly a promise that Honoria's issue would be dropped. Attila made a final pronouncement, half warning, half concession. "Tell your emperor this. This peace is not permanent. If Rome wishes to remain safe, let it remember to give Attila what is Attila's." It was merely a show of strength to maintain the status quo. Leo inclined his head, accepting the conditions, whatever they were, and offered a blessing. The meeting was over. Attila had yielded, against all expectation. The Pope and his party turned back toward Rome, carrying the almost unbelievable news. Behind them, Attila retired to his camp, pensive. The sun was dipping low as the two groups parted ways. Roman chroniclers later rejoiced that no sword was drawn that day, no blood spilled. A battle had been won by words and faith alone. Attila's chieftains were astonished. Some protested, "Shall the mighty Attila be turned back by a preacher's tongue?" But others, those who knew of the worsening supplies and the whispers of plague, were secretly glad. They feared a doomed assault on Rome as much as any Roman did. In the privacy of his tent that night, Attila brooded. Perhaps he felt an unaccustomed twinge of admiration for Leo, or perhaps simply relief that he could retreat without testing Rome's cursed fate. Either way, the decision was made. By dawn, the Hunnic banners were pointed north. The scourge of God began his march out of Italy. Pope Leo I had achieved an unimaginable feat. He gazed into the eyes of the most feared man on earth, causing him to blink. Rome was saved, at least for that season. Raphael's famed fresco in the Vatican, painted over 1,000 years later, dramatizes the legend. Pope Leo, depicted serenely on horseback, raises a hand toward Attila, while above the Pope, two warrior saints brandish swords in the sky. This artistic fantasy captures the essence of how contemporaries and posterity viewed the encounter in 452, a turning point where the tide of destruction miraculously halted at the gates of Rome. Leo saved Rome on that fateful day near Mantua, not through the use of force, but through the strength of his character and faith. The aftermath of the meeting was immediate and profound. As word spread that Attila had turned back, a wave of incredulous joy swept through Italy. In Rome, anxious citizens waiting for news could scarcely believe it. The city and their lives had been spared. Many attributed it entirely to divine intervention thanks to Leo's sanctity. The Pope's status reached unprecedented heights. Rome welcomed him back as Pater Patriae, the father of the fatherland, a title no humble churchman had ever held. The relieved Romans truly deserved to call Leo Magnus the Great. Historians through the ages have debated why Attila withdrew. Some near-contemporary observers, like the chronicler Prosper of Aquitaine, insisted that it was Leo's personal impact on Attila that made the difference, that the Hun was so impressed by the holy man's courage and eloquence that he simply gave up his designs. Another source, the historian Priscus, who knew Attila's court firsthand, offered a more pragmatic rationale. Attila's men were growing afraid. They recalled how Alaric had died after sacking Rome, and they urged Attila not to invite a similar curse. Modern scholars point to logistics and disease. Indeed, a later chronicle suggests that at that very time, plague was ravaging Attila's army, and supplies were running perilously low, while the Eastern Emperor Marcian had dispatched troops to harry Attila's homeland. Surrounded by ill omens, sickness in camp, hostile forces gathering elsewhere, and the psychological weight of Rome's spiritual clout, Attila likely calculated that discretion outweighed valour. Whatever mix of motives one assigns, the result is indisputable. Attila suddenly retreated, and he never returned. The scourge of God had scourged enough. Leo's triumph, however, was not a permanent deliverance. He knew as much. According to ancient accounts, Attila sent a message upon his departure, threatening to return unless Honoria handed over her inheritance. Attila made this gesture to save face, but in reality he had lost his chance. The following year, in 453, Attila the Hun tragically passed away on the eve of his latest wedding feast. The legendary conqueror succumbed not on the battlefield but in his marital bed, reportedly bursting a blood vessel and choking on his blood after heavy drinking. His bride Ildiko awoke to a corpse. The superstitious saw divine justice in this inglorious end. With Attila's death, the unity of the Hunnic Empire perished. His sons quarrelled and, within a decade, the Huns ceased to be a major threat. Rome had survived Attila. However, the lifespan of the Western Roman Empire was short. In 455, just 3 years after Leo's encounter with Attila, Rome faced another deadly menace. Genseric, king of the Vandals, sailed his fleets from North Africa and landed at Ostia. This time there was no massive barbarian host at the gates, but a naval invasion. Emperor Valentinian III had been assassinated. Political chaos reigned. Once again, Leo filled the void. Unarmed and accompanied by his clergy, he went out to meet Genseric, employing the same courage and moral plea he had with Attila. The Vandal was a different man, however, and negotiations yielded only a partial success. Genseric agreed not to burn the city or massacre its inhabitants, but he would plunder, and plunder he did. For 2 weeks in June 455, the Vandals methodically looted Rome. The treasures of ages, the temple of Jupiter's gilded roof and the spoils Titus had taken from Jerusalem, were carted off to Vandal Africa. Leo could not prevent this humiliation. Nonetheless, even Genseric's begrudging restraint was attributed to Leo's influence. The Pope's entreaties at least spared Rome the flames. The massive basilicas of St. Peter and St. Paul, where terrified citizens had flocked for sanctuary, were left intact by Vandal hands. This mitigation counted as another testimony to Leo's clout. Once more, the secular authorities had utterly failed, and once more it was Leo, and Leo alone, who stood as Rome's protector. Pope Leo I lived on for a few more years after these tumultuous events, dying in 461. He was buried as a hero in Rome, his tomb adorned with the inscription Defender of the City. His legacy only grew with time. In ecclesiastical history, Leo is remembered for his theological contributions, the Tome of Leo and the strengthening of papal primacy. But in popular memory, it was the day he saved Rome that truly made him a legend. Over the centuries, the story of Leo and Attila acquired an almost mythical aura. Medieval writers embroidered it freely. The apparition of Saints Peter and Paul threatening Attila, hinted at in Paul the Deacon's 8th century account, became a staple of the tale. Artists immortalised the scene. Apart from Raphael's Renaissance fresco, earlier the Baroque sculptor Algardi carved a grand relief in St. Peter's itself, showing Leo backed by heavenly figures driving away the Hun. Such images reinforced the narrative that Rome was saved not by human might but by divine intervention, channeled through Leo the Great. Yet for all the embellishment, the core truth endures and rings down the ages. In a moment of existential peril, when the material defences of an ancient civilization had failed, one man's moral courage prevailed. Leo's encounter with Attila stands as a testament to the power of persuasion over the sword and of faith over fear. It highlights the shifting world of the 5th century. As the Western Empire crumbled, the spiritual authority of the Church was rising to fill the void. Leo's success with Attila wasn't just a lucky diplomatic coup, it was a sign of the new epoch dawning. In the centuries that followed the fall of Rome, the last emperor would be deposed in 476, just 24 years after Leo's stand. The bishops of Rome, now firmly called popes, would increasingly assume roles of civic leadership, protectors, and power brokers in the remnants of empire. Leo had set the example. He showed that a pope could marshal not armies, but something perhaps equally compelling: moral suasion, unity, and hope in the face of despair. In separating myth from reality, modern historians acknowledge the practical factors that led to Attila's retreat: hunger, disease, and strategic considerations, but they also acknowledge that Leo's diplomatic mission was crucial. Without it, Attila might have lingered long enough to sack Rome before those factors fully unravelled his campaign. Leo gave Attila a face-saving exit and a spiritual scare to boot. That was enough. In the summer of 422, an unlikely saviour in a plain cassock saved the Eternal City from annihilation. For the generation that witnessed it, there could be no doubt. Pope Leo I had saved Rome. It was a bright spot in an age of collapse, a story retold with gratitude and awe. To this day, when one stands in St. Peter's and looks up at the marble relief of Leo driving away Attila, one is reminded of the power of courage and faith to alter the course of history. In Leo's voice lay the echo of an empire's spirit, and the promise that even in history's darkest chapters, a single steadfast soul can shine brightly enough to turn back the tide of destruction, if only for a moment. And occasionally, that moment is all that civilization needs to survive. The sun set on the Western Roman Empire not with a single cataclysm, but through decades of slow decay. Pope Leo I, however, had already sealed his place in the annals of survival, diplomacy, and faith. As Rome's political fabric crumbled, Leo's influence continued to expand. Even in death in 461, his legacy was carried on by popes who modelled themselves not just after St. Peter, but after Leo's blend of spiritual fervour and diplomatic steel. His tomb in the old St. Peter's Basilica became a shrine not only of theological memory, but of civic pride, a place Romans could point to and say, "This man stood when others fled." The 5th century saw chaos, fragmentation and loss. Italy became a patchwork of Gothic rulers, Gaul drifted toward Frankish hands, and Africa became a Vandal kingdom. Yet the institutional church remained remarkably cohesive. This was, in part, Leo's doing. His letters had established a papal administrative style that reached bishops far beyond the crumbling empire's borders. His tome had crystallized Christology for centuries to come. His sermons, preserved, copied and studied, continued to nourish Christian identity in a post-imperial world. Yet the story of Leo's meeting with Attila continued to evolve, not just in church memory but in public imagination. The miracle, whether historically accurate or not, resonated deeply. In a world of collapsing order, the myth of a shepherd confronting the wolf and turning him away felt truer than any dusty chronicle. Artists, poets, theologians, and even emperors clung to this narrative. Leo's courage became archetypal, echoed in later eras when popes would stand up to kings, emperors, or even fascist regimes. Meanwhile, Attila's name lived on in darker legend. Although Attila died in 453 AD under anticlimactic circumstances, drunk and bleeding on his wedding night, his empire soon dissolved afterward. His sons quarrelled over the remnants, the cohesion of the Hunnic tribes vanished. By the end of the 5th century, the Huns were no longer a power, not even a memory in the lands they once terrorised. In some parts of Europe, parents no longer warned children about the Huns. The threat had passed, yet Leo's voice still echoed from pulpits. Over time, Rome transitioned from the capital of a political empire to the symbolic heart of Christendom. This transformation was neither inevitable nor easy. It took figures like Leo, resolute, theologically sharp and diplomatically fearless, to steer the city from imperial ruin toward ecclesiastical prominence. One could argue that the Papal States, medieval Christendom, and even the Vatican City of today trace a straight line from Leo's model of papal leadership. He proved the church could not only survive political collapse, it could redefine power entirely. The sculpture in St. Peter's Basilica by Alessandro Algardi, completed in the 17th century, immortalises the scene with drama. Leo raises his hand, angelic warriors bear down from the heavens upon Attila, frozen in awe. It is theatrical, yes, but theatre with purpose. It reminds viewers that history is made not only through armies and battles, but through moments of extraordinary moral courage. That was Leo's gift to his age and ours, a vision of spiritual authority that was not passive, not withdrawn, but deeply engaged in the mess of human affairs. In the end, the day Leo saved Rome was not about political negotiation alone. It was a cultural pivot point. He demonstrated that faith could influence diplomacy, that courage didn't necessitate a sword, and that at times, defending civilization could be achieved by a single man with unwavering conviction, bravely stepping into the depths of darkness. Picture this. You're living in ancient Rome, around 50 AD. You've got your toga pressed, your sandals polished, and you think life is pretty good. Then you discover your spouse has been spending their afternoons with someone else, and suddenly your carefully ordered world feels about as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm. Now, if you were just any regular Roman citizen, you might have done what most people did back then. Maybe thrown some pottery, started a public shouting match, or plotted some elaborate revenge involving questionable seafood left in strategic locations. But you're different. You've been studying this new philosophy called Stoicism, and you're about to find out whether all those hours spent reading Epictetus were worth it. The Stoics proposed the radical notion that you could master your reaction to betrayal. The betrayal itself had already occurred, likely while you were occupied with rearranging your collection of scrolls, but your reaction, that was entirely up to you, and the issue wasn't just theoretical philosophy class nonsense. These were practical people dealing with real problems, just like you are right now, thousands of years later. Marcus Aurelius, who spent his days running an empire and his nights writing what essentially amounted to diary entries about not losing his mind, understood the circumstances better than most. He knew that people would do what they wanted, no matter what you wanted or expected. Your spouse choosing to be unfaithful wasn't really about you controlling them. It was about you controlling you. Taking a deep breath and asking yourself a simple question: what exactly can you control in this situation? Is the first thing a Stoic would advise. You can't control what your partner did yesterday. You can't control whether they'll do it again. You cannot influence the actions of your partner from yesterday, nor can you determine if they will repeat those actions. Additionally, you have no control over whether the individual with whom they were unfaithful possesses more appealing hair than you. However, you do have the power to decide how you will think about the situation, how you will respond, and what actions you will take moving forward. This may seem almost overly simplistic, but the Stoics held a strong belief in the value of straightforward truths. But you can control your thoughts, reactions, and next steps. These principles might sound almost ridiculously simple, but the Stoics were big believers in simple truths. They figured that most of human suffering came from trying to control things that were completely outside our influence, while ignoring the things that were actually within our power. It's like spending all your energy trying to change the weather while forgetting to grab an umbrella. Seneca, another famous Stoic who had plenty of experience with life's unexpected curveballs, would probably remind you that betrayal hurts precisely because we had expectations about how other people should behave. We create these elaborate mental contracts with the people in our lives, unspoken agreements about loyalty, honesty, and not sneaking around behind our backs. When someone breaks that contract, we feel violated not just by their actions, but also by the shattering of our assumptions about how the world should work. But here's where it gets interesting. The Stoics would suggest that those expectations were the real problem all along. It's not that your desire for faithfulness and honesty was incorrect. Those are entirely valid desires. Rather, it's because you mistakenly believed that your strong desire for faithfulness and honesty could ensure their fulfillment. So there you are, standing in your Roman villa or your modern apartment, holding the pieces of what you thought was your life, and some ancient philosopher is essentially telling you that this moment, this exact moment of discovering betrayal, is actually an opportunity. An opportunity to practice the most important skill any human can develop, the ability to respond rather than simply react. You know what's amusing about finding out you've been cheated on? Your brain immediately starts working overtime, like a detective who's had way too much coffee. and is convinced they're about to crack the case of the century. You start remembering every little detail, how they seemed distracted last Tuesday, why they suddenly needed to work late on Fridays, and what that weird smile meant when they looked at their phone. Your mind becomes this relentless investigation machine, and honestly, it's exhausting. The ancient Stoics would have recognized this mental spiral immediately. The ancient Stoics referred to this mental spiral as getting carried away by your initial impressions, and they offered some surprisingly practical advice for addressing it. Epictetus, who understood a thing or two about life not going according to plan, would suggest starting by separating facts from the stories you tell yourself about those facts. Here's what he meant. The fact is that your partner was unfaithful. That's it. That's the actual event that happened in the world. But then your mind starts adding layers to this fact. Stories about what it means about you, about your worth, about your future, about whether you're attractive enough or interesting enough, or whether you should have seen it coming. What do all those additions mean? Those aren't facts. These are interpretations, and interpretations are something you can effectively work with. This does not imply that one should disregard the pain or minimize the significance of betrayal. The Stoics weren't advocating for becoming emotionally numb. They were way too smart for that. They understood that pain is a natural human response to loss and disappointment, but they also understood the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is what happens when something undesirable occurs. Suffering occurs when you take that pain and amplify it with narratives about how terrible everything is, how things will never improve, and how this validates all your deepest fears about yourself. Marcus Aurelius used to write himself little reminders about this distinction. He'd note that when something unpleasant happened, he had a choice. He could experience it as just that one unpleasant thing, or he could let it contaminate everything else in his life. Getting cheated on could be one of the worst things that happened, or it could prove that love is impossible, that you're unlovable, that you can't trust anyone, and that you should just get 17 cats and give up on human relationships. The Stoics were also surprisingly practical about the whole others are going to do what other people do thing. They weren't naive about human nature. Seneca, who lived through some pretty dramatic political times and saw plenty of betrayal up close, wrote extensively about how people often act out of their pain, confusion, or weakness rather than out of some calculated desire to hurt you specifically. This view doesn't lessen the pain or justify the betrayal, but it does take you out of the centre of someone else's bad choices. Maybe your partner cheated because they're going through something you don't understand. Maybe they cheated because they never learned healthy ways to resolve problems in relationships. Maybe they cheated because they're fundamentally selfish or scared, or they just make really poor choices when they're feeling overwhelmed. These reasons don't justify the betrayal, but they do lessen its impact on your humanity. And that's vital, as infidelity can make you doubt everything about yourself. The Stoics would remind you that someone else's poor choices are information about them, not about you. The really revolutionary part of Stoic thinking is how they approach the whole question of what you deserve from other people. Most of us operate with the underlying assumption that if we're good partners, loyal, loving and supportive, then we've somehow earned the right to be treated the same way in return. The universe owes us faithfulness because we've been faithful. But the Stoics would gently suggest that this entire framework is based on a misunderstanding of how the world actually works. Even the best partner can be betrayed. This isn't due to your deservingness or inadequacy, but rather because individuals possess their own free will, intricate inner lives, and the ability to make dreadful choices. Let's clarify that acceptance does not equate to being a doormat. This principle is probably one of the most misunderstood aspects of Stoic philosophy, and it's particularly important when you're dealing with betrayal. When Epictetus talked about accepting what you cannot control, he wasn't suggesting that you should just smile and nod when someone treats you badly. He was emphasizing a more practical point. Resisting reality is a futile struggle that depletes your energy and leaves you feeling helpless. But how do you accept reality? That's actually the first step toward figuring out what you can do about your situation. Think about it this way. As long as you're spending all your mental energy being outraged that this thing happened, trying to figure out how to make it not happen, or spinning elaborate fantasies about what you should have done differently to prevent it, you're not available to deal with what's actually in front of you right now. You resemble an individual standing in the rain, shaking your fist at the clouds and insisting that they cease being wet, rather than seeking shelter or obtaining an umbrella. The Stoics understood that acceptance is actually a form of power. When you accept that your partner cheated, not that it was okay, not that you have to like it, but simply that it happened and you can't change the fact that it happened, suddenly you free up all that energy you were using to fight reality. And now you can use that energy for something useful, like figuring out what you want to do next. This is where the Stoic approach gets intriguing, because they were big believers in focusing on the future rather than the past. Marcus Aurelius used to remind himself that he couldn't change what happened yesterday, but he had complete control over what he chose to do today. And when you're dealing with infidelity, this perspective can be liberating. You can't make your partner not have cheated, but you can decide whether you want to try to work things out or end the relationship. You can't control whether they'll be faithful in the future, but you can decide what your boundaries are and what you're willing to accept going forward. You can't erase the hurt and betrayal you're feeling, but you can choose how to process your feelings and what to learn about yourself and your relationships. The Stoics were also remarkably practical about the whole forgiveness question. They didn't think you owed anyone forgiveness, especially not on someone else's timeline, but they did understand that carrying around anger and resentment is exhausting and ultimately self-destructive. Seneca wrote about how anger is like picking up a hot coal to throw at someone else. You're the one who receives burned. This doesn't mean you have to forgive and forget and pretend nothing happened. It means that at some point, for your own well-being, you might choose to let go of the anger, not because the person who hurt you deserves it, but because you deserve to not carry around that burden anymore. It's less about them and more about you reclaiming your peace of mind. The ancient Stoics also had some modern insights about self-worth. They understood that basing your sense of value on how other people treat you is essentially giving other people control over your emotional well-being. If your worth depends on your partner being faithful, then their infidelity doesn't just betray the relationship, it attacks your fundamental sense of self. But what if your worth was based on something more stable? What if it was based on your character, your values, your choices, and your growth as a person? What if it was based on how you treat others, how you handle difficulties, and how you show up in the world? These are all things that belong to you, regardless of what anyone else does or doesn't do. Epictetus, who had lived as a slave before becoming a philosopher, understood better than most that other people might control your circumstances, but they couldn't control your character unless you let them. Your partner's betrayal might change your relationship status, but it doesn't have to change who you are or what you're capable of or what you deserve in life. Here's something the Stoics understood that we're still figuring out today. Emotions are a lot more like weather than we usually admit. Emotions fluctuate in frequency and intensity, and attempting direct control is akin to attempting to halt the rain. Just as you can learn to read weather patterns and prepare for storms, you can also learn to work with your emotions instead of being completely at their mercy. When you first discover infidelity, the emotional storm is usually pretty intense. You might feel angry one minute, devastated the next, then maybe numb and furious again. If you're anything like most people, you probably also feel guilty about feeling so many different things. Shouldn't you just be angry? Or just be sad? Why are you cycling through emotions like you're trying on different outfits? The Stoics would tell you that this emotional chaos is completely normal and actually kind of useful information. Epictetus taught that emotions are signals. They tell you something about how you're interpreting what's happening to you. Your anger might be telling you that an important boundary was crossed. Your sadness might be telling you that you've lost something that mattered to you. Your fear might be telling you that you're worried about what comes next. None of these emotions are wrong or bad. They're just information. The issue arises when you either let them make all your decisions or try to shut them down. The Stoic approach is more like being a weather forecaster for your own inner climate. You observe what's happening, you acknowledge it, and then you make conscious choices about how you want to respond. Marcus Aurelius used to practice this kind of emotional observation. He'd notice when he was feeling frustrated or disappointed or hurt, and instead of immediately reacting, he'd pause and ask himself what story he was telling about the situation. Was he making it worse by adding layers of interpretation? Was he catastrophizing about the future? Was he taking someone else's behavior more personally than he needed to? Such behavior doesn't mean you should talk yourself out of legitimate feelings. When someone betrays you, it's understandable to feel hurt and angry. But there's a difference between feeling hurt and angry, and deciding that being hurt and angry means your life is ruined and you'll never be happy again, and you should probably start collecting ceramic cats and become suspicious of everyone you meet for the rest of your life. The Stoics were particularly adept at distinguishing between what they called first impressions and judgments. Your first impression when you discover infidelity might be something like, "This is terrible and painful." That's a pretty accurate first impression. But then your mind might add judgments like, "This means I'm not lovable," or "This proves that all relationships are doomed," or "I should have known better." Those judgments are where you have some choice. You can examine them, question them, and decide whether they're actually beneficial or true. Maybe the betrayal does indicate some problems with this particular relationship, but does it really prove that all relationships are doomed? You may wish you had seen some red flags, but does that mean you should have known better, or just that your partner got good at hiding things? Seneca wrote about this process as being like a judge in your own mental court. You can listen to all the different arguments your mind presents, the prosecutor who insists that this proves you're fundamentally flawed, the defense attorney who argues that none of this is your fault, and the witness who just wants to go over every detail again and again. But ultimately, you get to decide which arguments are convincing and which ones are just your pain and fear talks. This Stoic approach truly liberates you by restoring your control over your emotional life. You're not just a victim of whatever feelings happen to wash over you. You're an active participant in deciding what these feelings mean and how much power you want to exercise them over your choices. You know what's weird about major life crises? They have this uncomfortable way of showing you who you actually are underneath all the roles you play and the image you try to maintain. When your world becomes turned upside down by betrayal, all your usual coping mechanisms and social masks tend to fall away, and you're left face to face with your raw, unfiltered self. The Stoics actually thought that such vulnerability was one of the most valuable things about difficult experiences. Epictetus used to tell his students that every challenge was an opportunity to practice virtue. He did this not in a preachy or sanctimonious manner, but rather in a practical sense. When everything is going well, it's easy to think you're patient, forgiving, resilient, and wise. But when someone you love betrays you, that's when you find out what you're actually made of. And more importantly, that's when you begin to decide who you want to become. The Stoics identified 4 main virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. These weren't abstract ideals floating around in some philosophical cloud. They were practical skills you could develop through practice, especially during difficult times. And dealing with infidelity, it turns out, provides you opportunities to practice all 4. Wisdom involves seeing situations clearly, without the distortion of wishful thinking or catastrophic fear. When you've experienced infidelity, wisdom requires you to be truthful about the events without exaggerating or downplaying them. It means recognizing the difference between what you know for sure and what you're assuming. It means acknowledging your feelings without letting them completely cloud your judgment. Justice, in the Stoic sense, wasn't about revenge or punishment. It was about treating people fairly, including yourself. Justice means holding your partner accountable for their choices without turning them into a cartoon villain. It means protecting yourself from further harm without unnecessarily inflicting it on others. It means being fair to yourself about what you deserve and what you're willing to accept. Courage doesn't just mean being brave in the face of physical danger. It means being willing to face difficult truths, to have hard conversations, and to make changes that scare you. When you discover infidelity, courage might mean confronting your partner even though you're afraid of what you might learn. It might mean ending a relationship even though you're terrified of being alone. It may involve remaining in the relationship and striving to resolve issues despite uncertainties regarding your ability to trust once more. Temperance is about moderation and self-control. It's probably the most relevant virtue when you're dealing with the intense emotions that come with betrayal. Temperance means feeling your anger without letting it consume you. It means acknowledging your hurt without drowning in self-pity. It involves taking care of yourself without completely shutting down or going completely out of control. Marcus Aurelius used to write about how every difficult situation was like a training ground for these virtues. He'd remind himself that he couldn't control what other people did, but he could control whether he responded with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. And the more he practiced these responses, the stronger his qualities became. This perspective can be incredibly empowering when you're dealing with infidelity. Rather than viewing yourself as merely a victim of someone else's poor decisions, you can perceive yourself as an individual undergoing a comprehensive education in essential life skills. You're learning how to maintain your integrity under pressure. You're learning how to make difficult decisions with incomplete information. You're learning how to take care of yourself while still treating others with basic human decency. The Stoics also recognise that character development involves more than just persevering through challenging times. It's about consciously choosing to use those challenging times as opportunities to become the kind of person you want to be. Every time you choose to respond thoughtfully instead of just reacting emotionally, you're strengthening your capacity for thoughtful responses. Every time you choose self-care over self-destruction, you're building your ability to take care of yourself. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect or that you won't make mistakes. The Stoics were compassionate about human imperfection. They understood that developing wisdom and virtue is a lifelong process, and that setbacks and failures are part of that process. What matters isn't being flawless. It's being committed to learning and growing from whatever life throws at you. There's something almost magical about perspective. How the same situation can look completely different depending on how far back you step, and how much of the bigger picture you can see. The ancient Stoics were masters of this kind of mental zooming out, and they applied it to everything, including heartbreak and betrayal. Marcus Aurelius, who had plenty of experience with both personal loss and the broader challenges of human existence, used to practice what we might call the view from above. He'd imagine looking at his problems from a great height, first from across the city, then from high above the earth, and finally from the perspective of years, decades, or even centuries. He aimed to contextualize his problems, not to downplay his pain or deny their significance. When you're in the immediate aftermath of discovering infidelity, everything feels enormous and permanent. The hurt feels like it will never end. The anger feels justified and necessary. The whole situation feels like it defines everything about your life and your future. But the Stoics would gently encourage you to experiment with different time perspectives. What if you imagined looking back at this situation from 5 years in the future? What would matter most to you then? The fact that this painful thing happened, or how you chose to handle it? What would you want to tell your current self about getting through this period? What would you be proud of yourself for doing or not doing? Or what if you zoomed out even further and imagined the view from the end of your life? When you're old and looking back, how much of your life story will this betrayal take up? What other chapters will there be? What will you have learned? How will this difficult experience have contributed to your growth as a person? This isn't about minimizing the real pain you're experiencing right now. It's about remembering that this moment, however intense and overwhelming it feels, is just one in a much larger life. The Stoics understood that we suffer more when we lose perspective, when we let one painful experience eclipse everything else about our existence. Seneca wrote extensively about the temporary nature of all human experiences, both good and bad. He'd remind himself that periods of happiness don't last forever, but neither do periods of pain. Everything passes. Everything changes. The acute agony you feel right after discovering betrayal will not feel the same 6 months from now, even if the situation hasn't resolved completely. The Stoics also had a sophisticated understanding of how relationships work over time. They understood that people change, that love itself changes, and that expecting any relationship to remain exactly the same forever is unrealistic. This understanding doesn't excuse betrayal or suggest that you should accept poor treatment, but it does suggest that maybe some of our suffering around relationship problems comes from unrealistic expectations about permanence and control. Consider this. You are likely not the same individual you were at the onset of your relationship. You've grown, changed, learned new things, developed new interests, and maybe even discovered parts of yourself you didn't know existed. Your partner has probably changed too. Sometimes people change in compatible ways, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes people change in ways that make them better partners, and sometimes they change in ways that make them worse partners. The Stoic approach would be to acknowledge these changes without necessarily taking them personally. It is possible that your partner's infidelity reflects changes they have undergone or challenges they are facing. Maybe it says something about problems in your relationship that neither of you knew how to address directly. Maybe it doesn't say anything particularly meaningful about you at all. This perspective can be oddly freeing. You can view the betrayal as information about where things stand right now, rather than as proof of some fundamental flaw in yourself. your relationship, or love in general. And right now is just one point, not a permanent verdict on your worth or your future. The Stoics were also realistic about the fact that some relationships simply run their course. It's not because someone committed a heinous act or love faltered, but rather because individuals and situations undergo transformations that render the continuation of a relationship more detrimental than beneficial. Sometimes betrayal is a symptom of a relationship that has already ended emotionally, even if nobody has been willing to admit it yet. You may think the ancient Stoics had useful insights on betrayal, but you may also wonder how to apply this to your own situation. The beautiful thing about Stoic philosophy is that it was always meant to be practical, not just intellectual ideas to contemplate, but actual techniques you could use in daily life. The Stoics developed what they called spiritual exercises, regular practices designed to train your mind the same way you might train your body. These weren't religious or mystical practices, but practical mental habits that could help you respond to difficult situations with more wisdom, courage, and peace of mind. One of the most fundamental practices is what Epictetus called the dichotomy of control. Every morning, or whenever you're feeling overwhelmed, you can take a few minutes to sort your concerns into two categories: things you can control and things you can't control. When you're dealing with infidelity, your approach might look like acknowledging that you can't control what your partner did, what they're feeling now, or what they'll choose to do in the future. But you can choose how to care for yourself, set boundaries, converse, and interpret events. Another useful practice is what Marcus Aurelius called objective representation, trying to see situations as clearly as possible, without the emotional colouring that can make everything seem worse than it actually is. Instead of thinking my life is ruined, you might practice thinking my partner was unfaithful, and I'm feeling hurt and angry about it. Instead of saying, I'll never be able to trust anyone again, you might think, right now I'm having trouble trusting, and that makes sense given what I've just learned. The Stoics also practice something we might call negative visualization, not to make themselves miserable, but to build resilience and gratitude. Imagine what it would be like if the relationship ended completely. Instead of persuading yourself that the relationship should end, you should reassure yourself that you could endure it if it did. Often, when we're terrified of a particular outcome, half of our suffering comes from the fear itself rather than the actual situation. Seneca recommended keeping what he called a philosophical journal, a regular practice of writing about your experiences and examining your thoughts and reactions. When you're dealing with betrayal, writing can help you sort through the complicated mix of feelings and thoughts that tend to swirl around in your head. You might write about what happened, how you're feeling, what you're afraid of, what you're learning, and what you want to do next. The key to all of these practices is consistency rather than perfection. You don't have to become a perfectly wise, calm, rational person overnight. You just have to be willing to practice responding thoughtfully rather than just reacting emotionally. And every time you choose to pause and think before you act, every time you focus on what you can control rather than what you can't, and every time you treat yourself and others with basic decency despite being hurt, you're strengthening those mental muscles. The ancient Stoics understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern world. Wisdom isn't something you either have or don't have. It's something you develop through practice, especially through practicing during difficult times. Your current situation, painful as it is actually an opportunity to develop some of the most valuable life skills there are. The ability to stay grounded during a crisis, to make good decisions under pressure, to maintain your integrity when you've been wronged, and to take care of yourself while still treating others with compassion. These skills will serve you well beyond your current relationship drama. They'll help you navigate future challenges with more confidence and less suffering. They'll help you build better relationships because you'll know better what you need and what you're willing to give. They will assist you in cultivating self-trust, as you will recognize your ability to manage whatever challenges life presents. The Stoics believed that the goal of philosophy wasn't to eliminate all problems from life. That would be impossible and probably boring anyway. The goal was to develop the inner resources to meet whatever problems arise with wisdom, courage, and grace. In that sense, dealing with betrayal isn't just about getting through a difficult time. It's about becoming the kind of person who can get through difficult times, and maybe even grow stronger in the process.